At 16 Naruto-kun Sage Mode was your trump card, but now at 35 it has become your last resort. Sasuke-kun at 17 you could say, goodbye my best friend, without expression, but now at 35 severely wounded you beg your only friend not to die. The once most brilliant twin stars of the ninja world have now dimmed to this. If all this could be redone, how would you choose? Inside the base, Orochimaru spoke softly, his tone carrying a hint of regret. Naruto lay on the hospital bed surrounded by medical equipment, unable to move. Cough cough. Orochimaru, do you still have a way? He looked at his broken body, grief on his face. Kurama had burned his life and left him, and Hinata had also died in the recent battle. Boruto and Kawaki were crushed to death by a finger of Ōtsutsuki Shibai. Could they really defeat such an enemy? The era of ninja might be coming to an end. Beside the hospital bed, Sasuke struggled to open his left eye. But no matter how his chakra flowed, the Rinnegan that had been stabbed by Momoshiki could never return. Once, he had mocked Uchiha Madara as a relic of the old era, saying he should return to the Pure Land. 10 years later that arrow hit his own forehead. Ōtsutsuki no Kami, an enemy that cannot be defeated. Sigh. A redo. If it's you, Orochimaru, maybe you can really do it. Hearing Sasuke's words, Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly smile. In fact, he had long anticipated this outcome and had been preparing for 2.5 years. Come with me. Before that I have prepared a few gifts for you. The two's perspective followed Orochimaru as he slowly moved. A hidden door opened. Inside the room several exquisite treasure chests were placed. Orochimaru opened the first chest and slowly spoke. Do you two still remember this ninja sword? A giant sword appeared before them. Naruto and Sasuke squinted, focusing their gazes. This is Zabuza Momochi's executioner's blade. How can it be here? Orochimaru snapped his fingers crisply. In the room snowflakes danced, one of them falling into Naruto's eye, turning into a tear that slowly dripped. Naruto murmured, Haku, are you crying? Through the snowflake he recalled the past. That was the first time Team 7 left the village on a C-rank mission but encountered an A-rank level enemy. At that time he was trembling with fear, feeling the threat of death for the first time. But now what was Orochimaru's intention in bringing out this sword? On the other side Sasuke muttered to himself. Demon crystal ice mirrors. That had caused him quite a bit of trouble. Orochimaru didn't keep them in suspense. Peach blossoms fall, a touch of white in this world, never again Zabuza. Sasuke-kun, this is the first gift I prepared for you. He stroked the blade and infused it with chakra. The giant sword instantly shrank into the shape of a Kusanagi blade. Orochimaru's face showed fervor. This ninja tool combines the effects of all the powerful swords in the ninja world, and I have also incorporated the Uchiha clan's artifact, the Uchiha War Fan, into it. Even against the Ōtsutsuki it poses a certain threat. It also stores the swordsmanship and techniques of past generations. Sasuke-kun, if you start over I hope you can use it to shatter the Ōtsutsuki. Naruto's mouth opened slightly, showing surprise. As expected of Orochimaru. Using the power of our own ninja world to shatter the Ōtsutsuki. Sasuke's eyes lit up. His swordsmanship was actually inherited from Orochimaru, but he had incorporated the shuriken techniques taught by his brother. If he could improve his swordsmanship a bit and combine it with this weapon. What is it called? Although his body was weak, his eyes now held a hint of determination. Jantian. It is a weapon capable of slaying those from beyond the heavens. Jantian. Sasuke clenched his fists, joy beyond words. Orochimaru smiled and opened the second treasure chest. Naruto-kun, your turn. Inside the chest a ball of chakra light lay quietly. Naruto-kun, I have combined the 8 gates with your Baryon mode. Now even if you open the gate of death the cost is only burning chakra, provided your physical strength is strong enough. Naruto's pupils contracted. The gate of death with almost no cost. He remembered that Gai-sensei had once used the 8 gates formation's last gate, the gate of death. The night Gai he performed kicked 6 paths Madara into severe injury. Orochimaru, you really are something, but now I have lost Kurama. I can no longer activate Baryon mode. Sasuke was about to comfort Naruto but realized that his Rinnegan was also gone. Orochimaru looked at the two men's frustrated expressions and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. If we're going to start over, how can we rely only on the past? I have to say both of you have raised good daughters. Naruto tilted his head, Himawari. Sasuke almost shouted at the same time, Sarada. What does this have to do with them? Could it be? Orochimaru quickly opened the other two treasure chests. Naruto-kun, you know you haven't actually unleashed the full power of the Nine-Tails. But your daughter Himawari is different. Her affinity with the Nine-Tails surpasses yours. Before she died she asked me to give you this energy orb. It will replenish your affinity with the Nine-Tails and revive the Nine-Tails within you. Naruto's eyes briefly lost focus. Tears uncontrollably flowed down. Ōtsutsuki clan, I will never rest until you are destroyed. Orochimaru's mood became heavy. He turned to look at the other side. Sasuke-kun, your daughter Sarada entrusted me with these eyes before she died. These Mangekyō Sharingan from your daughter can help you reopen the Rinnegan and ascend to the six paths. Sasuke raised his hand, hovering in the air at a loss. His brother had helped him evolve to eternal Mangekyō. And the six paths old man had helped him awaken the Rinnegan. In the end, did he still have to rely on his daughter to be saved? Orochimaru, what exactly do you mean by starting over? Haha, Sasuke-kun can't wait anymore. Don't rush, there's one last gift. As Orochimaru finished speaking from the shadows, Jiraiya walked out. Naruto's body trembled uncontrollably. Pervy sage. What's going on? Orochimaru, what have you done? It's just a small trick of borrowing a corpse to revive a soul. That's not the point. Time is short. This last gift is ourselves. We will be sealed into you and Sasuke as Jinchuriki forms. We also want to see the world after this redo. In the world of Dragon Balls. Year 761 of the Age of AI. More than 20 years have passed since the explosion of planet Vegeta. The once famous Saiyan dynasty is now nearly extinct. 3 survivors escaped the catastrophe because they were on an external mission. Afterwards they joined the Frieza force to serve him. Recently they encountered difficulties while attacking a planet. Captain Vegeta specially sent team member Raditz to Earth to find his younger brother Kakarot, who was stranded there. Earth. A spherical spaceship glided across the sky. After the ship landed steadily, Raditz slowly walked out of the hatch. He crossed his arms and quietly surveyed the surroundings. So this is the mission planet where Kakarot is. The scenery is not bad, should be able to sell for a good price. But after all these years, why hasn't Kakarot taken it yet? What is he doing? This little brother of mine is really useless. Not far away a farmer holding a hunting rifle looked terrified. He had been tending cows in the cowshed when suddenly a violent explosion occurred nearby. Driven by curiosity he drove a car over to investigate. But now he deeply regretted it. He had encountered an alien. Who else would have a tail hanging behind them? And this man had just stepped out of a sphere. Old lady, maybe don't save dinner for me tonight. The farmer stammered, hey, who? Who are you? Hearing the noise, Raditz turned his head and gave a cold glance. He tapped the scouter on his left eye lightly and a series of numbers appeared. Beep. Battle power 5. Ha 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 ha. A scum with a battle power of only 5. Earthlings are too weak. The farmer's vision went black and he accidentally fired a shot. Raditz caught it easily with 2 fingers. Humph, a little toy. I'll give it back to you. The farmer was hit in the forehead and died. Raditz smiled cruelly, then used the scouter to scan the planet's strong fighters. Beep. Battle power 332. Kakarot, my foolish little brother, I've found you. Naruto woke up from a daze, the scene before him completely unfamiliar. Did it work? The time machine made by Orochimaru using the Ōtsutsuki treasure, carry, is really useful. But my body. This is directly back to when I was 4 years old. How troublesome. I'm still a baby. He looked around, the space was extremely narrow and sealed. Beside him a little boy was sobbing. Instantly a feeling of blood connection passed through him. Memories suddenly flooded his mind. This is my brother. Son Gohan. Is it a side effect of the time machine? Could it be that in this life I am no longer the child of the 4th Hokage? His body felt empty and there seemed to be no Kurama inside. What's going on? Naruto took a deep breath, trying to calm himself first. No time to dwell on this now. The first priority was to get out of this strange pod. He tried to knock, but the surrounding walls were completely still. Damn. I haven't fully mastered this body yet. Naruto shook his head helplessly and continued to observe the surroundings. Beside him Son Gohan was crying loudly, extremely emotional. "Let me out. Let me out." He was pounding on a transparent glass. Naruto followed the sound. The glass seemed to allow seeing outside. There are 3 people fighting. Who are they? Naruto observed while comforting Son Gohan. On the battlefield a long-haired man in armor-like battle suit stood coldly facing off against 2 others. Battle power 408. Battle power 416. Humph Kakarot, I didn't expect you to have a hidden card. But with such little power you dare to fight me. Raditz said, Kakarot, since you insist on protecting this earth, then as your elder brother I will teach you a lesson. By the way, let me remind you my battle power is as high as 1500. Ha ha ha, die. As soon as the words fell, Raditz instantly teleported behind Son Goku, delivered a fierce knee strike and fired a light wave at Piccolo. The smoke cleared. Son Goku knelt painfully on the ground while Piccolo's left hand was pierced by the light wave, blood flowing. Dad! Inside the round pod, Son Gohan, who had just calmed down, saw this scene and became agitated again. But this cry of "Dad" also made Naruto fully awake. Body memories gradually revived. He understood the identities of the 3 people in front of him. Son Goku, the top disciple of Master Roshi, champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and his father. Piccolo, his father's defeated opponent. Raditz, a Saiyan claiming to be his uncle. The current situation: this alien uncle who called himself a Saiyan wanted to recruit his father to invade other planets, but his father refused. So the brothers were taken by this uncle. After understanding the whole story, Naruto's body suddenly became clear and power surged from within. This Saiyan race is really detestable. Their evil deeds are no different from the Ōtsutsuki clan. I have to do something. Ero Sennin, come out. Naruto shouted in his heart. Ripples appeared in his mind and a calm voice sounded. Little Naruto, don't worry, I'm here. Jiraiya's phantom slowly appeared. Naruto couldn't control a tear falling from his eye. Orochimaru actually managed to do this, making Ero Sennin you become a humanoid Jinchuriki inside my body. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. How old are you, still crying? Take my power and use it. Naruto nodded firmly. Let's put the reunion aside for now. At this moment his chakra was almost empty. Without Ero Sennin's help he couldn't even release a single jutsu. But not anymore. Jiraiya Jinchuriki mode, connect. A yellow marking instantly appeared around Naruto's eyes and his chakra became abundant. Rasengan. A blue ball gathered in Naruto's hand. He pushed the ball hard against the hatch. Boom. A loud noise, the hatch shattered and Naruto punched it open. Son Gohan was stunned. The noise immediately alerted Raditz. The scouter on his left eye sent a prompt. Beep. Battle power 717. How is this possible? Raditz was confused. That brat can actually burst out such high battle power. Is the scouter broken? Son Goku's mouth also dropped open. He knew Gohan had great potential, but he didn't expect Naruto to. He had always seemed slow, needing help with daily life. Piccolo was scowling. One Son Goku was already a headache and now even his son was this outstanding. The energy he just briefly burst out was completely comparable to his signature move, Mangekyō. But that's fine, first work together to get rid of this guy. Piccolo immediately shouted, Son, now's your chance. Son Goku instantly understood and circled behind Raditz, grabbing his tail tightly. Piccolo, hurry, use your special move. No need to remind me. I've been charging this attack since a moment ago. Piccolo's forehead veins bulged instantly as he placed 2 fingers on his brow, sparks flickering. It seems Goku was right, the tail is the Saiyan's most fatal weakness. Once seized, all strength vanishes instantly. Now if this special beam cannon hits successfully, Raditz will be crippled if not dead. Meanwhile, with his tail gripped, Raditz went completely limp. His voice turned weak. Kakarot, what are you doing? I'm your own brother. Let me go. I promise if you let go I'll leave Earth immediately and never disturb your lives again. Damn it, how could I be so careless and forget about the tail? This Kakarot is truly foolish, siding with outsiders. Sun Wukong's expression paused, a complex look crossing his face. If his elder brother could reform he would be willing to let him off. Are you telling the truth? Raditz lay painfully on the ground, begging in a low voice, It's true, I beg you, Kakarot. I admit. What I did was terrible. Don't worry, I'll keep my word and leave immediately. Piccolo, seeing Sun Wukong's hesitation, grew anxious. No, Goku, what are you thinking? This man just tried to kill us. Not far away, Mingren watched the sudden reversal of the situation and clicked his tongue in amazement. He never expected the Saiyan's tail to have such a weakness. It seemed the crisis was temporarily resolved as long as his father didn't let go. As for the tail, he had come to terms with it. In this new life it seemed even his race had changed. Before he was called a fox demon, now he would probably be called a monkey demon. Mingren tried to tuck his tail behind his waist. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to be so unreliable. Extra tails were really uncomfortable. He wondered how Sasuke was doing. But one thing he was sure of now: this was definitely not the ninja world. From the battle between his father and the others he could see this was an entirely new combat system. Just as Mingren was about to retract his power and regroup with his father, Sun Wukong unexpectedly softened and instinctively released his grip. The next second, Raditz, having regained his strength, struck Sun Wukong with an elbow, sending him flying. He stomped on Sun Wukong's chest and taunted, "I have to say, Kakarot, you're so naive. There aren't many fools like you anymore, ha ha ha. Sun Wukong, you. Despicable." Mingren froze, urgently regaining control of his power. "Father. How could you be so soft-hearted at a time like this?" From what his uncle had just said he gathered that battles in this world revolved around battle power. His own Rasengan had just unleashed over 700 battle power. Compared to his uncle's 1500, that was still half the difference. It seemed he had to try using the Rasenshuriken. But the Rasenshuriken was immensely powerful. He needed to find an opportunity when his opponent was isolated, or his father and the others would also get hurt. Just as Mingren was thinking, a surge of immense power from the surroundings startled him. "What's happening?" A childish voice rang out, "Don't bully my daddy." Sun Wukong clenched his fists, power surging within him. "Warning! Warning! A warrior with a battle power of 1307 is nearby." Raditz paused, tapping his scouter in confusion. "What's wrong? Is it broken? Battle power 1307. How is that possible? Could it be that brat from earlier?" Raditz kicked Sun Wukong away and warily scanned the surroundings. "No, it's Kakarot's other child." Before Raditz could react, Sun Wukong gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful headbutt. Boom! The blow struck Raditz square in the chest, shattering his battle armor. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted. "Wufan. You. This." Piccolo's jaw nearly hit the ground. No way. To have such power. After the strike, Sun Wufan, with tears in his eyes, approached Sun Wukong. "Dad, are you okay?" Sun Wukong, still in shock, couldn't speak. Mingren was completely dumbfounded. Was this brother of his really that strong? Battle power 1307. And his father's was only 416. But now was a good opportunity. Mingren compressed the remaining chakra in his hand and released it with full force. Wind release Rasenshuriken. As Raditz was sent flying backward, Mingren's attack followed. Boom! The rapidly spinning shuriken kicked up clouds of dust, instantly destroying the terrain around Raditz and cratering the ground. Sun Wukong was stunned. This technique. Its power even surpasses his Kamehameha. How did Mingren manage that? Piccolo's face turned a ghastly green. He thought Wufan's earlier move was already unmatched, but there was another master. Wufan, still with tears in his eyes, said, "Brother Mingren is so strong." Phew. After the attack, Mingren gasped for breath. Executing this technique with a 4-year-old body was still a stretch. But after enduring this attack, that guy who claimed to be his uncle shouldn't be able to cause trouble anymore. The Rasenshuriken contained countless tiny blades that could directly destroy human cells. The smoke cleared. Raditz stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest, battered and bleeding from numerous small wounds on his skin. Cough, damn it. You've made me seriously injured. I'll kill you all. Impossible. Mingren stumbled back 2 steps, his eyes filled with disbelief. His full-power Rasenshuriken had only inflicted superficial wounds on this uncle. Little Mingren, things aren't looking good. My chakra is almost gone. Jiraiya's voice was anxious. He had thought that with his strength defeating this enemy would be easy, but he hadn't expected the man to be so troublesome. Pervert sage, what do we do now? Mingren's palms grew sweaty. In this unfamiliar world, before even contacting Sasuke, was he going to be killed? He roughly estimated that in his current Jiraiya-linked mode his battle power was only around 500. Although his techniques could unleash extremely high battle power, his chakra was nearly depleted and merely maintaining this mode was exhausting. He simply couldn't beat his uncle. Ha ha ha, little brat, why aren't you using that move from before? Raditz wiped the blood from his mouth, a mocking expression on his face. To be cautious, he waited a moment, repeatedly checking the data on his scouter. This brat's current battle power was only 514, that last attack must have been his final swan song. Ha ha ha, I almost thought I was going to die for a second. But now it's my turn to kill you. Sun Wukong, Wufan Ming Ren, run. What do we do? Ming Ren's mind raced. Just then a ripple stirred in his spiritual sea. Naruto, have you forgotten about me? Kurama, it's really you. How did you become so small? Inside the sealed space, a miniature Kurama appeared before Naruto, looking extremely tiny, furry all over, with big eyes that exuded an air of adorable innocence. Ahem, Naruto, I'll explain these things later. First make room for me. This Jiraiya's chakra is neither fast enough nor fierce enough. Pfft. Naruto was successfully amused. He felt that Kurama sounded cute and fierce when speaking like this. Jiraiya couldn't help but rub his forehead, looking helpless. I'm just an intelligence agent. Kurama's appearance eased Naruto's tense emotions. He raised his hand and lightly bumped fists with him. At that moment their wills were tightly linked. On the battlefield, Raditz, enduring the pain in his body, approached Naruto step by step. You little brat, too scared to move. If that's the case, just wait to die. Kakarot, I want you to watch your son die before your eyes, ha ha ha. Raditz gathered light waves in both hands and shot them fiercely toward Naruto. No. Goku's eyes showed despair. He now deeply regretted his previous action. In desperation, Piccolo, ignoring everything, forcibly released the special beam cannon which he had only half-charged. Boom! The two waves collided and Raditz's attack was directly blocked. Ha! Someone is eager to die. It seems I need to change the order of killing. Raditz cracked his knuckles. He had originally planned to kill the green-faced man, later feeling that he didn't seem like an earthling. Torture might yield some useful information. But now there was no need for that. Raditz clasped his hands together, gathering a powerful energy wave. You die first. With that he thrust his palms forward, sending the energy wave straight toward Piccolo. Just then a figure rushed in front of Piccolo at an astonishing speed. Bang! With a sharp sound, Raditz's energy wave struck the target in front. Old son! Piccolo stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. He never expected that Goku would step in at the critical moment, using his own body to block Raditz's fatal blow. Cough. Piccolo, you can't die. Take them and run. Goku coughed painfully, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. If Piccolo died, the Dragon Balls would vanish and all hope would be lost. Raditz could not understand Goku's behavior at all. Kakarot, for an outsider you would go this far. But you're still so naive, ha ha ha. Raditz covered his face with wild laughter, a ferocious grin on his face. Let me tell you, none of you here today will escape. With that he teleported in front of Goku and punched him. Dad! Gohan watched his father fall to the ground, his heart filled with grief and despair. He clenched his teeth, tears streaming from his eyes, his emotions nearly spiraling out of control. At the same time the energy within him began to swell as if an invisible force was awakening. Little brat again. Raditz glanced at the fluctuating power level on the scouter, twitched his eyelids and teleported toward Gohan. Eager to die? Then I'll kill you first. Naruto snapped back to reality. After successfully linking with Kurama, a faint golden light shimmered around his body. Unlike his previous life, there was no flashy golden chakra cloak, all power was perfectly integrated into his body. Naruto looked at the battlefield. In just over 10 seconds the situation had changed dramatically. His father's energy was now faint and brother Gohan was about to be struck. To break the deadlock he had to use that technique. Hachi Gate pupil grannily knocking open. Naruto's body blazed with blue chakra. With the support of the Gate of Surprise and the Kurama link, his power level directly reached around 1200. Still not enough. 8 gates of the strong body, the last gate, Gate of Death, open. Inside Naruto the chakra flow accelerated once more, the blue chakra burning into a blood-red hue. Unlike Gai-sensei's Gate of Death, after Orochimaru's modification, what was now burned instead of blood was Kurama's chakra. Naruto, you must finish the fight within 10 seconds. My chakra hasn't fully recovered. Don't worry, leave it to me. Whoever created Orochimaru was a genius. That sphere of light had made Naruto thoroughly proficient in all the techniques of the 8 gates as if he had used them himself. Warning! Warning! A warrior with a power level of 1864 detected nearby. 1864. Raditz stared at the strange number on the scouter dumbfounded. Damn it, I haven't maintained the scouter in a long time. Is it broken? How could there be such a high power level on this battlefield? It can't be that little brat. Raditz turned around and found that spot empty. Where did that kid go? Looking for me. At the sound of that voice Raditz's pupils shrank sharply, a chill racing up his spine and spreading through his entire body. A crimson dragon formed of steam was hurtling toward him with terrifying speed. The dragon radiated a scorching aura as if born from the flames of hell, bearing boundless might and destructive power. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could that kid have such power? The pinnacle of youth burning to the deepest crimson. Night guy. Naruto roared, and the crimson dragon dove downward like lightning, distorting space itself wherever it passed. All Raditz could do was cross his arms tightly in front of his chest, trying to withstand the impact. Crack. With the collision, Raditz's entire arms melted away, his chest caved in and his ribs shattered. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining the ground. His body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the earth. Mission accomplished. 4 seconds. Naruto quickly shut off the gate of death. That single move had consumed half of Kurama's chakra. Piccolo, who had witnessed the entire process, couldn't help but tremble. Old son's children. One more terrifying than the next. But at least this Saiyan was dealt with. Piccolo slowly approached Raditz. This guy, after such an attack, still has a breath left. Raditz's breath was faint, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Cough. I never expected Kakarote's child to be so powerful. But Kakarote won't survive either. Piccolo couldn't help sneering. Goku won't die. This planet has something called Dragon Balls. Gather all 7 and make a wish to Shenron, and any wish can be granted. Facing a dying man, Piccolo couldn't suppress his smugness. Now he could enjoy the Saiyan's look of despair. This man had been exceedingly arrogant just moments ago, yet now he could only lie prostrate on the ground like a dead dog. Baiko stared intently at Dizzy's face, waiting a full 2 seconds, but the event he anticipated did not occur. With his last breath, Dizzy's eyes revealed a hint of madness. Ha ha ha. I never expected to hear such good news before my death. Everything here has been transmitted through my scouter to my 2 companions far away in the cosmos. My battle power means nothing to them. You ants enjoy these final moments of pleasure. In 1 year your death will come. I'll be waiting for you in hell, ha ha ha. What? 1 year later 2 more powerful Saiyans would invade Earth. Damn. Careless. He shouldn't have revealed the Dragon Balls so easily. Baiko, burning with rage, delivered the final blow to Dizzy. You noisy fool, die. A flash of white light and Dizzy was utterly lifeless. In the distant starry sky, a pale yellow planet. Vegeta tore at the meat in his hands with relish, his eyes gleaming with cold indifference and disdain. At his feet lay the corpse of a giant monster, blood staining the entire ground. That waste Dizzy actually fell to a brat with a power level of just over 1,000. He's a disgrace to our Saiyan race. Vegeta swallowed the chunk of meat in his mouth, his tone dripping with contempt and fury. He stood up, gazing into the distant stars, a flicker of greed in his eyes. Earth. And the Dragon Balls. How intriguing. Let me think. What wish should I make? A bald man emerged from the dense forest. Your Highness, shall we use the Dragon Balls to revive that guy Dizzy? Vegeta turned to glance at Naba, his face full of coldness. Your mind is as simple as your bald head. Why revive that waste? He has no value left. Let's go. Our interstellar journey begins. Countdown 1 year. Earth. After listening to the conversation between Uncle Baiko and Dizzy, Mingren fell into deep thought. In 1 year stronger Saiyans would attack. The development and direction of this plot were so similar to his ninja world. Were the Saiyans and the Ōtsutsuki clan following the same pattern? Endless. But since Orochimaru had secured this chance for him to start over, no matter how strong the enemy, he had to survive. As for the Dragon Balls that Uncle Baiko had mentioned, he wondered if they were real. If they could grant any wish, then he might have the opportunity to return to the ninja world. Then he could defeat Ōtsutsuki Shibai, resurrect Hinata past the Hokage position to Sarada, and live a shameless life with Sasuke. Wait. Something seemed off. While Ming Ren was lost in thought, a spacecraft came speeding from afar. Inside the cockpit, 3 people nervously surveyed the battlefield below. Bu-er-ma, look, the battle seems to be over. Ko-lin, the only ones still standing are Bai Ku and little Ming Ren. Goe-sien-ren, so Bai Ku defeated the enemy. When the spacecraft landed, the 3 asked Bai Ku about the situation. What? Little Ming Ren kicked the enemy into critical condition. The 3 doubted they had heard correctly. A 4-year-old child. How could that be possible? Ko-lin was stunned. When he was 4, he couldn't even play with mud properly. How could little Ming Ren defeat a formidable enemy like Wukong's brother? He couldn't even withstand a single blow from La Dizzy. Ko-lin didn't want to believe it, but seeing Bai Ku's fierce glare, he dared not ask further. Bu-er-ma hurried to Wu Fan's side. This child seems to have fainted from fright. Ko-lin went to Wukong and reached out to feel his breath. Dog Ku's condition is not good, his breathing is very weak. Cough. Wukong weakly opened his eyes. Shaolin, you've come. I think I'm about to die. Ming Ren and Wu Fan are both good children. Please take care of them. The taste of death is not pleasant. I leave the matter of resurrection to you. With those words, Sun Wukong breathed his last. Dog Ku. Ko-lin held Wukong's body and began to weep. Don't worry, I will definitely resurrect you with the Dragon Balls. Goe-sien-ren and Bu-er-ma's eyes were filled with disbelief. This was Wukong, the hero who had once saved Earth. He had died right before their eyes. That guy Bai Ku must be lying. Even Wukong couldn't defeat the enemy, yet little Ming Ren had kicked him into critical condition. Bu-er-ma carefully set down the Wu Fan in her arms and quickly walked to Ming Ren's side. Pretty sister. Ming Ren looked up and a beautiful figure caught his eye. Suddenly a wave of dizziness swept over him and he collapsed toward Bu-er-ma. Panicked, she widened her eyes, momentarily unsure how to react. But by instinct she reached out and tightly embraced Ming Ren. So soft, his cheek touched a gentle softness and warmth spread through his entire body. The nerves that had been tense from the battle gradually relaxed. He could no longer resist the onslaught of fatigue, his eyes closed and he fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, Ming Ren found himself lying on a crystal-clear water bed. Pretty comfortable, but where is this? He curiously looked around, examining the unfamiliar surroundings. It seemed that because he had opened the death gate, his body had suffered backlash. The last moment of consciousness, he had fallen into the arms of a pretty sister. Was this her home? Little Ming Ren, hello. This is the temple of the celestial being. A man with pitch-black skin and peculiar attire spoke. My name is Bo-bo. I am the servant of the celestial being. Bo-bo. The name sounded like a kind of bird. And what was this celestial being? Could he be dead and this was heaven? Little Ming Ren, this lump of charcoal means no harm. Rest assured. And you're still alive. The voice of Jiu La-ma echoed in his mind, allowing Ming Ren to relax. Jiu La-ma could sense malice. Since he said so, this lump of charcoal must be fine. Hello, Mr. Bo-bo. Bo-bo smiled back, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. Ming Ren found it a bit dazzling. How could this Mr. Bo-bo be both black and white? Seeing Ming Ren's dazed expression, Bo-bo's lips curled slightly and he felt a secret delight. He little Ming Ren is captivated by my striking appearance, isn't he? After all, even the celestial being often praises me. It's not surprising. With that thought, Bo-bo raised his eyebrows and looked at Ming Ren with a hint of tenderness. Little Ming Ren, you just woke up. Come with me to get something to eat. Your uncle Ko-lin and the others are also there. Our temple of the celestial being houses all the delicacies of the human world. Gourmet food. At Mr. Popo's mention, Naruto suddenly felt ravenous. He recalled Uncle Ichiraku's tonkatsu ramen, the rich broth infused with Sichuan peppercorn paired with soft-boiled eggs, dried bamboo shoots, fish cakes and minced pork. Then came the soul of the dish, the noodles themselves. One slurp and the flavor was transcendent. Drool escaped Naruto's lips despite his best efforts. He wondered whether this world possessed any ramen worthy of rivaling Uncle Ichiraku's mastery. 2.5 days later, outside the Heavenly Palace. Naruto, clad in specially crafted training garments, sparred with Mr. Popo. Young Naruto, splendid work. You have already mastered the cultivation and application of ki with perfection, there is nothing more I can teach you. Mr. Popo nodded in satisfaction and signaled for Naruto to conclude their sparring match. With his hands clasped behind his back he maintained the demeanor of a seasoned master, though inwardly he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. If they had continued much longer, Naruto would have been left battered and bruised, and that would not reflect well on his reputation. The Saiyan race is truly aberrant. Naruto took a deep breath to steady himself. After 2 days the weakness that had gripped his body upon opening the dead portals gradually subsided. Inside the sealed space both individuals had initially harbored skepticism toward this key. Kyubi, Naruto, this black sphere goes on and on, I could not care less about a single word. I have spent countless years in the ninja world, cultivated so many ninja, and yet you expect me to be ignorant of chakra's myriad applications. Jiraiya, indeed Naruto. Consider this carefully, chakra is a system we know intimately, but attempting to retrain in ki is something we simply cannot assist you with. Yet. Once they themselves attempted to cultivate ki, Kyubi remarked, if only I had mastered this art back then I would not have ended up sealed away by that wretched Madara. As for that madman from the Uchiha clan, next time we cross paths I will not hesitate to gouge out his eyes. Jiraiya, sigh, if only I had possessed even a fraction of ki back then I would not have been cast into the sea by my own disobedient student. The law of true fragrance never deceives. Naruto slowly retracted his energy. With Mr. Popo no longer sparring with him, it was the perfect time for lunch. He must admit the food at the Heavenly Palace genuinely tasted remarkable. Krillin, little Naruto, look what I brought you. A flyer screamed overhead as Bulma appeared holding an instrument with delight blazing in her eyes. Naruto looked up in puzzlement. Sister Bulma. What brings her here? Nearby Krillin also halted his movement, studying the device in her hands. Bulma, isn't that the device Gohan wore on his eyes? Bulma offered a playful smile. Correct. After my modifications it has now taken my shape. Come now, let me check your battle power levels. Beep. Battle power 212. Beep. Battle power 369. Krillin, not bad at all, over 200 battle power. But young Naruto, how is yours exceeding even your uncle Krillin's? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Sister Bulma, I am not entirely sure myself. I have only been training with Uncle Krillin and the others for 2 days. Krillin, caught off guard, blushed deeply. All those years of grueling training to build his combat power, and a 4-year-old child had surpassed it in merely 2 days of cultivation. What kind of monster had Goku given birth to? After that battle he had intended to gather the Dragon Balls to revive Goku, but the Heavenly King informed him that Goku was already training under King Kai and advised against resurrection for now. Gohan had been taken by Piccolo instead. As for Naruto, Piccolo claimed he could not teach him and handed him over. With no other option he decided to bring Naruto to the Heavenly Palace for joint training. Krillin wore an embarrassed expression while Bulma paid it no mind. She was thoroughly engrossed in scanning everyone with her device. Tenshinhan 250. Chaozu 140. Yamcha 179. Naruto did not wish to dampen Sister Bulma's enthusiasm. In truth, if he unleashed his full power now his battle strength could reach approximately 2,200. The detection device's reading seemed somewhat understated. Gurgle, his stomach growled with hunger. Naruto headed to the Heavenly Palace cafeteria alone, ready to enjoy a satisfying meal. He grabbed a pork cutlet and tore into it with gusto. The crispy golden exterior gave way to remarkably tender meat within. Naruto, can you hear me? What is that sound? Naruto thought he was hearing things. Could this pork cutlet be so delicious it was causing hallucinations? How could Sasuke's voice be echoing in his mind? Somewhere on Earth Sasuke was carefully frying eggs with his three-tomoe Sharingan activated. He had been transported to this strange world for 2.5 days now and somehow had acquired 2 new family members, a sister named Razali and an older brother named Lapisus. According to them, their parents had died of illness after giving birth to him. The 3 of them now depended on each other for survival. Right now the siblings had gone out to do odd jobs and earn money, leaving 4-year-old him alone at home playing with mud. Orochimaru, are you certain this mind-body switch technique actually works? I have been calling out to Naruto for ages with no response. This transmigrated body was handsome, but his aptitude for refining chakra was absolutely abysmal. Over these 2.5 days Sasuke had barely managed to refine a quarter unit of chakra, and his eyes could not even manifest the Mangekyō Sharingan due to insufficient reserves. Orochimaru's phantom appeared behind him, brows furrowed in confusion. Could it be that Naruto-kun has not yet begun cultivating his chakra, or perhaps he is in some kind of coma? The Nara boy's improved mind-body switch technique allows direct mental communication. I specifically linked your spiritual coordinates beforehand, Sasuke-kun, why don't you try again? While speaking, the egg in the pan was cooking. Sasuke tiptoed over to flip it. There was no way around it, for a 4-year-old body lacking practical abilities was a fatal weakness. Fortunately, he had observed Itachi preparing breakfast several times, or he would have starved to death right then and there. Naruto, you bastard, can you hear me? The soft childish voice penetrated through his soul, once more reaching Naruto's consciousness. Ha! Sasuke, is that really you? Naruto paused his meal to double-check. Jiraiya carefully traced the origin of that voice, his mind already reaching a conclusion. Naruto, you heard correctly, it is indeed Sasuke's voice. This must be the mind-body switch technique. Orochimaru mentioned to me that after Shikamaru's refinements it enables cross-regional mental communication. Shikamaru. The memory of past lives struck him suddenly. In his previous existence Shikamaru had ultimately had his chakra drained by the Ten-Tails, reduced to nothing more than a withered branch. Sasuke, where are you right now? How are things on your end? It is complicated, let us just meet up first. Alright. Naruto exited the Heavenly Palace cafeteria and requested a cloud from the cat sage below. During their recent mind-body switch conversation, Naruto had used his spiritual sense to pinpoint Sasuke's general location. This time he would not face anything alone. In the slums of the northern capital. Following Sasuke's scent, Naruto steered the somersault cloud through the air. So this is where Sasuke lives. The environment was truly appalling. Discarded steel drums had been repurposed into cramped dwellings, and a protective barrier of rusty wire mesh formed the security perimeter. A little brat. I wonder if he's got any food, I'm starving. Who knows if he's from the Red Ribbon Army. Don't go out and get yourself killed. Naruto felt the stares of countless unfamiliar eyes. Kurama's malice perception picked up faint traces of hatred and fear. Naruto understood this feeling all too well, but for now finding Sasuke was the priority. His gaze settled on an abandoned truck. He was certain Sasuke was inside. Though they knew each other intimately, the impending reunion still made him nervous. Naruto knocked on the window that served as a door. Sasuke, I'm coming in. I've been waiting for you. Pushing the door open, he saw a miniature version of Sasuke wearing an apron like a housewife. He looked about the same age, probably also a 4-year-old toddler. Sasuke, what's with the apron? Sasuke glanced down at his apron, a blush creeping onto his face. He had forgotten to take it off after cooking. Ahem, I was just making dinner. Really? I never heard Sakura say you could cook. Naruto looked at the table, a slightly purple fried egg and 2 charred slices of toast. Sasuke, are you sure this is edible? Meeting Naruto's skeptical gaze, Sasuke's expression darkened, his cheeks puffing up like steamed buns. Who says it's not edible? Watch me eat it. Sasuke grabbed a piece of toast and bit into it. The next second he gagged. Ugh, how can it be this bad? That's how Itachi used to make it. Naruto couldn't resist a playful urge and reached out to pinch Sasuke's cheek. Hey, what are you doing? Sorry, you're too cute, I couldn't help it. Sasuke flustered. Naruto, I knew you had a crush on me when you were little. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Ahem. To break the tension, Naruto pulled a capsule from his pocket. With a pop, a steaming bowl of ramen appeared on the table. Sasuke, you should eat this. What is this, a space-time ninjutsu? Though he had only arrived a few days ago, Sasuke was already certain this wasn't the ninja world. He hadn't expected Naruto to adapt so quickly and already learn this world's unique technique. No, it's a hoi poi capsule invented by Aunt Bulma. Aunt Bulma. Hoi poi capsule. Sasuke was completely baffled. So Naruto patiently explained everything he knew. You mean we're in a new world? A completely different cultivation system. And there are magical balls that can grant any wish. Naruto spread his hands. Yeah, that's about right. But the most important thing now is that in 1 year 2 very powerful Saiyans will arrive on this world. Sasuke's expression grew grave. He noticed the small brown tail swaying behind Naruto. Saiyans. Naruto's identity had become that of a so-called Saiyan. Sasuke glanced behind himself. Nothing. Why wasn't he a Saiyan? Naruto, how strong is this Raditz you mentioned? Do we have a chance against those 2 Saiyans in a year? I don't know, but even the pressure Raditz alone gave me was stronger than all the Ōtsutsuki we've ever faced. His power is a pure brute force overwhelming. Let me show you the actual scene. Naruto raised his hand signaling Sasuke to fist bump him. With a thud their spiritual projections appeared in the same heartscape. The figures of Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Kurama also emerged one by one. Naruto was visibly excited. Orochimaru, you're here too. Long time no see, Naruto-kun. Oh, Kurama-san has successfully revived as well, hehehe. Kurama looked up and remained silent, rather proud. Jiraiya crossed his arms struggling to smile. Orochimaru, you're still this optimistic. The enemy we're about to face may be beyond our imagination. As the scene played on, everyone's expressions worsened. Only by reviewing the footage did they realize how perilous the situation had been. If it weren't for the ultimate burst of the 8 gates, Naruto and the others would have been wiped out. Sasuke frowned slightly. Ki and battle power. Naruto, how much battle power do you think I have now? Oh, I remember Aunt Bulma left me a scouter. Let me check. Beep. Battle power analysis complete. Value 139. Sasuke. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. Naruto, it's okay Sasuke, we still have a whole year. Are you saying I can increase my power tenfold in 1 year? And those 2 Saiyans are probably even stronger. Orochimaru stroked his chin, pondering. Sasuke-kun, if I can get a fully equipped laboratory, I might be able to quickly transplant that Mangekyō for you and your power could skyrocket. Sasuke, I'm tired. Let the world end. There's always a way, maybe a lab will suddenly appear before us. Alright Sasuke, don't overthink it. Let me take you to meet the friends at the Temple of Heaven. The two withdrew from the mental world. Sasuke slurped noodles while chatting with Naruto. But my brother and sister will be back soon. Ha! Brother and sister. Naruto realized that he had been talking about his own side and hadn't learned anything about Sasuke's situation. Sasuke finished the ramen quickly and wiped his mouth. My brother's name is Lapis and my sister is Lazuli. They went out to do odd jobs to earn money. They should be back in about an hour. Seeing Sasuke still looking hungry, Naruto silently pulled out another bowl of ramen. Sasuke's life was too miserable. How long had he been starving? An hour is a long time. How about we go back to the Temple of Heaven first to get some food? I only brought ramen capsules, hehe. Sasuke said nothing, just silently finished another bowl. He had no choice. These past few days he had been frantically refining chakra and his body was already weak. Naruto, you said the Temple of Heaven is in the sky. How do we get up there? Naruto, we fly, of course. Fly over there. Naruto, are you serious? It had only been a few days since his transmigration and he hadn't even regained his Kage level power yet. Had Naruto already mastered the ability to fly? Had he contracted some kind of summoning beast? And from the shared vision just now there was no sign of Naruto flying. Ah, just follow me. Naruto grabbed Sasuke and pulled him outside. Orochimaru, noticing Sasuke's hesitation, said, Sasuke, go ahead without worry. I've left a few small snakes in the room. If your brother and sister return, I'll sense it. Only then did Sasuke feel relieved. Though he held no deep affection for Lazuli and the others, they were his only 2 relatives in this life and had treated him quite well. Naruto glanced back in surprise, then grew a bit eager. He had only practiced the flight technique for a short time, 2.5 days, but carrying Sasuke shouldn't be a big problem. Sasuke, get on my back. I'll carry you. Sasuke stepped back in alarm. Naruto. What are you doing? I'm taking you flying. What's there to be shy about? Naruto pulled Sasuke onto his back and soared into the sky under the terrified gazes of the slum dwellers. During the flight, Sasuke was completely dazed. After a long while he barely managed to collect himself. Naruto. This. What do you think, Sasuke? Pretty impressive, right? No, I wasn't going to praise you. I was going to ask if you could fly a bit more steadily. Sasuke felt that Naruto could crash at any moment. Sure enough, after about 2 minutes Naruto lost control and fell flat on his face. Fortunately Sasuke had anticipated it and landed gracefully with a backflip. Ouch. 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 Naruto brushed the dust off his clothes and looked at Sasuke sheepishly. Sasuke, just a little slip up just now. Oh, right. Seeing Sasuke's smug expression, Naruto decided to pull out his ultimate move. He shouted to the sky, flying Nimbus. Sensing Naruto's call, a pale yellow cloud emerged from the layers of clouds and swiftly landed in front of Naruto. "Naruto, is this your summoning beast?" It was exactly as he had guessed. Sasuke curiously stroked the flying nimbus and before Naruto could say anything climbed onto it. Naruto remembered Master Roshi once said that only those with pure hearts could ride the flying nimbus. That Hajizuo guy. He really is kind-hearted. During the flight the flying nimbus thought, how strange these two little masters are so heavy. Julama muttered, I sense a faint malice from this cloud. Under the flying nimbus's full speed the two soon arrived at the Tianshin temple. On the floating platform Krillin was the first to notice them. "Naruto, where did you go?" "Hey, is this your friend? He's kinda handsome." "Uncle Krillin, this is my best friend Sasuke." Hearing their conversation the surrounding Z fighters gathered around and introduced themselves. Bulma's face blushed faintly at the sight of Sasuke. "Wow, what a cute little boy. Come here, let big sister give you a hug." Sasuke was ambushed by a soft embrace and could barely breathe. Ahem, Naruto quickly stepped in to rescue him. "Sister Bulma, I brought Sasuke here for something important." After the commotion subsided, the two approached Mr. Popo. "Mr. Popo, please teach Sasuke how to use ki." "Alright little Naruto, leave it to me." Mr. Popo clasped his hands together, but in his mind he recalled what the guardian had just told him. This child, his eyes yearned to see through life and death. What did that mean? He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and focused on instructing Sasuke. "Child, try to concentrate your mind and feel the flow of ki. See? Isn't it simple?" Mr. Popo wanted to tease this cool kid. After all, it had taken Naruto several days to master it. Could this child praised by the guardian be even more talented than Naruto? He found it hard to believe. But Sasuke stared at Mr. Popo, his crimson eyes with three-tomoe spinning rapidly. He extended his hand and a warm ball of light instantly gathered in his palm. "So. This is ki?" Mr. Popo stood dumbfounded. A few seconds. Barely 2.5 seconds. Or even shorter, he had learned to use ki just by looking at me. And those eyes, what were they? The entire eye socket was tinged with crimson like a blood moon gazing into the abyss. Before Mr. Popo could react. Sensing the ki, Sasuke instinctively channeled it into his eye sockets. Shush, his eyes felt as if they were being nourished, streams of energy surging in like a black tide. The three-tomoe trembled violently and spun at incredible speed. The patterns in his eyes shifted continuously, and in the blood-red vortex the six-pointed star Mangekyō was reconstructed. Suddenly everyone present felt an inexplicable pressure. Krillin's forehead beaded with cold sweat. What's going on? This aura. It's astonishing. Such terrifying ki. Is that the little kid Naruto brought? Tien Shinhan's three eyes widened in shock. In the kitchen and dining area Naruto was selecting food when he sensed the sudden burst of ki from Sasuke. A hint of contentment flickered in his heart. Don't underestimate Sasuke. That guy can always stand shoulder to shoulder with me. In the center of the Tianshin temple an old man silently watched everything. This child, though he possesses such sinister eyes, makes me feel warmth. It seems he already understands what it means to protect. With that I can rest assured. Of course the most shocked among them was Mr. Popo. He felt as if he were completely exposed before Sasuke. And what followed was exactly as he had anticipated. In just 25 minutes Sasuke almost drained him dry. Everything Mr. Popo knew, the flight technique, ki blasts and martial arts, Sasuke had learned it all. This terrifying learning ability was absolutely unprecedented. In Sasuke's spiritual space Orochimaru watched with great interest. While Sasuke was learning, Orochimaru learned alongside him. Though he was a spiritual entity, he was an old hand in the ninja world and had seen much. Naruto returned to Sasuke with his packed food and noticed everyone's strange expressions. Krillin said, "Little Naruto, where did you find this monster friend? I feel like I've been wasting my life." Yamcha exclaimed, "How is it possible for someone to master ki cultivation in such a short time? Absolutely impossible." Tien Shinhan added, "I thought I was a genius once, but in front of him I feel like a raw recruit." Sasuke, seeing the astonishment on everyone's faces, couldn't help but smirk. At 17 he was the strongest in the ninja world. In this new world he would be the same. Orochimaru said. Sasuke-kun, stop gloating. It seems there's something going on with your sister. Orochimaru, what happened? Did Sis and the others return from their work? Yes, but they have some tales following them that need to be dealt with. Tales? What do you mean? See for yourself. With that, Orochimaru pulled Naruto into the mental world discussion group as well. The small snake left in the room to monitor shared the footage. In the scene, a woman in a green military uniform with purple hair led dozens of soldiers completely surrounding the slum. These soldiers shared one common trait, a butterfly-shaped emblem adorning their heads. The lead female officer had the emblem embroidered on her chest collar. The Ōtsutsuki siblings positioned themselves to shield the slum residents facing off against their opponents. The situation looked dire. Naruto, Sis and the others are in danger. I have to go back immediately. Where's your summoned beast? Get it out now. Sasuke, don't panic. No need for all that trouble. Naruto calmly produced a capsule box and placed Sasuke's hand on his shoulder. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant both figures vanished. The gathered individuals at the Heavenly Hall watched in astonishment. North Capital slums. Colonel Violet chewed gum with a wicked smile watching the people present. They had been tracking these despised individuals for days and today they would finally capture them all in one sweep. Once these people were handed over to Dr. Gero, she could indulge herself for a long time. Work was so exhausting. That old man didn't know what research he was conducting, needing so many living people. It was creepy. Though she wasn't a good person either. With that thought she issued orders to her subordinates. Take all these wretches. Remember, I want them alive. Whoever fails will replace them. The soldiers heard this and smiled cruelly. What threat could these malnourished skeletal wretches pose to them? Watching the advancing soldiers, everyone present fell into despair. The Ōtsutsuki siblings dug their fingers into their flesh, a deep sense of powerlessness overwhelming them. Fortunately Sasuke hadn't returned yet. She hoped he had run far away and wouldn't come back. Don't touch my sister. A childish voice rang out. Sasuke quickly joined the siblings. He couldn't believe Naruto had learned the Flying Thunder God technique. They arrived at the scene almost instantly. However, Naruto had expended quite a bit of energy and would stay behind to recover. The Ōtsutsuki siblings turned to look at Sasuke in disbelief. Sasuke, why did you come back? Run away. Though touched, wasn't this just coming to die? Who knew what these people intended to do with them? Oh. There's one who slipped through the net. Seeing the suddenly appearing kid, Violet became interested. I'll handle this little boy. None of you interfere. Look into my eyes. Sasuke smirked slightly, a hint of a smile appearing. The next moment. Dar. Gero's figure paused, completely succumbing to the illusion of the Sharingan. Sasuke casually broke free from his restraints and stood up calmly under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Ōtsutsuki felt a lightness in her hand as the rope slipped away. Little brother, what's going on? Was this still the Sasuke she knew? Just a few weeks ago he was still playing in the mud behind her. This. Nearby. Ōtsuki's reaction was not as strong. Over the past 2 days he had already sensed something unusual about Sasuke. Based on his years of experience sneaking peeks at novels, Sasuke must have awakened some kind of system or something. It seemed that their siblings were about to take off. Finally, no more working for the vicious capitalists. From now on they would leap over the Dragon's Gate and live a blissful life without any shame. In the future, when eating pan-fried buns, he would eat one and throw one away. Sasuke didn't notice the strange expression on Ōtsutsuki's face. Orochimaru, I hand this over to you now. This research institute looks pretty good. Not just good, it's absolutely fantastic. Orochimaru licked his tongue excitedly. He had been worrying about where to conduct his research and now it had come right to his doorstep. And many of the instruments in this research institute left even him utterly puzzled. It seemed that to find the answers he would have to question this Dr. Gero before him. Sasuke, first send these people away. Leave the rest to me. Understood. Sasuke turned to look at Ōtsutsuki. Sister, it's safe now. Do you remember the way back? Although there were still some soldiers on guard outside, Naruto would be arriving soon, so they could rest assured, leaving it to him. Ōtsutsuki seemed to want to say something but held back. Busy on the other hand understood. It seemed that his little brother must be completing some kind of system quest. It was better not to disturb him. Sis, let's go back first. We can talk about it later. Sasuke gave Busy a surprised glance, then explained the situation to Naruto. Don't worry, Sasuke. I'll make sure they get home safely. Then, Lazili arranged for everyone to get back into the car. As the big sister of the slums, her words carried great authority. The group, still shaken, returned safely under Naruto's covert escort. In the laboratory, Sasuke looked at Orochimaru curiously. What do you plan to do? As far as he knew, to extract someone's memories. Only the Rinnegan could do that. Orochimaru couldn't possibly have the Rinnegan, could he? Seeing Sasuke's skeptical expression, Orochimaru guessed what he was thinking. Sasuke-kun, you seem quite doubtful of me, but you're still too young. Over the centuries the shinobi world has produced countless brilliant prodigies. Peering into someone's memories is far too simple, even the curse mark I developed can do that. But now that I am a spiritual entity, I have to use this technique to obtain memories. Spirit transformation technique. Orochimaru drew upon his spiritual power, a faint blue light swirling around him. His spiritual form directly flew out of Sasuke's body and entered Gero's body. Sasuke was stunned, but then he thought, it's Orochimaru, and he felt relieved. After that came a long wait. Even Naruto had arrived. After briefly explaining the situation, the two stood guard together in the laboratory. A full 2.5 hours passed. Orochimaru reluctantly flew out of Gero's body. Orochimaru, what took you so long? I thought you died in there. Since you've got the memories, this guy is useless now, right? Sasuke made to finish off Gero. Orochimaru quickly stopped him. This Gero is a genius. Keep him as my assistant. Heroes appreciate heroes. Only those who have done research know how solid Gero's foundation is. The Android Project. Achieving immortality while also possessing infinite energy. In the shinobi world, this is equivalent to the Impure World Reincarnation without side effects. A genius idea. Compared to this, his living corpse reincarnation is like a pale shadow. Once this research is fully completed, Orochimaru couldn't even imagine how strong Sasuke would become. At that time he might even be able to obtain a perfect body for himself. Tisk tisk tsk. Looking at Orochimaru's foolish grin, Sasuke fell into thought. Indeed, he couldn't quite understand the minds of these researchers. Naruto quietly watched the two men for over 2 hours. His stomach was growling with hunger, he didn't know why. This body got hungry easily and had an enormous appetite. Orochimaru, if there's nothing else, I'm going back to eat. Hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru snapped back to reality. Very well, Naruto-kun. Please come back in 2 days to witness the evolution of Sasuke-kun's eyes. Maybe we can get it right in one go and directly awaken the Rinnegan. 2 days later. Inside the laboratory. Orochimaru controlling Gero personally performed the surgery on Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, bear with it a little, it might hurt a bit. As Sarada's Mangekyō was successfully embedded, Sasuke couldn't help but let out a suppressed groan. A massive amount of ocular power exploded within his eyes. Naruto turned on the battle power detector. The numbers on it began to jump upward continuously. The ocular power of the two pairs of Mangekyō gradually began to merge. Its final form transformed into a 6-pointed star Mangekyō overlaid with a sun-like Mangekyō. On the detector, Sasuke's battle power finally settled at. At this moment, with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Sasuke's battle power directly reached 720. Naruto was quite envious. He knew that his normal battle power was less than 400. Although he still had many trump cards such as Sage Mode, Jiraiya's Jinchuriki Mode, Kurama Link, etc. But Naruto now desperately wanted to return to the Tianshin Temple to continue training. He had already felt the pressure from Sasuke. On the other side, Orochimaru put down the scalpel, picked up a mirror and handed it to Sasuke. Looking at himself in the mirror, Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. The feeling of regaining power intoxicated him. He would cherish the power from his daughter. Sasuke-kun, come back and lie down. The surgery isn't over yet. Naruto-kun, you come over too. Ha! I'm involved. Naruto looked puzzled but obediently got onto the operating table. He had a vague guess. And Orochimaru's next move confirmed his thoughts. He swiftly moved his hand and cut. The two successfully exchanged their right eyes. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. And just as the exchange was complete, the mutation began. The chi in Naruto's body continuously flowed into his right eye, nearly draining him in just a short while. Jiraiya and Kurama, seeing this, also transferred their own chi. The Mangekyō in the right eye finally became satisfied after absorbing the chi from both of them. When the two opened their eyes again, the Rinnegan reflecting the starry sky came into existence. Sasuke's fingers brushed over his eyes, and the kaleidoscope techniques awakened by the Uchiha clan throughout history flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. And the new Rinnegan bestowed upon him a technique called Divine Gift. For 10 minutes he can use any Mangekyō ability without restriction. Abilities such as Kamui Amaterasu Tsukuyami and even Koto Amatsukami. Sasuke had a feeling that when his eye power evolved further he might even be able to use all the techniques of the Rinnegan. But this technique also had a fatal flaw when he decided to use Divine Gift to lock in a particular ability. That ability could not be changed during those 10 minutes. After sharing this information with Orochimaru, Sasuke directly unleashed a Koto Amatsukami on Dr. Gero. Orochimaru's spiritual body returned to Sasuke's body. Dar. Gero's body trembled, then he knelt directly before Sasuke. "Little master, I've finally waited for you. 3 years and another 3 years I've even become the leader of the Red Ribbon Army." Sasuke looked at Dr. Gero speechlessly. He asked Orochimaru to fabricate a memory, but this fabrication was far too absurd. Then Sasuke turned to look at Naruto. He saw his figure floating in midair, clad in a golden Six Paths robe with 9 black truth-seeking balls orbiting around him. This was the Six Paths mode. Sasuke looked at him with some resentment. "Naruto, I feel like my Rinnegan has ended up benefiting you instead." Sasuke, we're practically the same. What's yours is mine, and besides you almost drained me dry just now. I don't have a single drop of energy left. Sasuke was a bit annoyed. Naruto, however, didn't care and lightly tapped the battle power detector on his eye. Beat battle power value 3200. Wow, Sasuke, you're so strong now, your battle power is as high as 3200. Naruto was a bit shocked. Sasuke's current combat power was comparable to 2 Raditzes. Terrifyingly so. Sasuke felt a bit embarrassed by Naruto's words and couldn't help but curl his lip slightly. "Naruto, what about you?" "I don't know either." "Here, Sasuke, check mine." Naruto took off the detector and handed it to Sasuke. Beat battle power value 3500. What? Naruto, why are you 300 higher than me? No more, Relax, Sasuke. Don't worry about it. Even though my battle power is a bit higher, your various abilities are much stronger than mine. And I've found that I can't use many of this Rinnegan's abilities, and I don't have a unique technique either. Hearing this, Sasuke felt a little more balanced. Naruto, do you think we can defeat those 2 Saiyans with our current strength? Hard to say. We need to become even stronger. The sense of security brought by the surge in battle power quickly faded. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Orochimaru and Jiraiya watched on. They felt a pang of sympathy. These 2 children bore too much pressure. And now they weren't even sure if they could return to the ninja world. After the matter here, the 2 briefly parted ways. Naruto returned to the Kami's lookout to continue training, while Sasuke stayed at the research lab. Thus a month passed quietly. At the Kami's lookout, ever since Naruto returned, Kami had been secretly observing him. After going out, this child's aura became even more terrifying, so much so that even he couldn't see through him. It seemed it was time to let him enter that place. "Little Naruto, come with me." Grandpa Kami. After a month of intense training, Naruto's base battle power had reached 1250. When he activated the Six Paths mode, his battle power directly soared to 4000. He now felt confident about the battle 1 year later. Naruto followed Kami to a large door. "Little Naruto, if there were a place where time flows differently, 1 day outside equals 1 year of training inside, would you be willing to go? Such a wonderful place exists." Naruto was stunned. If so, if he stayed there for 10 years and came out, wouldn't that be? "Grandpa Kami, are there any special restrictions?" Kami clasped his hands behind his back and said mysteriously, "Indeed, in that place the air is thin, the heat is extreme, the daytime temperature is 50 degrees Celsius and at night it plummets to -40 degrees. The gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Your father once lasted a month there before he couldn't take it and ran out. Little Naruto, do you still want to try? After hearing Kami's explanation, Naruto's scalp tingled. The conditions were indeed harsh, even more difficult than his training in the ninja world in his past life, but to become stronger Naruto clenched his fists. Grandpa Kami, I want to go in. Kami looked at Naruto with satisfaction. Very well Naruto, but remember one thing, the hyperbolic time chamber can only be entered for 2 days in a person's lifetime or the exit will disappear and you can never come out. I understand. Then Kami watched Naruto enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Ah, I hope this child can hold on a little longer. One day later, Kami, waiting at the entrance of the chamber, was dumbfounded. Naruto had actually lasted an entire year. Could he have died in there? If so, then he would be guilty of a grave sin. Just then, with a boom, the door was kicked open. Naruto, bathed in dazzling golden light, appeared before Kami. Naruto, you. Phew, Grandpa Kami, you were right. The conditions inside were really harsh. If it weren't for ramen keeping me company every day, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Naruto clenched his fists. In the year inside the hyperbolic time chamber, his battle power had soared again. His base battle power reached 4,700. In the 6 paths mode, his battle power skyrocketed to 10000. Kami tried to sense Naruto's ki. Before entering the chamber, Naruto's ki was like a river's current. Now Naruto's ki was comparable to the deep sea. Perhaps I should let Naruto train with Lord King Kai as well. North Kai's planet at the end of Snake Way. Naruto used Flying Thunder God all the way to reach the location Yama had mentioned. From a distance he saw his father chasing a gorilla. Naruto was dumbfounded. What kind of unique training method is this? Sensing Naruto's presence, Goku stopped. Hey Naruto, you're here too? Whoa, your current energy. How is it so strong? In the distance, King Kai, hearing the commotion, became interested. Hey, you're Naruto, right? If you want to train with me, it's simple, tell me a pun that makes me laugh. Naruto fell into thought, and the next second a flash of inspiration struck him. Lord King Kai, it rained today and I didn't bring an umbrella. Rin died. A year passed as expected. Above the earth, 2 space pods streaked across the sky and landed in the center of a city. As the hatch opened, Nappa rolled his neck and casually fired a ki blast. In an instant, the entire city was reduced to nothing. Hey Nappa, don't lose the Dragon Balls. Vegeta crossed his arms, his left eye scouter constantly displaying combat data. Let's go, I found them. In the wasteland on the outskirts of West City, the Z fighters had gathered. Krillin's legs trembled as he looked toward the distant sky. I sense 2 terrifying auras. Those Saiyans have already arrived on Earth. After a year of training at Kami's lookout, was it still not enough? He probably couldn't even match a fraction of their power. Gohan timidly tried to comfort him. Uncle Krillin, no worries. Dad and Naruto and the others will definitely drive those Saiyans away. Ah, I hope so. Piccolo watched from the side, fuming. This Gohan, despite possessing immense potential, was always so timid. Truly a hopeless case. How could Goku's sons be so different? Tien Shinhan remained silent, cold sweat beading on all 3 of his eyes. Kaiotsu Tien, I'm scared. Yamcha paced back and forth, his face a mask of anxiety. Krillin, did you talk to Goku? Why isn't he here yet? This battle was clearly not meant for them. They could play a supporting role, but were they really supposed to fight to the death? Yamcha's right eyelid twitched wildly, an ominous feeling hanging over him. You ask me, who do I ask? Kakarote's really unreliable at a time like this. As they chatted, 2 figures landed in the wasteland. Hey, Kakarote sure knows how to pick a grave. Vegeta rolled his eyes. Open your eyes, Nappa. Where do you see any Kakarote here? Nappa, what? Damn, that coward must be hiding. In that case, I'll just kill all his friends first. To be safe, Nappa instinctively tapped his scouter. A few data strings appeared. These guys can suppress their power. Throw away the scouters. Nappa recalled Raditz's death and prepared to strike directly. Vegeta stopped him. What's the rush, Nappa? Bring out the Cybermen. Let's have some fun with them. And while you're at it, ask about the Dragon Balls. Yes. While Nappa planted the Cybermen, Vegeta turned to the Z fighters. Hey you lot. If you tell me where the Dragon Balls are right now, I, the Prince, will overlook your killing of Raditz. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly. Damn, it was about the Dragon Balls after all. He shouldn't have opened his mouth back then. But he wouldn't just sit there and wait. Humph, you want the Dragon Balls? Then come and get them. Meanwhile, Nappa poured a special nutrient solution and the 6 Cyberman seeds began to grow wildly. Eventually they swelled into plant men over a meter tall. The Z fighters stared in disbelief. What the hell are these things? Prepare for battle. They're coming. One Cyberman attacked first, wrapping a vine around Gohan's ankle and hoisting him high, its fangs about to pierce his neck. The next second, a flash of a blade. The Cyberman's hands fell lifelessly. Ha! Who's there? Do these guys have an accomplice? Nappa was startled, his eyelids twitching. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. He hadn't even seen the move of the one who acted. How could that be? The strike also made the remaining Cybermen flinch, looking around nervously. After all, they didn't want to lose their hands so easily. The Z fighters also searched for the one who had intervened. The next second, a slightly childish voice rang in their ears. That Naruto guy is late. Then I'll protect Earth myself. Suddenly Sasuke appeared on the battlefield holding the Zhan Tian Dao, its blade dripping with a few drops of green blood. Krillin shouted excitedly, Sasuke. It's Sasuke. I remember you, you're Naruto's friend. Gohan looked at Sasuke with gratitude. Thank you for saving me. No need to thank me. Piccolo sized up Sasuke from the side. A friend of that monster. Was he a monster too? Seeing the standoff, Nappa began to command. Humph, a brat trying to act tough. What are you waiting for? Attack him. The Cybermen exchanged glances, cursing inwardly. We're not going to work overtime. Sasuke smirked coldly. He pressed his palms together, then slammed them against the ground. Behind him a coffin of impure earth was summoned. Orochimaru's latest creation. Let me see what it can do. The coffin slowly opened and Uchiha Itachi, clad in a red cloud and black robe, stepped out of the mist. Sasuke, long time no see. Itachi. It was hard to believe that in this world the Impure World Reincarnation could summon the dead from the ninja world. Months ago when Sasuke learned of this, he was also shocked. Did this world have some unknown connection with the ninja world? But it was fine. Over the past year Orochimaru had preliminarily combined the android research with the Impure World Reincarnation. The stronger the artificial body used for the reincarnation, the stronger the summoned ninja would be. Now Itachi could exert a combat power of about 3800. More than enough to deal with these plant men. After greeting Sasuke, Itachi turned his gaze to the distant plant men. In his past life he owed Sasuke too much. Now he would make up for it with these plant men. His left eye's Mangekyō began to spin. Tsukimi. Activated. The 6 Cybermen were instantly dragged into the illusion world. Amaterasu. Countless black flames appeared on the Cybermen, searing their bodies. Under the dual torment of mind and body. Within seconds all 6 Cybermen were reduced to ash. This turn of events stunned everyone. Krillin, what did Sasuke do? Who is this man who suddenly appeared? Tien Shinhan, the technique he used, that mysterious black flame, it's eerie. Yamcha, strange, that feeling of impending doom seems to have vanished. Nappa, seeing his Cybermen wiped out, instantly grew furious. He only had those 6 seeds left. Prince, I can't take it anymore. Let me teach them a lesson. Vegeta rubbed his chin and nodded slightly. Fine, Nappa. Go test this guy's skill. That pretentious nonsense, I've been sick of you for a long time. Nappa gathered an energy wave in his palm and hurled it directly at Itachi's face. Standing before the crowd, Itachi's eyes flickered. An orange-red Susanoo skeleton erupted from the ground, its left arm wielding the Yata mirror as a shield. The moment the energy wave collided, it sparked a blinding white light akin to a nuclear explosion. Strangely, Nappa's energy wave dissipated with unnatural speed. Meanwhile, Itachi's Yata mirror remained unscathed. What the hell is that red giant? Sasuke, can you give us an explanation? Sasuke looked at Krillin. Since he was Naruto's friend, he couldn't afford to be rude. This is the third power, Susanoo. Krillin didn't fully understand, but he was deeply awestruck. On the battlefield, Nappa, whose attack had been blocked, grew even more enraged. I'll smash this piece of junk to pieces. The moment his fists were about to descend, his eyes met Itachi's. Tsukimi. Nappa was instantly dragged into an illusion. In the Tsukimi space, everything was under the caster's control. There Nappa witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. In a bathhouse, Prince Vegeta picked up a bar of soap and aimed it at him. Damn it, this cursed illusion. A chilling dread swept over Nappa and his psyche took a critical hit. Suddenly his aura exploded violently and the tangible killing intent shattered the entire illusion space. As he broke free, his body was engulfed in black flames. Those Cybermen just now suffered this very attack. But you've underestimated us Saiyans, Nappa said, boosting his energy further. The surging air waves actually repelled all the Amaterasu black flames. Got any more tricks? Better use them now because you might not get another chance. Itachi ignored Nappa's provocation. He knew his role to probe the two fighters' true strength and help Sasuke wear them down. With that, Itachi pushed his Mangekyō to its limits. Drops of blood tears trickled down. The Susanoo skeleton rose higher, evolving into its complete form. Its size towered over mountains and wings sprouted from the armor on its back. Itachi commanded Susanoo to slash down with both swords. Interesting, Nappa said, doing nothing more than throwing a single punch. The complete Susanoo collapsed with a crash. That's it. The next second the scene shifted. The red armor he had just shattered was restored to its original state. Damn, what's going on? Had he not escaped the illusion yet? In the distance Vegeta watched Nappa standing still, dazed. Vegeta frowned. What the hell is that idiot Nappa doing? In an instant he appeared beside Nappa and slapped him across the face. Slap. The heavy blow snapped Nappa back to reality. He rubbed his slightly numb cheek. Prince, this guy is tricky. If you meet his eyes you get trapped in an illusion. Are you stupid? Vegeta turned his back to Itachi, a purple glow flickering in his hand. An energy blast struck with pinpoint accuracy. The red skeleton shattered violently and there was no trace of Uchiha Itachi on the battlefield. Inside Sasuke's mental space, Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. Impossible, that casual attack of his directly broke the energy absorption limit of the androids. Sasuke also felt a sense of gravity. He looked at the battlefield where Itachi's soul had already begun to dissipate. Sasuke, the path you've chosen is still fraught with thorns. But this time your big brother will be with you. Sasuke clenched his fists silently. They dared to dispel Itachi. He was furious now. Naruto, I sense a powerful energy fluctuation. Dad, it's your fault for being so slow. Almost at the same moment Itachi vanished, Naruto and Goku arrived on the battlefield. Seeing the newcomers, Krillin finally felt relieved. Goku, you're finally here. Goku shook his head apologetically. Sorry, I got the time wrong. In the distance Vegeta scrutinized the two sudden arrivals with sharp eyes. Hey Kakarot, is it your son who killed Raditz? Humph, he deserved it. If you want revenge, come at me. Goku assumed a fighting stance and the battle was about to erupt. Beside him Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, Old man, don't steal my opponent. You go deal with the bald guy. Son Goku, eh? Naruto was a bit surprised. Sasuke, why are you so fired up? Let's take him on together, I'll show you how much I've improved. Sasuke, yeah, but Naruto, how did you get so tall so fast? Vegeta cracked his knuckles and sneered at the group. Hey, two brats still got time to chat. Fine, I'll play with you. They exchanged glances and launched their attack. Naruto activated his Six Paths mode fully, his golden cloak wrapping around him as he threw a heavy punch at Vegeta. Boom! Sonic booms echoed through the air. In less than 2.5 seconds they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Sasuke watched from a distance, stunned. What had Naruto done? He had become far too strong. Only with his Rinnegan could Sasuke barely keep up with their movements. On the battlefield Vegeta was blocking all of Naruto's attacks with one hand. This kid's interesting, he's actually forcing me to use half my power. He stepped back abruptly and looked at Naruto. Hey brat, how about being my son? Staying with Kakarot is a waste of your potential. Naruto froze mid-air. Huh? Is this right? Why would he suddenly want to adopt him as a son? Nappa was also startled by Vegeta's words. Prince this. Damn, had the prince never married because he actually had feelings for someone. Damn it. Seeing the misunderstanding, Vegeta's face flushed with rare embarrassment. What's the matter? As the Prince of Saiyans I have that right, and it's not for my own selfish desires. Raditz told you right. Our planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteor impact. Vegeta spoke as he crushed the scouter under his foot. But that's not the truth. Kakarot, don't you want to know? Your parents, my people, all were destroyed by Frieza. He alone blew up the entire planet Vegeta. At this a complex fury flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Inside Naruto's mental space Kurama spoke in his consciousness, the kid isn't lying. His soul reeks of blood and fear. Frieza. Everyone present muttered the name. Krillin, why should we believe you? You and your companion are also rampaging, conquering and destroying planets. Vegeta glanced at Krillin. Considering you're as bald as Nappa, I'll forgive your rudeness. But this is how we Saiyans survive. So the Saiyans were wiped out, weren't they? I never knew my parents. That guy Frieza, as long as he doesn't come to Earth he's got nothing to do with me. Vegeta was amused by Kakarot's words. Frieza alone was nothing to him. What truly troubled Vegeta was the one standing behind Frieza. The god of destruction, Beerus. So he had to get the Dragon Balls. If he could transform into a Super Saiyan, then both Frieza and Beerus would kneel before him and sing his praises. Vegeta looked at Son Goku. Kakarot, Raditz was right, you're indeed naive. Protecting Earth bonds of friendship, those are just childish games. I'll give you a chance, all of you come at once. If you win, Nappa and I will leave. If you lose, then hand over the Dragon Balls obediently, and from now on you'll all follow my orders. Vegeta's gaze fell on Naruto. The child of Kakarot and an Earth woman, his battle power was surprisingly impressive. When he himself was 5 or 6 he hadn't reached such a level. Maybe I should try an Earth woman too. Pushing aside the absurd thought, Vegeta looked at the others waiting for their answer. The Z-fighters exchanged glances. Krillin, why is everyone silent? Yamcha, strange, that ominous feeling is back. Gohan, ba. Piccolo remained silent, but a sly smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. Had just a while ago the Dragon Balls were used to revive Goku. Even if they took them now they'd have to wait a year to use them again. This bet is a win-win for us. Son, accept it. The Saiyans want to slaughter us and there's Frieza in the universe looking for trouble. Then let's fight. Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Piccolo. He had never realized this green-skinned guy was so cool. That line was so awesome. Then let's fight. He felt his blood boil, his entire being surging with excitement. Son Goku looked at the two with some surprise. He felt like his son was being led astray. Add one more condition. Sasuke thrust the sky-cutting blade into the scorched earth, his Rinnegan locked onto Vegeta's heart. If you lose, tell us how to find Frieza. I'll finish him off myself. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, amused. Who gave this brat such confidence? Before transforming into a Super Saiyan even he had no chance against Frieza. Well, time to show these frogs in the well the real world. Deal. Since you've agreed. Vegeta shot toward Krillin, his hand descending like a blade. Then I'll start with the weakest. I don't need useless trash around me. Stop. A flash of red light streaked across the battlefield. In the nick of time Son Goku activated the 2x Kaioken, barely blocking Vegeta's attack. Oh, I underestimated you, Kakarot. I didn't know you had such power hidden. But how will you handle this? Vegeta spread his hands, condensing countless energy spheres. They shot out in all directions, kicking up clouds of dust. The entire battlefield descended into chaos. What was already a barren desert now lay utterly stripped. As the dust settled, Goku, Naruto, Sasuke and Piccolo each shielded the others. In the distance Nappa stepped back, his mouth twitching. That Namekian was hiding his power too. That attack from the prince could only be blocked by someone with over 3000 battle power. The Earthlings are hiding big secrets. But heh. Thinking of what was to come, Nappa revealed a cruel smile. Before the Saiyan Prince all secrets appear insignificant. Lord Vegeta is the ultimate genius our Saiyan race has seen in 100 years. On the battlefield Piccolo placed his hand on his forehead, his energy steadily gathering. Son, start the fight. Seeing Piccolo's gesture, Goku instantly understood. But his training on King Kai's planet this past year hadn't been in vain. Kaioken activate. Surging red energy swirled around Goku. His battle power doubled, reaching 16000. Sonic booms echoed across the sky. The two traded blows, and for a moment the others couldn't intervene. Impossible, this speed I can't even see it. Sasuke pushed his Rinnegan to the limit but could only barely catch fleeting afterimages. He suddenly felt like a fool. In his spiritual world Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Kurama were also watching the battle. So this is the true way of fighting in this world. Orochimaru licked his lips. No matter what, this battle would provide him with plenty of material. Kurama, Naruto, let's join. Naruto was already eager. Though his base battle power wasn't as high as his father's, he had plenty of transformations. 6 Paths Sage Fox Mode activate. Naruto's battle power surged to 17000. As he entered the fray, Vegeta instantly felt the pressure. Good, this is more fitting for a subordinate of the prince. He raised his energy once more, his battle power reaching 19000. That was nearly 80% of his full strength. Sensing Vegeta's power, Goku's body trembled involuntarily. The Kaioken took a heavy toll on his body. The 2x version could no longer keep up. Should he use 3 times? To hell with it, Goku stepped back, focusing his energy. A guttural roar tore from his throat. 3 times Kaioken achieved. While Naruto held Vegeta off, Goku charged a full power Kamehameha. Boom! A crimson beam shot toward Vegeta. Naruto seized the moment, using truth-seeking balls to briefly restrain Vegeta. Boom! The energy torrent struck, slamming Vegeta hard into the ground. Cough cough. I underestimated you. But you've made me bleed. Unforgivable. Time to show you the true power of a Saiyan. Hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin suddenly remembered something. He looked up at the sky, then let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness no moon. You scared me. Piccolo laughed loudly. I blew up the moon long ago. Want to transform into a giant ape? Dream on. Krillin gave him a thumbs up. You're the man. Vegeta, ha 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 ha. Naive earthlings. Krillin and Piccolo, you can still laugh. Vegeta sneered at the group, condensing a sphere of energy in his hand. He hurled it into the sky, and instantly an artificial moon appeared. Then Vegeta's muscles began to swell, a wild frenzy overtaking him. 10 seconds later, a giant ape stood between heaven and earth. Nappa prostrated himself on the ground, bowing fervently. Long live Lord Vegeta. What? Vegeta can actually create a moon with his bare hands. Looking at the colossal creature suddenly appearing before him, Krillin's legs involuntarily went weak. Piccolo clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Damn it! After transforming into a giant ape, Vegeta's battle power has increased at least tenfold. But the good news is that he should temporarily lose control. We need to quickly find a way to destroy this moon. Gohan, you're small. See if you can cut off Vegeta's tail. Fortunately, he had foresight and had already cut off Gohan's tail, otherwise there would be another giant ape now. Gohan, Uncle Piccolo, I'm scared. In the distance, hearing their discussion, Nappa began to laugh wildly. Ha 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 ha, hilarious. 2 idiots and a coward. Do you think the prince is someone you lowly Earth Saiyans can mess with? As the king of our Saiyan race, Prince Bay can maintain his sanity even in giant ape form. And you want to destroy the artificial moon? How naive. As the prince's only follower, now releasing an artificial moon is as easy as raising a hand. He, Nappa, is an elite upper-class Saiyan warrior. But he wouldn't say that. Faced with Nappa's mockery, their faces flushed with anger. Damn it. That guy Vegeta can actually maintain his sanity. This is game over. On the battlefield, the giant ape Vegeta crossed his arms, exuding a kingly aura that overlooked the entire scene. Nappa, you're a bit too talkative. A red energy sphere condensed from his mouth, then shot towards Nappa's direction. Boom. Nappa dared not dodge, blocking with all his might with both hands. Fortunately, Vegeta only exerted a little force, controlling his power. The dust cleared and Nappa suffered some minor superficial injuries. He quickly knelt on one knee, expressing his sincerity. Thank you for your mercy, Prince. Humph. Vegeta turned to look at Ryukong, his eyes full of pity. Kakarot, you are such a fool. You even gave up the things Saiyans are most proud of. However, I do appreciate your son. Vegeta changed his tone, and everyone was drawn by his gaze. In the center of the battlefield, Mingren's breathing became heavy, his eyes bloodshot. He had only glanced at the moon created by Vegeta. How is this? What's happening to me? His heart suddenly raced and Mingren's consciousness rapidly faded. Then, his muscles began to swell and his body grew larger and larger. In just a few dozen seconds, Mingren also transformed into a giant ape. But his eyes were completely crimson, clearly having lost all reason. At this moment, the giant ape Mingren began to look around aimlessly. When he saw the giant ape Vegeta of the same size, he struck out wildly like a madman. "Oh, even without consciousness you still instinctively attack me. But without those strange power-ups from before you seem no match for me at all." The giant ape Vegeta easily caught the giant ape Mingren's fist and beat him back. "Ha ha ha ha, I am the strongest now." Vegeta looked down at everyone with contempt. "Hey, you Namekian over there, quickly prepare the Dragon Balls for me. According to the bet you lose. But don't worry, I've taken a liking to this kid Mingren, I won't kill him. As for your lives, that depends on my mood." Ha 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 ha. Watching Mingren being repeatedly beaten, Wukong's eyes were filled with anger. But facing the giant ape Vegeta, even using the threefold Kaioken, he was completely outmatched. That's right. Spirit Bomb. Wukong remembered another ultimate technique taught by King Kai. "Hang in there, son, I'll save you right away." Inside Mingren's spiritual space, Jiraiya was frantic with worry. So this is the true power of the Saiyan bloodline. That Vegeta, this trick is too dirty. Mingren, wake up. The Nine-Tails also exerted all its power to try to awaken Mingren. "Brat, wake up quickly for me." But it was still to no avail. Just then, ripples appeared in the spiritual space. Sasuke and Orochimaru arrived. "Mingren still can't wake up. Let me try." After all, he still had one of his own Rinnegan in Mingren's body. Sasuke activated the power of his left eye. "Mingren, wake up. If you don't, I'll throw away all your instant noodles." Feeling the stimulation from Sasuke, a glimmer of clarity flashed in Mingren's beast-like eyes. "Sasuke, don't." Jiraiya. Nine-Tails. Orochimaru. Sasuke facepalmed, speechless. How deep was Mingren's obsession with instant noodles? But now, it's time to show this guy our bond. The two spiritual beings fist-bumped. The next second, Sasuke's figure appeared on the shoulder of the giant ape Mingren. The Rinnegan resonated their auras. The complete Susanoo armor fused with the giant ape body. The Nine-Tails also added its power. Armored Susanoo Great Ape officially appears. Seeing this, the giant ape Vegeta stepped back half a step, his eyes full of shock. How is it possible? You can regain your sanity on your own. Could this child be the lost bloodline of the royal family? Yes, it must be. This child must be the illegitimate son of some old royal family member. How else to explain it? Thinking this, Vegeta finally felt a bit relieved. As expected of the child I've taken a liking to. Come on, let me see how strong your so-called bond really is. On the battlefield, the two colossal beings collided with a thunderous impact. The ground affected by the aftermath of the battle began to collapse continuously. After regaining his sanity, Mingren gradually started to familiarize himself with his body. With Sasuke coordinating from the side, for a moment they managed to make up for the gap in battle power. The more Vegeta fought, the more shocked he became. He now had at least 200,000 battle power. Why was he struggling so much? Could this so-called bond really have some meaning? Suddenly, a palpitation in his heart. His body instinctively sent him a danger signal. Vegeta turned his head sharply. A huge blue-white energy sphere was hurtling towards his back. What is this? Boom. The spirit bomb condensed from the energy of all the Z fighters and the flora and fauna for hundreds of miles accurately struck the giant ape Vegeta's back. When the dust cleared, Vegeta knelt painfully in the center of the mountain, his battle suit shattered. The giant ape Mingren placed the sky-slashing blade against his neck. Mingren and Zhuozhu spoke together. Sorry, but the one who lost is you. 1 year later, Western City. Behind the Bulma Manor Dr. Brief. Bulma's father had transformed the area into an outdoor gravity training chamber. At this moment Vegeta had just finished his morning training drenched in sweat. Bulma waited outside with a towel, taking the opportunity to admire his muscular physique. Vegeta, you're finally done. Go take a shower now. Goku and the others will be here soon. Aren't you all making a wish to Shenron together today? I got it so noisy. Vegeta reached out to take the towel Bulma handed him, casually wiping the sweat from his face. Yet beneath the towel-wrapped face he rarely showed a trace of blushing. Who would have thought that he, the proud Saiyan prince, the peerless genius of the Saiyan race, the executioner feared across the universe, would fall for an earth woman? After experiencing forbidden love, he had even neglected his training for 3 days. When he finished bathing and came out, most people at the manor had already gathered. "Yo Vegeta, you're done showering." Goku held a dinosaur leg, mouth greasy, speaking with food packed in his cheeks, acting as if he owned the place. Mito, who had grown considerably, mimicked him. His chewing never stopped. Two gluttons. Vegeta cursed under his breath, then noticed a very serious issue. Kakarot, put down that dinosaur leg. Damn it, save one for me. He then joined the food battle. The scene became chaotic. Nearby Bulma and Chi-Chi were exchanging husband-taming tips. When discussing private matters, both women blushed. In the distance, Sasuke elegantly held a cup of coffee, his thoughts drifting far away. Since that great battle, Naruto and the other Saiyans had seen a dramatic surge in combat power. This seemed to be another ability stemming from Saiyan bloodline. After recovering from near-death states, their power would increase significantly. The increase ranged from 30 to 150. Following Goku's suggestion, the group engaged in fierce battles and used senzu beans to trigger this effect. Anoki had also improved senzu bean production. Their current combat power must be terrifying. However, Orochimaru's artificial human technology also made new breakthroughs, and his strength was steadily increasing. They only needed the right moment. Perhaps after today they could begin hunting Frieza. Hope this so-called emperor of the universe could bring him some surprises. Just then 2 exclamations came from the crowd. "Make way, make way. Freshly cooked double-coated pork is here." Nappa and a formidable woman wearing a chef's hat pushed 2 carts to the dining table. "Your Highness, 20 servings of double-coated pork and 40 servings of Daijiaxian dumplings, please enjoy." Vegeta paused his eating, looking at Nappa in surprise. "Nappa, why are you working as a waiter? That's servant's work. Come eat with us." Nappa scratched the back of his head with an awkward smile, then looked at the formidable woman beside him and asked cautiously, "Rain sister, could you give me an extra scoop of chili sauce? I absolutely love that stuff." Sister Rain lifted the rice ladle and gently tilted Nappa's chin. "Wash your hands before eating." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned toward them. Vegeta's eyes widened with horror. Does Nappa have such unique tastes? He couldn't even imagine his future life. Forget it, I'll just wish him happiness every day. Naruto was also stunned into silence. He looked at Sister Rain, then at Nappa. This is so grounded. Yamcha couldn't hold it in anymore and spat out his water. He also couldn't imagine Nappa's future life. After a day of hard work, Sister Rain's clothes were soaked with sweat. The moment she took off her socks, the air solidified. Her size 45 sweaty feet were covered in thick mud, emitting a strong sour stench from the crevices. So authentic. Everyone suddenly lost their appetite and hurriedly finished lunch. In the manor plaza, the 7 dragon balls glowed red on the stone platform in the courtyard. Nappa's fingers gently brushed over one of them. Can this thing really grant wishes? Immediately his ear was grabbed by Sister Rain. Ouch, 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 wifey, I was wrong. Piccolo glanced sideways at Vegeta. He still didn't fully trust the 2 Saiyans. Goku noticed the anxiety in Piccolo's eyes. But after a year of getting along, he chose to trust his intuition. "Let's begin, Piccolo." Vegeta crossed his arms, leaning against a stone pillar. "Kakarot really trusts me. Should I tease him later?" Piccolo gave Vegeta a complex look, then shouted toward the sky, "Come forth, Shinran." Suddenly the sky darkened, clouds gathering with lightning as a golden divine dragon emerged from of clouds. Sasuke's Rinnegan contracted sharply, such precise energy aggregation. Orochimaru's eyes filled with greed. If only I could dissect Shinran. 2 seconds later, Shenron's crimson eyes snapped open and pure light radiated outward. "State your wish." Vegeta stepped forward slowly. "Make me immortal." "Can you do that?" "Vegeta. You." Krillin's eyebrows twisted in anger. "I told you these 2 Saiyans couldn't be trusted. Now look what happened." Piccolo's face turned even greener with rage. However, the next moment Shenron spoke. "I apologize, but that wish exceeds my capabilities. Please restate your wish." Goku's expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Vegeta wore an expression of, as expected, then spoke his true wish. "Then Shenron, please tell me, how to become a Super Saiyan." Super Saiyan. What's that? Everyone looked completely confused. The Saiyans were already so powerful, and above that there was a Super Saiyan. Is that right? Vegeta looked at everyone arrogantly. Super Saiyan is a legend of our Saiyan race. 1,000 years ago Frisia's ancestor, the former emperor of the universe Chilled, was killed by a Super Saiyan. Vegeta looked at Shenron expectantly. If he could transform into a Super Saiyan he could take revenge on Frisia. At that time whether it was Frisia or Beerus he would crush them both and avenge the destruction of his race. Naruto was so shocked by Vegeta's words that he could only stare in disbelief. Super Saiyan, this race had too many secrets. Everyone's gaze turned to Shenron hoping for an answer. Shenron's eyes moved and flashes of images passed through his mind. When combat power reaches 3 million, ignite your bloodline with ultimate rage and you can transform into a Super Saiyan. 3 million. Vegeta glanced around at the nearby Saiyans. His current base power level had reached 1.2 million while Kakarot stood at 1.05 million. The Kid Naruto's base form was at 850000. Nappa was even less impressive at a mere 350000. By that measure Vegeta realized he was the closest among them to achieving the Super Saiyan transformation. As for extreme rage, Vegeta had no concerns. The annihilation of his people was an unforgivable grievance that demanded blood. Every moment of his existence was consumed by the singular purpose of killing Frisia. It was clear then, his next objective was to keep exploiting the Saiyan trait of recovering stronger after near-death experiences. He, Vegeta, would be the first to transform into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, high above Earth's atmosphere a spaceship cut through the sky. Inside the cabin several aliens in bizarre attire were stretching their wrists. Captain, our ship has successfully arrived above Earth's atmosphere. I request to connect with Lord Frisia. Connection approved. Bath was swinging his legs with a cold glint in his eyes, eager to deal with the traitor Vegeta who dared to destroy the communicator Frisia had gifted him. Today he would make sure to properly teach him a lesson. Captain, you're not wrong, Earth's conditions are quite harsh, plagued by perpetual darkness. Guldo pressed the communication button. The connection was successful. Lord Frisia's voice echoed from the screen. Oh ho ho, Captain Jinyu, have you reached Earth yet? Jinyu knelt on one knee and addressed Frisia through the screen. My lord, we have successfully reached the planet where the traitor Vegeta resides. This capture operation will be live streamed by Guldo for your viewing pleasure. Wait, what are Vegeta and the others doing? Frisia watched through the screen and caught every detail of Vegeta's wish to Shenron. Damn it, the legend of the Super Saiyan is actually true. That boy Vegeta is absolutely despicable. And those Dragon Balls that were said to grant wishes on Namek years ago, they really do work. Wait, there's another Saiyan with a tail over there. Is that Vegeta's child? No, that's not right. There are other Saiyans scattered out there. Frisia suddenly realized this trip to Earth with the Jinyu Force was worth it after all. If he hadn't discovered this secret today and Vegeta led his people to transform into Super Saiyans, in a few years the grass on his grave would grow 10 meters tall. Super Saiyan. I hope you survive long enough to trigger that legend. Jinyu Force, all units listen up, kill these Saiyans on the spot. Some things are better believed than not. Since the ancestors left behind the legend of the Super Saiyan, it must have some basis in truth. Captain Jinyu placed his hand over his chest in a gentleman's bow. Lord Frisia, rest assured, we'll handle this. That guy Vegeta's last recorded power level on the scouter was 18000 and it's only been a year since then, so his power has barely increased by a few thousand at most. To us they pose absolutely no threat. Rest assured I'll personally sever Vegeta's head and bring it to you. Jis Berta Rikum, ready to move out. As for Guldo, you stay here and broadcast to the Lord. That traitor Vegeta doesn't deserve to see our entrance dance. Of course the main reason is that Guldo's combat power is only a little over 10,000, if he died down there Jinyu would have to find new recruits and reorganize the dance routine, which would be very troublesome. In the center of the Manners Plaza, as Shenron flew away through the sky, the dark clouds dispersed. Everyone present immediately sensed something was wrong. There are several extremely evil auras. Have you all sensed them? Gohan, Uncle Krillin, could they already be right in front of us? What? Vegeta narrowed his eyes, looking at the four figures in the distance. The Jinyu Force. How did this bunch manage to survive? Wait. Could it be even Frisia himself? At this thought beads of sweat formed on Vegeta's forehead. If Frieza had come too, he'd face a fierce battle today. He still hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. He then carefully sensed the auras around him. Over the past year he had devoted himself to mastering the unique energy control techniques of Earthlings. There's still a small fish hiding in that ship over there and no one else. It seems Frieza didn't come personally. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. A year ago the Jinyu Force was something he had to look up to. What a pity. Now the Jinyu Force doesn't even have the qualifications to make him lift a finger. Sasuke was observing Vegeta's expression closely from the side. He noticed the shift from initial surprise to dread and finally to disdain. Sasuke understood instantly. That so-called Frieza hadn't shown up at all. Given that he had lost all interest in fighting. Within his mental space Orochimaru actually seemed quite interested. Sasuke, this is perfect for gathering some experimental material. Let those four lords handle this battle for me. As you wish. Sasuke coordinated with Orochimaru to complete the hand seals, then slapped both hands against the ground. Edo Tensei. Four coffins engraved with the Leaf Village crest burst forth from the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jinyu and the others couldn't help but mock, "Ha ha ha ha, Vegeta, I didn't expect your companions to even prepare coffins for you. How thoughtful." True, when they see our Jinyu Force doesn't everyone tremble in fear. However, since you're being so sensible, I'll leave your body intact today. Let me see which fish escaped Lord Frieza's net. Jinyu scanned the crowd. His gaze ultimately settled on three individuals, Goku, Gohan and Naruto. There are actually 3 Saiyans here. Add Vegeta and Nappa and we've got quite the collection. Vegeta, you've got quite the ambition. Are you planning to use Earth as a new base for the Saiyans? Rikum's hands were already itching uncontrollably. Captain, stop wasting words with them. Since they're not going to watch our entrance dance anyway, let me go ahead and ravage them properly. Jinyu gave him an annoyed glare. This Rikum always liked to interrupt him when he was speaking. Next time he needed to adjust his movements to give him a lesson. Fine then. Just remember to leave a few for us brothers, don't kill them all off. Rikum rubbed his hands together ready to strike. The next second the 4 coffins snapped open. 4 figures emerged before everyone's eyes. First Hokage, Hashirama Senju, second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The Leaf Village's F4 had assembled. The sudden change caught Rikum off guard. What the hell? There were actually people inside the coffins. He instinctively activated his scouter. Beep beep beep, scouter reading complete power level. Rikum instantly felt relieved. Ha ha ha, who are you trying to scare by bringing out 4 dead men? Well, I must say your funeral service was quite thorough. These 4 corpses have remarkably fine attire. By Vegeta, I've misjudged you, this past year wasn't wasted after all. Ah ha 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 ha. Likumu burst into wild laughter. In contrast, the Z-fighters wore varied expressions. Ming Ren gazed at the familiar figure before him, tears welling in his eyes. Suozhu, why did you summon his own father? Wukong looked at Ming Ren with some surprise. Why is this child crying? Didn't he eat enough just now? Colin covered his mouth, trying hard not to laugh out loud. This pineapple head is too amusing, he probably won't even know how he dies. Bai Ku cast a complex glance at Suozhu. He could not fathom Ming Ren's friend. Amid the 4 coffins facing Likumu's mockery, one of them revealed a faint smile. Has my unfilial disciple summoned us relics of a bygone era again? But the youth of today are rather arrogant. Yuan Fei Rijan stepped forward, his divine robe slipping off. In the cold wind his figure appeared slightly forlorn. In the minds of the 4, Dashiwan briefly explained the current situation. Qian Shou Zhu Jian, so complicated. Fei Jian, did you understand? Qian Shou Fei Jian, big brother, is this so hard to grasp? I only know that I will personally eradicate this evil frozen demon clan. Yuan Fei Rijan, my lords, under these circumstances allow me to test the opponent's strength first. Bo Feng Shui Men, go for it. The 3rd Hokage hailed as the strongest Hokage. Shui Men. You. Seeing the 4 dead men begin to speak, Likumu was stunned. What a ghostly sight. Old man, it seems you wish to challenge me. Let me tell you, I have no habit of respecting the elderly or cherishing the young. I'll give you 3 seconds to utter your last words, that's my final mercy. Then I'll personally send you back to your coffin. Inside the spaceship, Guer Duo enthusiastically began his commentary. Lord Fu Li saw the battle is about to commence. Allow me to provide you with full commentary. First contestant number 1, Likumu. As the handsome pillar of our Jinyu Special Forces, his combat power reaches an astonishing 41000. His signature moves, the Likumu Flying Kick and the Likumu Elbow Strike, can shatter the enemy's will to fight in a short time. Fu Li Sa covered his mouth with a light laugh. Oh ho ho, how exciting. But why did the opponent send dead men to fight? Lord, you wouldn't understand. They're clearly trying a war of attrition, but before absolute power. Gu'er Duo's words were cut short. Yuan Fei Rizhan directly manipulated the Rui staff, smashing Likumu into a meat patty. Then he unleashed a 5-element great-length bomb, blasting Likumu into the mountain, causing a fireworks-like explosion. Likumu was obliterated without a trace. Yuan Fei Rizhan gazed at the swirling dust and said calmly, "This newly paved road is really smooth." Inside the ship, Fu Li Sa looked at Gu'er Duo in confusion. What does that old man mean by that? Lord, I don't get it either. Wait. Newly paved road. No gravel. Lord, that old man is mocking us for having no strength. Fu Li Sa's eyes widened. I see. Learned. On the other side, among the remaining 3 of the Jinyu Special Forces, GC cursed loudly. 0 combat power, what a joke. He frantically pressed the scouter. Beep beep, combat power data updating, combat power, 45000, haha, so that's it, no wonder he could kill Likumu. You sneaky old man like to ambush, don't you? Inside the ship, hearing GC's words, Gu'er Duo sighed in relief. Lord Fu Li Sa, that must have been an accident. The opponent is too cunning, deliberately hiding their strength. Likumu, you died so miserably, but this time it's GC making the move. As one of our Jinyu Special Forces aces, he is known as the Red Magma. His combat power reaches 48000. This time there's absolutely no problem. Fu Li Sa, seeing Gu'er Duo's confident expression, chose to trust him once more. Gee, good. On the battlefield, GC was exceptionally cautious. Likumu was too careless and fell for the opponent's trick. This time I won't get close, let's see how you hit me. 48,000 against 45,000, advantage is mine. Crush Ball. GC gathered energy in his hands and spiked it toward Yuan Fei Rizhan like a volleyball. This signature move had defeated many enemies across combat levels. Let's see how you dodge this. Facing GC's attack, Yuan Fei Rizhan appeared unconcerned, for in his peripheral vision the 4th Hokage had vanished. Just as the crush ball was about to strike him, a flash of yellow light streaked past. What's happening? Where did my crush ball go? GC looked around in bewilderment. Where was his huge crush ball? Excuse me. Are you looking for this? Bo Feng Shui Men reappeared, having teleported directly above GC, the glowing orb in his hand being the very signature move, Crush Ball. Your attack, return it to you now. Boom. The crush ball struck GC. Bo Feng Shui Men's figure vanished again. The next moment a violent explosion erupted and GC was consumed by his own attack. Meanwhile, Shui Men appeared beside the coffin as if he had never moved. He flashed the kunai in his hand and winked toward Mingren. Then Shui Men smiled gently at the direction of the explosion, his tone light. Though you're an opponent, you're not bad. At that moment, inside the spaceship, Gu'er Duo's mouth was slightly open, his eyes vacant, his entire body frozen stiff. Gulp, he swallowed subconsciously. To be honest, with his combat power of just over 10,000, he hadn't even seen Bo Feng Shui Men's movements clearly. He only saw GC's crush ball inexplicably rebound onto himself. This Lord Fu Li Sa, GC must have gotten rusty from not using his ultimate move for a long time. Yes, that must be it. Is that so? Fu Li Sa thought it made some sense. But something felt off. At this moment, looking at GC, who lay crumpled on the ground barely alive. Ba Ti's eyes burned with fury. What a joke, GC and he had a combined technique. Now that he was dead, what would happen to their combined technique in the future? You've gone too far. Inside the ship, seeing Ba Ti about to act, Gu'er Duo's confidence surged once more. Lord Fu Li Sa, this time there is absolutely no doubt. Ba Ti's speed is the fastest in the universe. He is known as the Blue Storm. Gu'er Duo was about to babble on, but Fu Li Sa cut him off directly. Are you referring to the one lying on the ground? Vegeta truly has good methods, finding such powerful reinforcements. Gulder looked at the battlefield in disbelief. Behind bat a white-haired man with a cold expression twitched his lips slightly murmuring an eerie melody, tears from those years never dry, a chill shot straight up Gulder's spine. Was Bat slain by such a curse? Terrifying. He quickly covered his ears fearing its influence. What ill omens to start with. 3 members of their Jinyu force had been slain today. Now all hope rested solely on the captain. What if even the captain? Gulder dared not think further. Trembling he addressed Frisia, "Your Majesty, the captain possesses a combat power of 120000. As long as he acts there must be a way to turn this around." Right. To be honest, even he felt uncertain this time. Those brothers had simply died too swiftly. Within the screen Frisia appeared remarkably composed. The members of the Jinyu force were all elites he had recruited and hand-picked across half the galaxy. Yet these opponents could dispatch them with ease, indicating their strength far surpassed theirs. If he could recruit these few JJH, then perhaps he could also claim his elder brother's territory. Hearing Frisia's peculiar yet confident laughter, Gulder's heart steadied inexplicably. It seems Lord Frisia has great confidence in Captain Jinyu. Rising to his feet he braced himself. "Captain, do your best." In the heart of the battlefield Jinyu observed his comrades falling one by one beside him, yet his eyes burned with excitement. Even if the dance routines might require revision later, if he could trade into a stronger body, every sacrifice today would prove worthwhile. Frankly speaking, among the 4 everyone but that old man was desirable. However, one had yet to reveal his moves, so some probing was still necessary. Jinyu flicked his finger at Senju Hashirama in mockery. The next moment a massive wooden dragon hurtled toward him. What's this? Jinyu had no time to react and frantically punched forward. A numbing shock surged through his palm, leaving his entire arm sore and weak. Does this wooden dragon possess such monstrous strength? Excellent. 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 The choice is made. A thrilling excitement flooded Jinyu's gaze. Only power like this deserved to be his exchange target. However, the excitement faded quickly. His expression shifted from fervor to sheer terror. Within mere seconds hundreds, nay thousands, of wooden dragons churned through the storm clouds and surged toward him. What in the world is this? Jinyu retreated while counterattacking. Energy blasts fired ceaselessly from his hands. Yet it took dozens of beams just to destroy a single wooden dragon, while they kept coming endlessly. Sweat poured down Jinyu's face. He felt as though he were facing something beyond human. Was energy completely free for this opponent? Big Brother's fighting style is indeed straightforward and brutal. Senju Tobarama watched the sky with an idle expression. In the distance the Z-warriors observing the battle stood slack-jawed. Man, the one Sasuke summoned this time is way too strong. I feel like even if Frisia showed up he'd get beaten. Hearing their praise, Vegeta spoke up irritably, "What do you know? Though I have to admit this kid's fighting style has some merit. It rivals my Prince combat tactics. But Frisia isn't as simple as you think." Krillin wanted to argue back, but he couldn't defeat Vegeta. Goku on the other hand was blissfully carefree. Vegeta, is Frisia really that strong? Lately spending almost every day stuck to Vegeta had made him somewhat weary. Faced with Kakaroto's question, even Vegeta himself wasn't certain of the answer. Anyway, to defeat Frisia one must become a Super Saiyan. While they chatted, the battle had reached its climax. Of course it was entirely on Senju Hashirama's side exerting force. Sage art would release truth of 1,000 hands. Supreme Buddha. Captain Jinyu, upon whom Gulder had pinned high hopes, stood no chance against the countless giant hands reduced to pulp. He didn't even get to use his prized body change technique. This was the overwhelming power of the god of shinobi. Inside the spaceship Gulder collapsed onto the ground. His entire being was like a deflated balloon. Captain Jinyu with 120000 combat power got one shot. I'm done for. Yeah, let's run while they haven't noticed us. As long as we can return to Lord Frisia's side he will surely avenge us. Gulder quickly held his breath and activated his psychic ability. Time stop. During the period he held his breath he could use his psychic ability to stop time. Suppressing his terror, Gulder rapidly piloted the spaceship away from Earth. Phew, finally escaped. These Earthlings are too terrifying. Gulder looked back at Earth with lingering fear. Within the screen Frisia observed Gulder's cowardly demeanor, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He could tolerate his subordinates being cowardly and fearful of death. But since you failed to complete the mission and became a deserter, Hee then I'm sorry. Then Frieza smiled and said, Mr. Golder, please set your spaceship coordinates to Namek. This king will certainly need talents like you to collect the Dragon Balls. Yes, your majesty, I shall depart immediately. Golder was overjoyed, thinking he had escaped death, unaware that the moment he arrived on Namek would be his death knell. The moment he chose to be a deserter, he had sealed his own fate. Inside Frieza's spaceship in the central control room, Frieza ordered his subordinates, go and fetch Mr. Zabo and Mr. Delia for me. Yes, your majesty. Not long after, the two arrived and bowed to Frieza. We greet you, Lord Frieza. Rise. Do you know what just happened? Delia secretly observed Frieza's expression, trying to read his mind. Serving a lord is like serving a tiger. If you accidentally say the wrong thing, your life is forfeit. Lord Frieza, is this about Vegeta? Zabo glanced at Delia with contempt, then interrupted directly, that waste Vegeta, the Jinyu force could handle him effortlessly. He's probably on his way back by now. Frieza lightly tapped his fingers, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. Mr. Zabo, unfortunately you guessed wrong. Not only did Vegeta not get captured, the entire Jinyu force has been annihilated. What? How is that possible? That Jinyu was considerably stronger than him, aside from the great king who in the universe could kill him. Delia watched Zabo with an expression of schadenfreude. Hehe, you asked for it, showing off like that. However, Frieza showed no anger, merely speaking calmly to both of them. Depart for Namek. During this time all matters within the spaceship are left in your hands. And this king will enter seclusion. Earth. Vegeta looked up at the sky. That little fish managed to escape. Well, from now on the Jinyu force is merely a shadow of its former self. Sasuke dispelled the Impure World Reincarnation while Orochimaru's snakes took care of the remnants. Hey old man, Frieza's men are too weak. You know what I mean, or do you have no idea about his exact whereabouts? You little brat, you have no manners at all. Before, Vegeta wouldn't have been sure about Frieza's whereabouts, but now. Namek, Frieza will definitely go there. No one can resist the temptation of the Dragon Balls. So how do we get there? How many people? Where is Namek? Sasuke's 3 consecutive questions left Vegeta dumbfounded. How should I know? Vegeta was immediately choked. Just then a voice sounded behind them. Children, I might know the location of Namek. Goku turned to look at the source of the voice. Lord Kami, why are you here? You weren't eavesdropping all along, were you? Ahem, Goku, that's not important. Actually, he had always kept an eye on Namek's location, but now that he had become the Earth's guardian, he couldn't move around freely. I entrusted my spaceship to Miss Bulma long ago. You can take it to go there. Goku was shocked again. When did Bulma? Hey, you training maniac would care about these things. I haven't been idle this year. But this ship only has 8 sleep pods. Anyone else who wants to go will have to sleep in the cargo hold. Afterwards everyone discussed the candidates. The 8 sleep pods were quickly filled. Bulma, who would pilot the spaceship, took one first, followed by the main combatants Goku, Vegeta, Naruto and Sasuke. The last 3 slots went to Krillin, Piccolo and Uchiha. Poor Nappa was resigned to the cargo hold. Someone's fate is miserable, but I won't say who. 3 months later, above Namek. Warning. Warning. Entering the atmosphere. Please arrange landing as soon as possible. The spaceship shook violently. Outside the porthole, Frieza's massive mothership hovered over the ocean. Vegeta recognized it at a glance. Damn, Frieza has already arrived. Quick, conceal your key. Bulma, take out the dragon radar. We need to collect the Dragon Balls before Frieza does. Inside Frieza's ship, his subordinates were extremely busy. Report, Great King, we just detected several extremely powerful combat data flashes. Should we track them? Oh. It seems Vegeta and the others have arrived. Never mind, focus on searching for the Dragon Balls. Yes. Frieza turned to look behind him. 4 dazzling spheres were glowing with red light. Having slaughtered over a dozen villages, they had only gathered these 4 Dragon Balls. These subordinates were really inefficient. He was starting to miss the Jinyu force. As for himself, after 3 months of intense training, he no longer needed to suppress his power, he could maintain his final form directly in his base state. His combat power had reached a terrifying 100 million. And this was only 50 of his full power. Hehe Vegeta, I'm looking forward to seeing the fear on your face when you witness this form, ahahaha. On the other side, as Frieza revealed his power, everyone felt an overwhelming wave of malevolent energy engulf their minds. Goku rarely turns serious, his eyes slightly somber. So this is Frieza. So powerful, it's exhilarating. Vegeta frowned deeply, looking into the distance in disbelief. How is this possible? How can he be this strong? Over these 3 months his own combat power had broken through again, reaching 1.9 million. In his great ape form it could even reach 19 million. Yet facing that aura just now he even felt an urge to kneel. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. This feeling was all too familiar to them. It was the same as when they faced the Ōtsutsuki, the Grand Elder's residence on Namek. Sensing the deaths of his people one by one, tears streamed down the Grand Elder's face. These children were all born from eggs he had personally laid. Each passing life felt like a heavy knife wound on his body. Alas! A great calamity is about to befall the Namekian race. Nail, quickly bring our friends here. Yes. The Grand Elder looked in the direction Nail had gone, muttering softly, the innocent man is guilty only because he possesses a treasure. Perhaps from the moment I created the Dragon Balls this day was inevitable. Above Namek 2 mysterious figures stood with their hands behind their backs. Whis, do you think the Oracle Fish might have been mistaken? Can a place like this in the middle of nowhere produce a worthy opponent for me? And this Super Saiyan God nonsense is even more ridiculous. The Saiyan race had angered him before, and he had ordered their destruction many years ago. Given Frieza's nature, he would show no mercy. Lord Beerus, since you've been woken up anyway, why not spend some time working properly this time? Treat this Super Saiyan God thing as a bit of entertainment. Speaking of which, I'm getting angry. If there's no Super Saiyan God in the end, I'll fry that stinky fish. On the other side, the spaceship landed safely. Bulma turned on the Dragon radar and began scanning. 4 Dragon Balls have gathered together and the other 3 are in different locations. Vegeta stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems Frieza has already obtained 4 Dragon Balls. We must act quickly. Krillin looked into the distance. A green figure was rapidly approaching them. Wait, someone's coming. He looks quite similar to Piccolo. Is he a Namekian? Nail flew in front of them. Friends from afar, our Grand Elder invites you. Please follow me. Nail scanned the group. Among these people there was actually one of his own kind. The Grand Elder truly was prescient. But can these people really save Namek? After all, they are up against the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Silently led by Nail, everyone suppressed their ki and arrived at the Grand Elder's chamber. Grand Elder, I have brought them. Nail, you have done well. Dear friends, I know why you have come. I entrust the Dragon Balls to you and I hope you can help Namek. In exchange I can unlock the hidden potential within you. The Grand Elder looked at Vegeta and gestured for him to come closer. Among these warriors this one was the strongest. As the guiding power ended, a terrifying aura erupted from Vegeta's body. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes and he looked menacingly in Frieza's direction. Humph, combat power 3. 23 million. I can finally transform into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, just wait to die. Kakarot, protect the Dragon Balls with the others. Leave Frieza to me. Hey Vegeta, you. Before Goku could finish, Vegeta had already flown away. Krillin stared thoughtfully in the direction Vegeta had gone. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? After helping Vegeta unlock his potential, Elder Guru coughed weakly. Nail asked worriedly, Elder, your body. Never mind. Come children, let me continue unlocking your potential. Meanwhile, on the other side, after 2.5 minutes of intense flight, Vegeta successfully arrived in front of Frieza's spaceship. Hey Frieza, get the hell out here for the prince. After a brief wait, the ship's hatch opened. Frieza floated on his hovering throne before Vegeta. You insolent monkey. I haven't even addressed your betrayal yet. Frieza elegantly curled the tip of his tail and settled into a comfortable position. Vegeta clenched his fists, rage surging within him. You dare speak to me of betrayal? Do you think I don't know how planet Vegeta was destroyed? But today I will personally avenge my people. Frieza, you are dead. And you should feel honored, for you are about to die at the hands of a Super Saiyan. Oh. Super Saiyan. Is this your current state supposed to be a Super Saiyan? Frieza tapped his scouter lightly. Immediately a sharp crackling sound rang in his ear and the next moment the scouter exploded. Frieza said in surprise, you actually managed to overload this new model scouter. Vegeta, I may have underestimated you. Vegeta sneered, his aura condensing around him. In his mind the faces and voices of his people flashed by only to vanish in the flames of the planet's explosion. It was true that Vegeta was cold-blooded, but he was also the proudest prince of the Saiyan race. The honor of the Saiyans could not be trampled. His rage materialized and surged through his bloodline as if a seal had been shattered. Vegeta's body erupted with golden aura, his hair spiking upward. Ha ha ha. It worked. Is this a Super Saiyan? This power is incredible. Vegeta felt his body. His power level was now at least 20 times greater than before. It reached 64 million. Frieza, have you decided how you want to die? So this is a Super Saiyan. Frieza scrutinized Vegeta carefully. Why was it different from the ancestral legend? Shouldn't a Super Saiyan have golden hair? Vegeta attacked first, unleashing the prince's battle technique like a torrential downpour. Frieza, how will you block this attack? The energy blast kicked up a cloud of dust. In the center of the storm, Frieza sighed lightly. He had thought Super Saiyans were supposed to be powerful. Is that it? The ancestors were defeated by this. Vegeta, you disappoint me. The dust cleared and Frieza stood there completely unharmed. The next moment Frieza vanished and Vegeta felt a tremendous force from behind. With a tail whip, Frieza slammed him viciously into the ground. Impossible. I am Super Vegeta. Ha 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 ha. Frieza laughed heartily, his eyes filled with contempt. I was just scaring myself. Looks like I worried for nothing these past 3 months. I even went into seclusion for this, totally unnecessary. Vegeta, I'm sorry, but if you're only this strong I'll have to ask you to die. Frieza gathered a beam of light at his fingertip. Goodbye Vegeta. Boom. A ki blast shot from afar, successfully deflecting Frieza's death beam. Are you Vegeta's companions? Goku and the Z-Fighters arrived just in time. Seeing Vegeta collapsed on the ground, their eyes were filled with shock. This can't be right. Did Vegeta not transform into a Super Saiyan? But the ki he just released was extremely strong. Krillin stepped forward and fed Vegeta a Senzu beam. Goku turned to face Frieza. Let me take you on. Oh. Your appearance is strikingly similar to that Saiyan called Bardock. Lying in a pool of blood, Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. How could this be? I transformed into a Super Saiyan, so why am I still no match for Frieza? He fell into deep doubt, and in that short time Frieza had already beaten Goku half to death. You useless son of Bardock, even worse than Vegeta. How boring. Today is a good day to wipe out all the Saiyans in one go. Anyone else? Bring it on. Vegeta looked at the dying Goku, feeling a bitter taste in his heart. This shouldn't be the outcome. He hated his own powerlessness and despised his weakness. In the process of questioning himself repeatedly, Vegeta stood up again. Golden light flickered in his hair. Under extreme rage, the bloodline barrier was shattered once more. Thunderclaps echoed across the sky. Golden light erupted from Vegeta's body and a beam of golden radiance shot into the heavens. A true Super Saiyan. The transformation was complete. Look at Vegeta's appearance, that aura. Naruto swallowed hard. So this is the real Super Saiyan. So cool. Sasuke assessed Vegeta's current power level. 170 million. A 50-fold increase in power. Is this the true strength of a Saiyan? In the mental space everyone was in an uproar. Even Orochimaru was astonished. Jiraiya said, with this power the Ōtsutsuki can be crushed easily. Kurama said, Naruto, I believe in you. Now transform for me too. Seeing Vegeta transform again, Frieza's mouth hung slightly open, genuinely impressed. I never expected the legend of the Super Saiyan to be true. Outside planet Namek, the two observers suddenly became serious. To be able to amplify his power by 50 times in such a short time, a mortal reaching this level is something to be proud of. Beerus grew interested. Since the Super Saiyan has appeared, then the Super Saiyan God that the Oracle Fish spoke of. Whis, keep an eye on these Saiyans. Don't let them die. Back on the battlefield. Vegeta looked coldly at Frieza. He picked up a Senzu bean and quickly went to Goku's side to feed it to him. So I was wrong before. Frieza, come on. Let me show you the real Super Vegeta. Frieza's eyes lit up, a wicked grin on his face. Oh, is that so? Then it seems I'll have to get serious too. But Vegeta, I regret to inform you that this king specializes in beating Super Saiyans. Frieza, you've been far too arrogant. I'll show you what true rage of a Super Saiyan feels like. Vegeta clenched his fist, sensing the transformation surging through his body. 50-fold power enhancement. As a true Super Saiyan, Vegeta would not bring shame to the Saiyan race. His figure closed the distance in an instant, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, each strike landing with devastating force. For a moment Frieza was suppressed to the point of immobility. The onlookers erupted in cheers. Kuririn, this is great push on Vegeta. Nappa, your highness is absolutely magnificent. Crush him mercilessly. You may, what do you think? Our prince is incredible, isn't he? Uchiha's cheeks flushed crimson. Brother Nappa, but you are the truly formidable one. Bulma wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered by their banter. Piccolo cursed under his breath, damn it, the gap between us and him keeps growing wider and wider. Neil, did the elder predict even this? That an outsider could be dominating Frieza in combat is simply unbelievable. Gohan clenched his small fists tightly. Father and little brother can achieve this too. Recovered Goku looked toward them, his eyes burning with unquenchable battle desire. In truth, his combat power had also reached the 3 million that Shenron had spoken of. Yet, what kind of rage is required to transform into a Super Saiyan? How exactly did Vegeta manage it? Naruto was pondering the same question. Ultimate rage. He recalled those instances from his past life when the Nine-Tails had run rampant within him. Most of those episodes had been triggered by Sasuke and once by Gaara. But the most catastrophic loss of control, that had been because of Hinata. During the Pain invasion, she had risked her life to save him. Sasuke, do me a favor, pretend to be my wife. What? Are you out of your mind? Sasuke had no idea what had crossed Naruto's mind, yet those earnest eyes before him held no trace of mockery. In the midst of the battlefield, Vegeta appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself, relentlessly assaulting Frieza's body. Is that all you've got? The Emperor of the Universe. Before a true Super Saiyan you are nothing but an ant. Ha 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 ha. Facing Vegeta's mockery, Frieza remained silent, using his own body to test the limits of his opponent. Heh heh, has your strength reached its limit already? Then it is time for my counterattack, Lord Vegeta. You wouldn't truly believe that was all I had, would you? With a casual motion Frieza intercepted Vegeta's punch and flung him away with crushing force. Then, his aura exploded outward, thick violet energy surging around his body. His muscles swelled, his stature towering upward. 100% battle mode activated. Frieza's combat power skyrocketed to 200 million. A cruel smile played upon his lips as the turbulent energy within him caused the surrounding space to tremble faintly with each surge. The fight has only just begun. One punch, then another. The tide reversed completely. Against Frieza unleashing his full firepower, Vegeta was completely outmatched. I told you, it is the Super Saiyan I hunt. The disgrace of my ancestors, today I shall wash it away with my own hands. With a mighty kick Frieza sent Vegeta crashing violently into the ground. His figure flickered and his foot slammed down upon Vegeta's face, grinding mercilessly. A sadistic grin spread across Frieza's visage. Vegeta, beating you is as simple as whipping a spinning top. Understand? Then Frieza began relentlessly striking Vegeta's face with his tail. Were you not so arrogant just now? Where did your mouth go? Under the continuous barrage Vegeta's face swelled into a grotesque mess. His heart pounded wildly. He desperately tried to resist, but Frieza's overwhelming power held him firmly in place. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is a Super Saiyan. How could he possibly lose? Witnessing this scene, everyone stood dumbfounded. Ha! Didn't Vegeta have Frieza on the back foot just moments ago? What? What just happened? Has he really failed as well? Kuririn collapsed to the ground in despair, then suddenly his gaze drifted toward Naruto. Ha! What is little Naruto doing? Why isn't he moving at all? And Sasuke is the same, don't they worry in the slightest. What Kuririn did not know was that at this very moment Sasuke was using the illusions created by his Rinnegan to roleplay as Naruto's wife. On the battlefield, having grown weary of his assault, Frieza retracted his tail. Energy gathered at his fingertips. Vegeta, it is time to send you to your death. This technique once destroyed an entire Saiyan planet, now I shall use it to erase you as well. Go and keep company with your kin. Ahahaha. Planet Destruction Ball. Die. A violet energy sphere surged forth. Frieza deliberately slowed its movement, allowing it to drift closer, prolonging Vegeta's torment. Witnessing the attack closing in, Vegeta had no means of countering it. His pupils contracted sharply as despair engulfed his heart. Am I going to die here today? Suffocation pressed against him. But, in the next instant, a towering figure holding a staff appeared upon the battlefield, accompanied by a peculiar cat-like creature. With a gentle tap of his staff against the ground, the terrifying purple energy sphere was annihilated. Frieza was startled into stepping backward. Lord Beerus. How did you come to be here? This being was far more ruthless than he himself. Where Frieza needed considerable effort to destroy a planet, Beerus, with merely a thought, a flick of his finger, could reduce an entire galaxy to ash in an instant. Vegeta too recognized the newcomer. The destroyer god, Beerus. He was no petty deity of some insignificant earth, but a divine being who genuinely held dominion over life and death across the entire universe. Why would he save Vegeta? It was Beerus who had ordered Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta in the first place. Hey, restore Vegeta to full condition. I wish to speak with him. The tall man holding the staff replied respectfully, as you wish, Lord Beerus. With 2 gentle taps of his staff, in the next moment Vegeta was restored completely. Hey Vegeta, since you have transformed into a Super Saiyan, tell me, have you ever heard of a Super Saiyan god? A Super Saiyan god? Vegeta fell into deep thought. What was that? He had never heard of such a thing. Yet he dared not admit it, for doing so would strip him of all usefulness. He would not even know how he met his end. Immediately Vegeta wore an ingratiating smile and turned toward Beerus. I am familiar with it, Lord Beerus. Please follow me. Only by relying on himself could Namek avoid this calamity. Shenron. Fortunately such a creature existed. He, Vegeta, might not know, but surely Shenron would know. Watching his prey slip away, Frieza seethed with frustration. What did Vegeta know anyway? Observing Frieza's visibly discontented expression, Beerus felt an inexplicable irritation. Frieza, do you have objections? Lord Beerus, you jest. How would I dare hold any grievance against you? I was merely concerned that you might be deceived once again by these monkeys. Did you forget about the pillow incident? Upon Frieza's reminder, Beerus instantly recalled that matter. That wretched King Vegeta actually sent him a defective pillow while secretly keeping the better one for himself. Wasn't this simply bullying an honest cat? Immediately Beerus cast an unfriendly glare toward Vegeta. Vegeta, you're not trying to deceive me like your father did, are you? Destruction energy gathered in his palm. Should Vegeta utter a single falsehood, he would strike without hesitation. After all, he despised being lied to far more than any Super Saiyan god legend. Vegeta felt as though he were facing an overwhelming threat. What kind of terrifying power was this? Being struck by it would surely mean death. That damned Frieza, curse him to hell. Silence would have spared him the trouble. I just hope the Namekian dragon doesn't let me down, or else I'll drag him into the grave with me. Purunga, who the hell is speaking up for me? Vegeta patted his chest and flattered Beerus. Don't worry, Lord Beerus, would I ever joke with my own life? I'm not like that old fart King Vegeta. I'm being sincere here. Someone who commits such heinous acts and brings shame upon his entire race deserves hell. Whis covered his mouth, giggling. Lord Vegeta is so adorable. Frieza, however, was left with his scalp tingling from shock. What magnificent filial piety, truly a model of virtue. Beerus seemed quite pleased with Vegeta's attitude. Fine, then tell me, where is the Super Saiyan god? Speak plainly or I'll destroy you as well. Meanwhile, Vegeta's rapid change of expression left everyone dumbfounded. How did Vegeta turn into some kind of dog? What exactly are these two? I think I heard, Lord Beerus, could he be Vegeta's distant ancestor? Does this even make sense? They're different species. Everyone was speculating when suddenly Krillin let out a startled cry. Wait, look at little Naruto, what's wrong with him? Everyone's gaze was drawn over. Naruto's eyes snapped open, golden energy surging around him as his hair stood upright. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan without anyone noticing. What's happening? Why did Naruto suddenly transform? Goku looked utterly confused. Vegeta becoming a Super Saiyan was understandable, but what was going on with this kid Naruto? Trying to steal the spotlight by transforming in secret. This was putting him on the hot seat. Goku felt his old face had nowhere to hide. Meanwhile Sasuke broke free from the Rinnegan illusion and shot Naruto an exceptionally resentful glance. Sigh, simply unbearable to watch. No one has any idea what he just experienced. Naruto savored the vision, clearing his throat a few times. Who would have thought Sasuke was quite something? Anyway, I've finally become a Super Saiyan. Frieza, let me test you. Wait, what's the situation now? Vegeta stared at Naruto's goofy expression and urgently flashed him a series of signals. Naruto, seeing Vegeta's constipated expression, he suddenly understood. He remembered Vegeta once explaining that Ovo meant a smile while Oo was a warning. With Vegeta's expression looking like that, it was clear these two were no friends. Beerus glanced at Naruto with mild curiosity. Another Super Saiyan, interesting. But Vegeta, how much longer do you plan to stall? Right away, Lord Beerus. Vegeta quickly snatched the Dragon Radar from Bulma and to Frieza's utter disbelief boldly retrieved 4 Dragon Balls from his own spaceship. Frieza instantly grasped his intention. Vegeta, you son of a... Vegeta completely ignored Frieza's murderous glare. Lord Beerus, please follow me. Summoning the Super Saiyan God requires a certain ritual. I suppose you wouldn't dare deceive me. Vegeta tossed the Dragon Balls to the group. Let's head back to the Elder's place. Though none fully understood the situation, everyone chose to go along with Vegeta. At the Elder's residence, Vegeta stacked the 7 Dragon Balls together. Let me think. I remember the incantation is, Appear Dragon Spirit. Vegeta shouted loudly. 1 second, 2 seconds. A full 2.5 seconds passed with nothing happening. Cold sweat poured from his forehead. Damn it, what's going on? Doesn't this work this way on Earth? Nearby Nail couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up, on Namek, making wishes to the dragon requires the Namekian language. What? Vegeta felt as though struck by lightning. He didn't know Namekian. Nail, you help him make the wish. The Elder's faint voice came from within his mind. Nail looked up with concern. The Dragon Balls were created by the Elder himself, which meant if anything happened to the Elder. Are you Vegeta, right? The Elder asked me to make the wish on your behalf. Vegeta let out a long breath of relief. Then hurry up. Immediately Nail chanted the correct incantation. The sky darkened, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Purunga emerged from the black smoke, his expression cold as he looked at Nail. State your wish. A casual glance sideways and Purunga was terrified out of his wits. Oh, Lord Beerus, you're here too? Beerus was picking his nose. Who are you? Purunga gave an awkward smile, his earlier arrogance completely gone. Vegeta signaled the wish request to Nail. After a brief pause, Purunga replied, this is quite simple. To transform into a Super Saiyan God, 6 Saiyans with pure hearts must channel their life force into one individual. Having said that, Purunga glanced toward the Elder's residence and sighed softly. Looks like I can clock out early today. Instantly the dark clouds dispersed and the 7 Dragon Balls turned to powder. Nail understood at once and fell to his knees in anguish, tears streaming from his eyes. Elder, rest in peace. Vegeta meanwhile pondered the dragon's words. 6 Saiyans with righteous hearts. We only have 5. Beerus grew visibly impatient. Hey Vegeta, are we done yet? My patience is limited. Lord Beerus, almost. Frieza seemed to see through everything. Hahaha Vegeta, you've dug your own grave. The Saiyan race is truly laughable. Just then Bulma walked over to Vegeta and shyly tugged his hand. Vegeta, I haven't told you yet, we're having a baby. Vegeta's pupils contracted, his entire being enveloped in immense happiness. Wonderful. I don't have to die after all. He knelt before Bulma and spoke with deep emotion. Bulma, I may not know what a Super Saiyan God is, but right now on this Namek, you are my God. Bulma was rather embarrassed by what was said. Vegeta, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly saying such things? It's so embarrassing. She buried her head deep into Vegeta's chest, not daring to come out. You. The crowd looked on with expressions of amusement. Krillin stood frozen in place, unconsciously biting his fingers. Was this the Bulma he knew? In his memory her temper was far from good, almost synonymous with a tigress. It was the first time Krillin had seen Bulma appear before everyone in such a demure demeanor. Perhaps this was love. Nappa wore a pained expression. Was this the prince he revered? How had he been turned into such a state in just 1 year? Among the crowd only Naruto was indifferent to what had just happened. Because his stomach was growling like thunder. The first transformation into a Super Saiyan consumed an enormous amount of energy. He was even dizzy with hunger, his stomach pressed against his back. He couldn't pay attention to anything else, there was only one thought in his mind: eat. Taking out a ramen capsule he had prepared, Naruto began to chow down. Why not eat a senzu bean, you ask? Although the production of senzu beans had increased, they were not to be wasted like this. Slurp slurp. In no time 2 extra large bowls of tonkatsu ramen had disappeared into his stomach. The aroma of the ramen began to spread. What smells so good? Beerus sniffed lightly, instantly captivated by the fragrance. Whis looked at Naruto, his eyes filled with curiosity. What is that you're eating? It looks delicious. Beerus approached Naruto and couldn't help asking, Kid, what are you eating? Give me a bowl too. Whis also came closer. Please give me one as well. Naruto, still chewing, freed a hand and took out 2 capsules. These bowls of ramen were specially prepared for him by Sister Yu on the spaceship. Thanks to the capsule's freshness-preserving technology, their taste was almost as good as freshly cooked. Do you guys like ramen too? Naruto mumbled indistinctly. Beerus repeated Naruto's words. Ramen. Let me have a taste. He picked up a strand of noodles from the bowl with his fingers and put it into his mouth. Instantly a rich aroma enveloped his nostrils. The extremely chewy noodles combined with the broth slowly melted in Beerus's mouth. This. How could such a delicacy exist? Beerus felt his soul trembling with excitement. He involuntarily swallowed and then devoured the contents of the bowl like a storm. Whis's curiosity grew even more. Lord Beerus was usually extremely picky about food. Was this thing called ramen really that delicious? However, he did not grab it with his hands as rudely as Beerus did. Instead, he learned from Naruto, slowly savoring it with chopsticks. Ah! Such an amazing texture. Soft and smooth, yet with a hint of crispness. Whis was completely immersed in it. The crowd looked puzzled. How many days have they gone without eating? It's like they've never had good food before. Vegeta's eyes darted around. He had actually discovered the god of destruction's preference. If he got this excited over ramen, then Earth's delicacies would be. After eating 3 big bowls of ramen, Beerus rubbed his belly contentedly. He was now in an extremely good mood. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise on this trip. Thinking back, what had he been eating before? Beerus looked at Naruto with a hint of appreciation. This kid, he was good. He was willing to share such a delicacy with him. Then he instructed Vegeta, Vegeta, since we now know how to become a Super Saiyan God, get on with it. I think this kid is a good choice. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. Beerus's intention was clear, he wanted Naruto to be the one who received the transferred energy from everyone. Upon hearing this, Nappa immediately became furious. Why him? I don't accept this. It should be our prince. Before Nappa could finish, Sister Yu smacked him on the head. Nappa, I surrender, please spare me. Vegeta had no objections since he had already transformed into a Super Saiyan. He would let Naruto have the elusive Super Saiyan God. After all, he considered him his adopted son. Self-proclaimed. Then Goku, Gohan, Naruto, Vegeta, Nappa and Bulma formed a circle. Everyone channeled their energy into Naruto. Feeling the power of their hearts transmitted to him, Naruto was at a loss. What should I do next? Just as he was stunned, the Rinnegan in his right eye manifested on its own. Naruto felt all the energy rush toward the Rinnegan. In the distance, Sasuke's left Rinnegan also appeared, simultaneously pouring out with the torrent of energy. Three-tomoe naturally formed in the Rinnegan. Sasuke was shocked. The Rinnegan has evolved because of this. In Naruto's inner world, Kurama and Jiraiya were sweating profusely. Naruto, use our power to ignite the heart fire of these Saiyans. Okay. Then behind Naruto, 9 truth-seeking balls transformed into the 9-tailed beasts, their silhouettes gradually condensing into a crimson wheel of light. At that moment, Naruto seemed to become light itself. In the outside world, in everyone's eyes, a dazzling blue light radiated from Naruto. As the light faded, all the power was completely fused. Sage of 6 Paths, Super Saiyan God Naruto. Debut. Beerus's expression turned serious. He murmured, he actually ascended from a mortal to a god. Whis also exclaimed, his dimensional level has even surpassed that of the Supreme Kai. Frieza, watching the transformed Naruto, showed a flicker of panic in his eyes. Why can't I sense his presence at all even though he's standing right in front of me? The unknown is often the most terrifying. Beerus looked at Frisia with disdain. Fool, mere mortals cannot sense the aura of a god. However, if this was all he had, it wasn't worth his intervention. Then a flash of inspiration struck Beerus. He scrutinized Frisia with his gaze. Hey Frisia, you're actually hiding your true power, aren't you? At this, Frisia's pupils dilated. How could this be? Did Beerus know about that too? He wasn't even confident in that form. Lord Beerus, you must be joking. What hidden power do I have? Stop pretending. Considering your diligent work in destroying planets for me, it's time to give you a reward. A purple light burst from the tip of Beerus's finger. If you can withstand this destruction energy, it will naturally be greatly beneficial. Otherwise. Beerus didn't finish. Frisia hesitated, but Beerus gave him no time to think. The destruction energy instantly entered Frisia's body. Immediately a piercing scream echoed through the sky. The destructive energy instantly spread throughout his body. At that moment Frisia felt as if he had seen his own great-grandmother. The pain striking both flesh and soul made him feel as though he were both dying and ecstatic. This is the power of a god of destruction. Frisia mustered all the strength in his body to resist it. Damn it, this is no reward at all. Is Beerus trying to kill him? Nearby Beerus stood with arms folded, his expression indifferent. How could a mortal easily bear the power of a god? The opportunity is given to you, whether you can seize it depends on yourself. Everyone present was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Krillin, why did he suddenly attack out of nowhere? Piccolo, I don't know, but judging by Frisia's appearance he's in extreme pain. Nappa, Frisia is like a little chick in front of Beerus. Another blow came from Uchiha. You must address him as Lord Beerus, show some respect. Nappa, you may, with so many people around, give me some face. At that moment everyone finally understood why Vegeta was so deferential to this suddenly appearing god of destruction. Just moments ago Frisia had effortlessly pummeled Vegeta. Even when Vegeta transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan he was no match. Yet this god of destruction with but a slight gesture tormented Frisia mercilessly. At the center of the rampaging destructive energy Frisia clenched his teeth, his body curled slightly and blood began to seep from his skin. In his mind memories of his earlier life flashed like a revolving lantern. As a child he was his father's pride. On planet East King Cold declared before the entire clan, my son Frisia has the bearing of an emperor. In adulthood he lived up to expectations. He became the dreaded emperor of the universe across the galaxy. 70% of the universe was under his rule. Such glory and splendor recreated the grandeur of the frost demons from 1,000 years ago. Yet he never expected that there are always greater powers beyond. Above his head there were gods. Initially he had full confidence in his own strength. But at that time Frisia clearly remembered that Beerus merely glanced at him and he was completely paralyzed. In the years that followed he was forced to accept Beerus's commissions to destroy planets. On the surface he seemed glorious, but who could understand the bitterness behind it? Yet after all these years, having destroyed so many planets, for him if not merit then at least toil. Is this how he repays loyalty, by killing the donkey once it's done its work? A surge of rage welled up and Frisia trembled with anger. Despite the heat he felt nothing but cold sweat and icy hands and feet. He suddenly recalled a song he had heard on a planet with a highly developed entertainment industry. They throw mud at me, I use the mud to grow lotus flowers. They throw stones at me, I use the stones to build a small tower. He admitted the music was indeed top-notch, except for one flaw: to attend the live concert you had to bring your own chair because there was no seating. In truth, the margin for error in life is sometimes greater than you imagine. For instance, right now. Frisia clenched his fists. The bloodline of the frost demon within him fully awakened at this moment. Every meridian reveled, frantically devouring the destructive energy. The white armor on his body cracked inch by inch and the new skin emitted a layer of shimmering golden light. Frisia's aura swelled continuously, shaking the entire planet Namek. The sky grew misty and a golden rain fell, accompanied by hymns welcoming the birth of a new king. When the golden vertical pupils opened, the Emperor of the universe returned invincible. Golden Frisia descended. In the distance Beerus showed an appreciative gaze. I didn't expect Frisia to have some skill actually able to absorb my destructive power. Whis, Lord Beerus, you did hold back on purpose, but this way we seem to have gained 2 divine-level warriors. Beerus's eyes gleamed. Whis, are you referring to that matter? Centuries ago the Grand Minister had ordered all gods of destruction to fully cooperate with the supreme Kais of their respective universes to develop cosmic combat power. Beerus had heard it but paid no heed. However, not long ago a new universe emerged. Zeno publicly declared that any universe with the lowest overall combat power would be replaced and all beings within that universe would become slaves to others. This was utterly unacceptable to Beerus. How could he, a dignified god of destruction, become a servant to others? So in recent years whenever he thought of this, Beerus couldn't sleep. And thus he came out to work. I'll leave this matter to you. I have high hopes for these two prospects. How long had it been since their seventh universe had such high-end combat power? Whis pulled a long face upon hearing this. Lord Beerus, you're slacking off again. Nearby Bulma eavesdropped. The commotion from Frisia's transformation had frightened her, so she seized the chance to bribe Whis with snacks and stayed by his side. What are these two hinting at? At that moment the two who had successfully transformed locked eyes. Their gazes burned with the desire to fight. Golden Frisia made an elegant bow. Mr. Naruto, if you please. Even Frisia himself wasn't sure how much combat power this new form could unleash. It was a perfect opportunity to test the depths of this Saiyan opponent. Naruto's eyes blazed with eagerness. Within him Sage Mode, Six Paths Mode, Kurama Mode and Super Saiyan God abilities were seamlessly fused. Energy surged endlessly within him and even the powers of the Rinnegan came easily. Frisia, I won't hold back. Let's start with an appetizer. Heavenly Obstruction Star. Dozens of meteorites descended from above Frisia. The pressure they generated caused the ground to collapse even before they touched it. Yet Frisia at the center of the storm merely smiled. A crisp snap of his fingers echoed and the meteorites exploded in midair. I like this foreplay. Let me think. How should I respond? Frisia raised his arm slightly and above it dozens of red energy spheres of the same size as the meteorites materialized. This technique is called supernova. Mr. Naruto, catch it. Below the battlefield Krillin's legs went weak. Has Frisia gone mad? If that attack hits the ground the entire planet will explode instantly. By now the clever ones had quietly moved behind Whis. On the battlefield Naruto smiled calmly. A competition of making spheres. I've never lost at that. A massive blue Rasengan formed in Naruto's hand. Boom. The moment the energy spheres collided a piercing sonic boom exploded. Then the blue Rasengan began to devour the energy of the supernova. It grew fiercer and fiercer. Sage Art Supernova Flash Rasengan. Frisia, this is my response to you. Naruto has actually already mastered the ability of the Rinnegan. First the heaven-obstructing meteor, then energy absorption. What a guy. Sasuke watching from below had a fiery look in his eyes. With such divine power, what need to fear the Ōtsutsuki? Whis also noticed this pair of eyes. This seems to be a power not derived from the Saiyan bloodline. He fixed his gaze on Sasuke. Oh. Is it the bond with this young man? These eyes are interesting, but why do I feel like I've seen them somewhere? On the battlefield facing Naruto's counterattack, Frisia said nothing, simply throwing a punch. The moment the fist met the Rasengan, the air itself seemed to freeze. Whoosh! The next second a massive Rasengan was shattered, dissipating into the air. However, the residual force penetrated the ground, causing the entire crust to collapse and the sea to churn violently. Gulp. The onlookers swallowed in unison. Is Namek durable enough? At this moment the surviving Namekians felt a strong tremor. Sigh, a battle of this intensity, what should we do? Elder, please think of something. Don't worry, I'm thinking. Naruto also noticed this problem. The planet's strength was completely insufficient to support their battle. It seemed they needed to change the battlefield. Figures rapidly closed in. Naruto met Frisia's fist with his own. A small rift was torn in the surrounding space and the next moment the two vanished. What's going on? Where are they? We can't see them anymore. Beerus rolled his eyes silently. Their battle has broken through the dimensional wall, they are now in an alternate space. Sigh. Krillin said tremblingly, Naruto can already tear space apart. Don't be so dramatic. Beerus looked at Krillin disdainfully. If it weren't for this bald guy bribing him with a bag of snacks called potato chips, he wouldn't even bother to respond. Moreover, just because Krillin and the others couldn't see the details of the battle didn't mean he couldn't. Let me see just where the limits of you two lie. Inside the alternate space the two probed each other's strength. From hand-to-hand combat to energy blasts. At this moment their eyes held only the ultimate battle. Excellent. I have roamed the universe for centuries and you are the only one who has thrilled me so. Naruto, I acknowledge you. After this battle let's divide the world between us, what do you say? If it were his former self he might still fear the elusive legend of the Super Saiyan. But now having attained the golden form. The surge in power had given him extreme confidence. After this battle he would first seize all the territories of his brother, Cooler. Then after some hard training perhaps even that Beerus fellow would be no match for him. At this moment Frieza thought many things. However the next second Naruto spoke and rejected him. Sorry, I have no interest in ruling the universe. And do you think you've already secured victory? I haven't even shown my true power. 8 gates released formation. Gate of shock open. Beneath Naruto's orange-gold divine aura a burst of blue steam erupted. Fists faster than before rained down on Frieza. The sudden increase in speed caught Frieza off guard. Impossible, how can your body still withstand such pressure? Frieza took the full brunt of the attack, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to break. The next second Frieza's body flew backward and the two tumbled out of the alternate dimension. Naruto immediately closed the gate of shock. He now used the 8 gates as a technique able to unleash his body's full potential in an instant. However, the cost was extreme physical exhaustion. In just that moment 1/10 of his power was drained and he hadn't even used the techniques that came with the 8 gates. But fortunately the outcome was good. Look, Naruto and the others are out. Has the winner been decided? It looks like Naruto won. Beerus's eyes flashed with astonishment. What was that attack just now? It had increased in intensity so suddenly. It almost matched 1/10,000th of his own power. Lord Beerus, the battle situation seems clear. This Super Saiyan god might actually be capable of fighting you. Beerus upon hearing this thought for a moment. Humph, that's still years away. That prophecy fish made me wake up so many years early. However, since this matter is settled we should go do something important. Whis expressed surprise. Ah, Lord Beerus, isn't what we're doing right now important? Whis, what could be more important than food? The important thing I'm talking about is going to Earth to explore cuisine. That Vegeta fellow has already promised me. Food indeed, Lord Beerus, that is important. Seeing Naruto defeat Frieza, everyone relaxed and began to chat. But the next second a fierce voice came from underground. I will make you all die with me. Planet Destroyer. Ha 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 ha, Namek explode. If this attack hit Beerus might be fine, but the others? That was uncertain. Ha 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 ha, I can survive in space, but you Saiyans lack that ability. Naruto, the final victor will surely be me. Frieza's sudden attack caught everyone off guard. He's mad, completely mad. Is Frieza trying to take us all down with him? No, he might not even die. We're doomed. Bulma plopped down on the ground. Well, my son, you're so pitiful, not even born yet and you'll be blown up with your mother. But then Bulma looked at Beerus and Whis. She hesitated for a moment, then just before the entire Namek exploded she clung tightly to Whis's leg. Boom. Boom. In a moment Namek was blown to smithereens. Only a few tiny fragments of rock drifted among the stars. Frieza was now covered in blood forced out of his golden form with hardly any unscathed spot on his body. Cough cough, excellent. Indeed, I am the ultimate victor, ha ha ha. He swept his gaze around and the next second Frieza froze, a chill piercing his spine. How is this possible? There around Beerus a silver-white barrier encircled the Z-fighters. They are completely unharmed. This was a planet explosion. Among the crowd Whis tapped his staff expressionlessly. Lord Beerus, this Frieza is quite mischievous. It seems he needs to be properly disciplined. The next second time and space reversed and everyone was instantly transported back to the moment before Frieza destroyed the planet. What happened? How is Namek still here? Didn't it just explode? Frieza came to his senses, his face filled with astonishment. The next second, Naruto instantly teleported over and subdued him. Frieza, you have no martial honor trying to take us down with you. Frieza was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? He carefully recalled the details of that moment, clearly having acted and blown the entire Namek to ash. Wait a moment. Could it be the person beside Beerus? But logically shouldn't the one beside the god of destruction be his attendant? How does it feel like his power surpasses even the god of destructions? Frieza was utterly despairing. Now it's over. He couldn't win in a fight and he couldn't escape. I'm screwed. Beerus rushed to Frieza with fury on his face. This brat almost cost him his gourmet food, unforgivable. Frieza, let this be a lesson. With another blast of destruction energy. Frieza's gaze became considerably clearer. Beerus clasped his hands behind his back and spoke impatiently. Frieza, stay put in your territory for the time being. You'll need time to adapt to that form anyway. I'll notify you later. Frieza rolled his dead fish eyes and nodded reluctantly. This lazy cat too idle to move would probably make him work for him again. Sigh, he shouldn't have messed around earlier. Before leaving, Whis thoughtfully reinforced the overall planetary structure of Namek and repaired the damaged mountains and terrain. Earth. Whis led the group back in just 10 minutes. Krillin rubbed his bald head and sighed, wow, that was unbelievably fast. Gohan marveled, yeah. Our spaceship back then took 3 whole months to get there. Vegeta glanced at Beerus and Whis, who were traveling with them. This trip to Namek had not only allowed him to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan but also given him a child. And most importantly, he had learned about the transformation of Super Saiyan God. Now the next step was to properly attend to these two great figures. A mysterious smile flickered at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Once a person has weaknesses, they become vulnerable. Even the god of destruction is no exception. Hey Vegeta, what are you grinning about? Hurry up and serve the gourmet food you promised. Whis chimed in, yeah. Vegeta scratched his head awkwardly and instructed Nappa beside him. Nappa, take your little wife and prepare a full feast for Lord Beerus. Got it, darling, let's go. A year passed in the blink of an eye. On the outskirts of West City. A young man with purple hair leaped out of the time machine, clenching his fists, his eyes filled with determination. This time I will change history. Just you wait, androids. Calculating the time, that bastard Frieza should be arriving soon. Uncle Goku hasn't arrived yet, so I'll have to deal with Earth's crisis for now. As for Dad. He probably hasn't transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. Trunks murmured to himself. In the distance. A luxurious spaceship slowly descended. The hatch opened. Frieza and King Cold stepped out. The air here is much fresher than our eastern star. Son, is this Earth? That's right. King Cold sighed, I wonder what's so special about this Earth that Lord Beerus would stay here for a whole year. It's all because of that little seducer Vegeta. Thinking of this, Frieza's eyes burned with anger. In a year with Vegeta's flattery skills, he must have learned quite a bit from Beerus. Meanwhile, I spent this year alone training with my men without a moment's pause. When we meet again, I must give Vegeta a good beating to vent my hatred. Son, it seems someone is coming. Following King Cold's gaze, Frieza looked at the approaching figure. It was a handsome young man with purple hair and a slightly melancholic air. Those eyes and facial features, why does he look so much like Vegeta? Trunks' gaze sharpened, he drew the sword on his back and spoke directly. You're Frieza, right? Die. Frieza was stunned. What was with this guy? How could he be more ruthless than the Emperor of the Universe, attacking at the slightest provocation? Could this brat be Vegeta's illegitimate son, here to avenge his father and grandfather? Ha, interesting. In that case, I'll take out my anger on you first. Don't blame me for bullying a child, Vegeta. Frieza extended a single finger and perfectly caught Trunks' full-force sword strike. As expected of Frieza, Trunks didn't dare to be careless and immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. His sudden burst of energy instantly broke free from Frieza's grip. He swung his sword continuously. However, no matter how fast he swung, Frieza easily caught every strike. This is impossible. How can you be this strong? Oh ho, are you complimenting me? But I won't go easy on you. Frieza felt a bit smug inside. Well, as his uncle, he might as well teach Vegeta's son a proper lesson. From now on, he must show respect whenever he sees Frieza. West City. The Bulma estate. Beerus was savoring the afternoon tea. In the distance, Vegeta and the others paused their training. That signature is Frieza. Who is he fighting? Let's go check it out. Seeing everyone rushing over to join the fun, Whis quickly popped the last piece of pudding into his mouth. Ah, Whis. You ate all the pudding. Lord Beerus, you've gotten fat. As an angel, I naturally have to help you share the burden. Beerus instantly lost interest in drinking tea. Let's see what the fuss is about. Nearby, Bulma was holding little Trunks and feeding him. Why is everyone leaving? A bunch of heartless people. By the time everyone arrived at the scene, they saw Frieza brutally beating up a man. Damn, this guy is getting wrecked. Strange, Frieza is clearly toying with him. Hey, doesn't his hairstyle look familiar? Sensing the arrival of the others, Frieza stopped, kicked Trunks over to Vegeta's side and looked at him with a sinister grin. Vegeta, your son isn't all that impressive. Compared to Naruto, he's far inferior. What son? Vegeta was baffled by Frieza's words. He looked at the half-dead Trunks beside him, utterly confused. This guy is my son. Are you kidding me, Frieza? Did you lose your mind? On the ground, hearing Frieza's words, Trunks felt as if struck by lightning, his mind consumed by overwhelming shock. How is that possible? How does Frieza know I'm Vegeta's son? This makes no sense. He had never laid eyes on Frieza before. How could this guy recognize him? And his strength was off, unreasonably powerful. Logically, with his Super Saiyan power he should have been able to dominate Frieza, but the reality was the exact opposite. With Frieza's reminder, the group finally understood why the man before them seemed so familiar. Krillin slapped his thigh in sudden realization. Right. That's Trunks, same hairstyle and look at his face, a perfect blend of Bulma and Vegeta's best features. Handsome guy. Piccolo quipped dryly. Good thing Frieza didn't punch his face or we'd never recognize him. Vegeta's heart trembled violently, choosing to ignore Piccolo's jab. What the hell? If this guy is really my son, then who's that baby Bulma's holding? At that, Trunks grew even more bewildered. Not only did Krillin know about his parents' relationship, but from his father's words it seemed he had already been born. Damn, had he set the wrong time for his time travel? Meanwhile, Naruto fell into thought. This scene closely resembled his own past encounter within the dragon vein. Back then he had met his father, Minato Namikaze, but at that time Minato wasn't yet the fourth Hokage and Naruto himself hadn't even been born. Could it be that this Trunks had experienced something similar? As everyone speculated, two streaks of light arrived. Noticing the newcomers, Frieza and King Cold bowed slightly and greeted respectfully. The year's term is up. We welcome Lord Beerus's return. Beerus smirked. Oh, time flies so fast. Well then, I suppose it's time for some exercise. He had visibly gained weight over the past year. The delicacies of Earth had truly made him reluctant to leave. Whis chuckled softly and reminded him, Lord Beerus, this man seems to bear the traces of temporal displacement. According to the rules he should be erased. Beerus frowned. Time travel? That can't be. How could a mere mortal travel through time? After all, even he found it nearly impossible. As far as he knew, only the Kaioshin's time rings and the power of an angel could accomplish such a feat. His expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze on Trunks. Hey kid, fess up. How did you travel through time? If you don't. A sphere of destruction energy gathered in Beerus's hand. He needed to keep a close watch on this dangerous individual who had trespassed across time. He'd been feeling uneasy lately. For several days he hadn't slept well. After hearing Whis' words, the group's eyes were filled with shock. This Trunks had come from another timeline. Naruto looked inscrutable, as if he had already seen through everything. Vegeta rushed forward to block Beerus. Lord Beerus, could there be a misunderstanding? You may not know this, but he is my son. Oh. He's your son, Vegeta. Now Beerus was a bit reluctant to act. After all, he had been freeloading at Bulma's house, eating and drinking every day. Killing her son would be awkward. Everyone then turned their eyes to Trunks, hoping for an explanation. Trunks knelt on one knee in pain, his eyes full of confusion. It was all too strange. First Frieza's inexplicably enhanced strength, then Krillin's familiarity with him. The strangest part was that he had never heard his mother mention these two. And the way Frieza and his father treated him with such deference. Most crucially Vegeta, his father. According to his mother, his father was an incredibly proud man. Yet now he was actually speaking up for him. It seemed he had no choice but to tell the truth. My name is Trunks. I came here in a time machine built by my mother. In the future I come from the androids are wreaking havoc and I'm the only Z fighter left on Earth. But they were too powerful. I had to come to the past to change history and save the planet. My time machine is parked nearby, you can follow me and see it. Trunks' words carried a massive amount of information. Everyone was stunned. What? A time machine? Androids running rampant. Isn't that the one Sasuke developed? There's no sign of them going berserk. Could the androids rebel later? No way, they could kill Goku, Vegeta, Naruto and everyone. They couldn't believe it, but Trunks spoke with such earnestness that it didn't seem like a lie. Whiz's eyes flickered as if he had discovered something astonishing. Beerus stroked his chin in admiration. Bulma actually has this kind of talent. She's a damn genius. But then he suddenly thought of a serious problem. They seemed to have forgotten to bring Bulma along. At that moment, high in the sky, Bulma was flying her plane with a look of grievance. These guys, every single one of them, so unreliable. She glanced at the sleeping Trunks beside her, a trace of tenderness flashing in her eyes. Be good, baby. Grow up fast and one day you'll fly me around. Everyone gathered around the time machine as Trunks slowly recounted his story. What? You're saying Goku died of a heart disease? And we all got killed by androids 17 and 18. Gohan was your master. He lost an arm saving you and then died at the hands of the androids. Damn, that future is brutal. In the crowd, Sasuke stiffened. The gossip had landed on him. He hadn't paid much attention at first, until Trunks mentioned 17 and 18. In recent years, Orochimaru's android technology had matured. Just a while ago, Sasuke had completed the modifications of Lapis and Lazuli, codenamed 17 and 18. He hadn't told anyone except Naruto about this. Orochimaru also noticed the shock in Sasuke's eyes. This world might be more complex than we imagine. Sasuke, think about it from another angle. If we hadn't recruited Dr. Gero a few years ago, and if you didn't exist in this world, perhaps events would have unfolded exactly as that boy said. Everyone was rendered speechless. Trunks finally had a chance to observe the group closely. And that's when he noticed something wrong. Besides the two he had just met, there were two children he didn't recognize at all. What's going on? Did I come to the wrong world? Excuse me, may I ask who these two are? Trunks pointed in the direction of Naruto and Sasuke. Krillin, however, mistakenly thought he was asking about Beerus and Whis. Trunks, these two are of great importance. Do you believe in gods in this world? Krillin spoke with an air of profound mystery. This is the renowned god of destruction, Lord Beerus, and the angel Whis. Trunks was shocked. Really? He tremblingly pointed his finger at Naruto. These two young men are the god of destruction and the angel. Uncle Krillin, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Ah, so you were talking about Naruto and Sasuke. Krillin was a bit embarrassed, then he realized. No way, you don't know who they are. Naruto is Goku's son, and as for Sasuke, he is the one who developed the androids. What? Trunks suddenly remembered that Aunt Chi-Chi had indeed been pregnant with a son, but because of the androids the child never had a chance to be born. And Sasuke. Trunks looked at the strikingly handsome young man before him. He considered himself quite handsome, but compared to this young man before him he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon in the sky. However handsome as he was, the androids were clearly developed by Dr. Gero. This Uncle Krillin really just talks nonsense. If such a young child could develop androids, Trunks would eat 3 pounds of feces. On the other side, Vegeta circled the time machine. He was certain this was Bulma's handiwork, as it bore the logo of Capsule Corporation. Alright Trunks, since you can't figure some things out, don't dwell on them. You are my son and your revenge will naturally be carried out by me. After all, in the timeline Trunks described, the androids had even killed him. With that, Vegeta clenched his fists and his aura surged. A ring of crimson spiritual energy shimmered around him. At that moment Vegeta abruptly entered the Super Saiyan God mode. Since learning the method to transform into Super Saiyan God on planet Namek, most of the Saiyans had experienced it. Except for Nappa, who was too dull to grasp it, the others could all transform. And after a year of intense training, Plus was secretly giving him extra lessons a few times, he had now perfectly mastered this form. At this moment, seeing Vegeta's triumphant expression, Trunks was quite stunned. Father, what form is this? Do we Saiyans have this kind of transformation? You don't know a lot yet. Let me train you properly for a while and then those androids will be a piece of cake. Nearby, watching Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan God, a flicker of barely noticeable anger flashed in Frieza's eyes. That little bastard Vegeta really got the first pick as the one closest to the water. Frieza decided that when he returned he would have his men collect delicacies from across the universe to properly serve these two masters. The group was scheming their own little plans when suddenly space trembled. Goku and two mysterious figures in uniforms teleported in. Beerus narrowed his eyes, already recognizing them. Supreme Kai, why aren't you staying in the realm of the Supreme Kais? What are you doing running around? No wonder he had been feeling restless lately. Good grief, so the source was here. He knew that their lives were bound together. If the Supreme Kai did something stupid, it would implicate him. Shin heard the somewhat familiar voice and shrank back in fear. Oh my, why is this Lord here too? Lord Beerus, I didn't expect you to be here. It's perfect, as I have some very important matters to report to you. Goku also snapped to attention. Yes, Lord Beerus, let me tell you, my half-year journey through the universe has uncovered many astonishing things. Then Goku began to recount his experiences. First he learned instant transmission on planet Yardrat, then fought Frisia's brother Cooler, helped the Galactic Patrol deal with a group of escaped space pirates along the way, and finally resolved the Janemba crisis in Hell. Beerus was speechless, having listened for so long without understanding a thing. Goku, can you get to the point? Shin stepped forward to speak for Goku. Lord Beerus, in simple terms, a mysterious planet suddenly appeared in the universe. On this planet there are strange secret realms. They send invitations when people dream, and those who accept will participate in the instances with their souls as mediums. Clearing the instances yields various rewards, such as extending lifespan, curing ailments, boosting battle power, and so on. But its most insidious tactic lies in its method of promotion. As long as one clears the highest difficulty instance, they can obtain the inheritance of a god, ascending from a mortal to the heavens in one step. Many people lured by this promise plunged into the instances. However, what they don't know is that once they fail to clear an instance, their souls will remain trapped in the secret realm forever. This has led to a massive number of people dying inexplicably across the universe in recent years, and the underworld is nearly overwhelmed. Shin said with a grave expression, voicing his conjecture. I suspect that this is all the work of the wizard Babidi, with the likely goal of resurrecting the ancient demon god Majin Buu. Lord Beerus, I came here seeking the help of Earthlings, but since you are here there is no need to worry. Over the years, because of this, the average battle power index of Universe 7 has been decreasing year by year. If we don't resolve this crisis... Lord Beerus, after all, you wouldn't want Universe 7 to become someone else's slave, would you? Shin finished speaking, staring intently at Beerus. Beerus was quite happy when he heard the first part. The ancient demon god, Majin Buu. Didn't that mean he could gain another extremely powerful warrior? But after hearing the rest, Beerus was dumbfounded. What do you mean he's wiped out all the people in his universe? Do you want to be the god of destruction instead? This Babidi deserves to be killed. And Majin Buu must not be left alive. Let's go, lead the way. I want to see what this Babidi is up to. The others wouldn't miss this chance to watch the drama. They all followed to join the fun. Fortunately, Whis had a cubic spaceship. The large group didn't feel cramped. Universe 7, the vast galaxy. Under Whis's guidance, the group arrived at their destination. Supreme Kai Shin pointed ahead. Lord Beerus, please look. This is the one. Before their eyes, a massive sphere emanating black-purple aura flickered eerily in the galaxy. Beerus stepped forward to examine carefully, but after a thorough search he gave up. He could not discern anything at all. However, too embarrassed to admit defeat in front of everyone, he kept his findings to himself. Thus, feigning profundity, Beerus asked the others, did any of you notice anything? They all resorted to their respective methods. Vegeta burst his ki and transformed into Super Saiyan God, sensing with divine energy. Frieza, not to be outdone, assumed his golden form. Naruto and Sasuke activated their Rinnegan, while Kurama's malice detection was deployed in turn. Krillin even used the solar flare to illuminate the area. Yet it was all in vain, and none of them could detect any useful information. Goku grew anxious. The planet was nothing but pitch black, massive and round, revealing nothing else. Lord Beerus, since you figured it out, do tell us. Don't be so stingy. Everyone turned their gaze to Beerus. Krillin flattered, as expected of the god of destruction Lord Beerus. We couldn't see a thing. Tien Shinhan's eyes glimmered with admiration. Lord Beerus saw through it with just a casual glance. Gohan chimed in, yeah. Beerus flushed slightly at their words. Could he admit he saw nothing at all? Certainly not. He then turned to Whis beside him. Ahem, Whis, you explain. Let me see if you're correct. Whis smiled knowingly, not exposing Beerus's predicament. He then began to wield his angelic authority. A ripple swept across the area. Whis spoke, this planet is covered in divine authority. Ordinary power cannot damage it. Beerus stood with his hands behind his back speaking coolly. Well said, Whis. But just because ordinary power can't destroy it doesn't mean I can't. With that, Beerus prepared to use his power of destruction to erase the planet entirely. Why leave such a menace for the new year? Lord Beerus, wait. From my observation, trillions of beings from the universe are currently participating in the game on this planet. If you destroy it recklessly, all those people will die. Then the entire underworld's operations would be in chaos. At Whis' words, everyone present was stunned. Trillions of beings playing the game in there. What kind of concept was that? Beerus's head ached instantly. Whis, what do you think? In my view, the one who tied the knot must untie it. The crux of the problem might be the so-called divine inheritance. Goku suddenly clapped his hands in excitement. Whis, do you mean we should join the game too? Right. Why didn't I think of that? With our strength, if we clear this secret realm, won't everything be clear? Gohan's eyes sparkled. Dad, you're amazing. Beside them, Kaioshin Shin rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Was it possible that the purpose of his trip to Earth was to have these warriors willingly join the game? Only by entering the game could they uncover the truth. If not for his own life being more important, he would have joined long ago. He then spoke somewhat tactfully. Goku, your idea is good, but from what I know, even the simplest difficulty of this game has a clearance rate of less than 5. It's extremely dangerous. I'm afraid that once you go in, you won't come out. However, despite that, many still flock to it. This is definitely Babiti's conspiracy, and there must be a mastermind behind it. After Shin finished, Whis glanced at him in surprise. This Kaioshin had grown much wiser over the years. Everyone, don't worry. Feel free to join. Whis tapped his staff and a white light enveloped everyone. I've placed a mark on you that grants one exemption from death penalty. Beerus looked at the gathered group, then hardened his resolve. Goku, Vegeta, Naruto, Sasuke and Frieza, I'll grant you each an additional destructive force. As the strongest among you, you must clear this secret realm. Yes. The others, though not receiving the destructive power, gained more courage with Whis' resurrection mark. Frieza, ever the schemer, ordered his high-ranking subordinates to send warriors to participate in the secret realm. King Cold even notified Cooler. In an instant, all the high-end forces of the universe joined in. Goku and the others touched the secret realm and their figures were instantly sucked in. Inside the secret realm, a figure spoke slowly, welcome to the divine game. Here you can have everything you desire. Whether you are a nobody or a legend, it all depends on your choice. Please select the difficulty of the instance: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, inferno. Note, those who clear the inferno instance can obtain the divine inheritance and ascend in one step. The currently unlocked difficulty is easy. To select a higher difficulty, please clear the previous one first. Naruto looked around, found no other options and decisively chose easy. Difficulty confirmed. Detecting your body data. Based on the abilities you currently control, you may choose and bring abilities into the instance. Note, the more abilities you bring, the lower your score. Easy difficulty allows up to 3 abilities. Note, easy difficulty allows 1 free ability that does not affect the scoring system. Note, those without abilities can draw 1 for free inside the instance. Naruto was puzzled. Draw an ability. What does that mean? Let's try. Ability drawn successfully. The drawn ability is C rank, drop the handkerchief green. C rank, drop the handkerchief green, a conceptual ability. When this song is played, listeners must stand throughout the entire song because there is no seat. Naruto was dumbfounded. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Such a bizarre ability existed. The Phantom then demonstrated the ability in his mind. In a massive concert, the singer on stage performed the song and all 10,000 audience members stood the entire time, not a single person sitting. It was a hard control lasting exactly 2.5 minutes until the song ended and everyone finally sat down. Naruto was stunned. This ability could be top tier in certain situations. Before Naruto could react, another voice sounded. Your own abilities: Sage Mode B rank, Blue Kurama Mode B rank, Deep Blue 6 Paths, Sage Mode A rank, Purple Rinnegan Single A rank, Purple Invincible 8 Gates A rank, Purple Super Saiyan A rank, Deep Purple Super Saiyan God SS rank, Gold 6 Paths, Super Saiyan God SS Dazzling Gold. Remaining abilities omitted. Ability rank: Spectrum E Gray D White C Green B Blue A Purple S Silver SS Gold SSS Orange SP Red Up Rainbow. Generating your instance. Scene confirmed. The current instance is the Nine-Tails Rampage. Randomly selecting role. Selection successful. The role you will play is the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure, Minato Namikaze. Please confirm your abilities quickly. The instance is about to begin. Wait, there must be a mistake. Naruto was slightly stunned as he read the prompt. The dungeon within this secret realm was actually a scene from his past life in the ninja world. The Nine-Tails Rampage, that was the very moment of his birth. He knew that in this battle both his parents would perish tragically before his eyes. And it would indirectly lead to his miserable childhood. He wondered what dungeon Sasuke and the others were experiencing. Naruto tried to contact them but his messages vanished like stones sinking into the sea. I should focus on myself first. For ability selection I'll definitely choose my current strongest form, Immortal 6-Path Super Saiyan God. This was an ability rated SS Blazing Gold by the Secret Realm. Ability selection successful, Immortal 6-Path Super Saiyan God SS Blazing Gold. Dungeon mission requirements for this instance are as follows. 1. Protect the newborn son Naruto Uzumaki from harm. Note if Naruto Uzumaki dies the dungeon mission is considered failed. 2. Protect the villagers of Konoha under your jurisdiction. Note if the villager death rate exceeds 30 the dungeon mission is automatically deemed failed. 3. Stop the mysterious masked man Uchiha Madara. Note inflict damage upon him and at the time of dungeon settlement he must not appear within Konoha otherwise the mission is considered failed. Warm reminder the overall mortality rate for this dungeon is as high as 99. 99. Good luck. After reading the mission requirements Naruto was dumbfounded. This is the easy difficulty. Are you kidding me? He finally understood why the mortality rate in this secret realm was so high. Whoever drew this dungeon was simply out of luck. It was a hopeless start from the very beginning. Naruto dared not imagine what it would be like if an ordinary cosmic being entered this dungeon trial. Carrying a C rank, drop the handkerchief, ability. The scene, too beautiful to behold. That would be quite the life. Before Naruto could ponder further. The scene shifted. And when he looked at himself again he had taken the form of Minato Namikaze. Damn, I really became my father. Beside him. A beautiful red-haired woman with a gentle expression spoke to him with a hint of reproach. Minato, what nonsense are you muttering? Hurry, we need to reseal the Nine-Tails. Gazing at Kushina who was so close. Naruto blurted out, Mom. Then he quickly covered his mouth. Oops, he almost forgot he was now his father, Minato Namikaze. I wonder what Dad used to call Mom as a term of endearment. For a moment Naruto stood frozen in awkwardness. A swirl of emotions flooded his mind. Excitement, unease, embarrassment and awkwardness. Hearing Minato suddenly call her Mom. Kushina's cheeks flushed instantly. Minato, what are you doing? She covered her face with her hands, a blush spreading down to her neck. This was a nickname she usually forced him to use in their private moments. But now was hardly the time for such teasing. Just then. A voice that was anything but timely interrupted. Oh, how affectionate you two are. And I never imagined the 4th Hokage of Konoha would be so. Playful TSK. A mysterious man in a black robe and mask appeared holding the newborn Naruto in his arms. He threatened Minato. Minato Namikaze, step away from Kushina immediately unless you want your newborn son to become a box. Naruto snapped back to reality. Damn, how did he end up in his hands? This masked bastard. But perfect. This dungeon suited him just fine. Today he would give this masked man, Uchiha Obito, a thorough beating. Avenging the murder of his parents all those years ago. Seeing that Minato Namikaze showed no reaction, the masked man showed no mercy, tossing Naruto into the air and aiming a kunai at him. The next second. Minato Namikaze moved. Immortal 6-Path Super Saiyan God Mode activate. Minato teleported beside the infant Naruto, crushing the explosive tag that Uncle Obito had prepared for him. Then using divine power he opened a small rift in another dimension and temporarily placed the infant inside. Wrapped in divine power the child would be perfectly safe. Having done this, Minato returned to Kushina's side and reinforced the 8 trigram seal on the Nine-Tails. Then he grabbed Obito and instantly transported him out of the barrier, arriving at the open area outside Konoha. Inside the barrier, Kushina stared at the 8 trigram seal that had been completed on her abdomen in an instant. Falling into deep thought. What just happened? Why did the Nine-Tails suddenly become so docile? She looked around again. But Minato and the mysterious black-robed man were both gone. Outside Konoha. In the span of a single breath. The masked man realized that Naruto was no longer in his hands and he himself had been pulled out. "Tch, I underestimated you, my revered teacher. No wonder you're called the Yellow Flash." Even with his Mangekyō Sharingan he hadn't caught that entire sequence. But today. "I'm taking the Nine-Tails. Let me send you to your death first, my revered teacher." The masked man body flickered behind Minato Namake's, ready to strike a fatal blow. But the next second. Minato instantly kicked him away. A flicker of disbelief flashed in the masked man's eyes. What was that kick? I couldn't even activate my intangibility. Moreover, his Sharingan couldn't track the opponent's attack. Watching the bewildered masked man, Minato smiled calmly and said, "Can't keep up. Little bro." Beneath the mask. Uchiha Obito's face turned crimson and a voice laced with anger rang out. "Me, Uchiha Madara, can't keep up. I just wasn't serious earlier." The masked man pulled a chain from his Kamui dimension and wrapped it around his hands. With a flicker of movement, he launched another attack on Minato. This time he focused all his attention. Ready to activate his intangibility at any moment. Naruto sneered as the masked man called himself Uchiha Madara. "Uchiha Madara, ha. I'll beat the hell out of you, Uchiha Madara." The moment their bodies made contact, Obito hastily activated his intangibility. But the next second, Minato followed him directly into the Kamui dimension and punched him out. "Impossible. How did you get in here? Is it that hard?" Uchiha Obito. Hearing Minato call out his true identity, Obito's pupils dilated in shock. No, absolutely impossible. He actually knew who he really was. Obito felt as if he might sink into depression. Naruto paid no heed to that. He began to subject Obito to merciless torment. "Congratulations. You have cleared the dungeon. Dungeon Evaluation SSS. Calculating your rewards, please wait. Reward settlement complete. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 year of physiological development cycle, no burden, no impact on lifespan, divine chi purity increased by 5. Then. A stream of light enveloped Naruto, and when the radiance faded, he felt the changes in his body. Not only had he grown taller, but his muscles had also become more robust. The concentration of divine chi within him had increased by a small margin. Though the improvement was not extremely obvious, this enhancement in purity alone was equivalent to a month of arduous cultivation. This secret realm truly combines danger and opportunity. Even clearing a simple level dungeon grants such remarkable rewards. After examining the rewards, Naruto exited the secret realm and found that the others had also finished their first dungeons. Beerus, seeing that everyone had emerged, asked, "How was it? Did you gather any information?" Son Goku scratched his head. "Lord Beerus, nothing at all. This simple level dungeon was completely without challenge. I was tasked with escorting a guy named Tazuna, and along the way I defeated a few individuals who resembled ninjas. That old man even treated me to a meal. He was quite kind. In the end, I don't even know how it happened, but the dungeon just ended." Vegeta asked curiously, "Kakarot, what about your rating? What was your score?" "Let me think. It was an S rank. Oh, and at the end I was rewarded with 2 divine chi purity." Hearing that Goku's dungeon rating was lower than his own, Vegeta immediately became smug. "Kakarot, I think you ate that guy out of house and home. My dungeon rating was a whopping SS rank with a 3.5 increase in divine chi purity." "What? There's such a thing?" Accepting a meal from someone had cost him a full 1.5 of divine chi purity. What a terrible loss. Goku retorted with some indignation, "Vegeta, why do you take this rating system so seriously? It alienates people's efforts." Vegeta crossed his arms and replied coldly, "Kakarot, you sure are stubborn. Alright, you two stop arguing. It's giving me a headache. What about the others? Any discoveries?" Beerus sternly interrupted the two. Everyone exchanged information. Everyone's dungeon ratings ranged from A to SS with varying rewards, but all were closely related to their own abilities. For Earth martial artists like Krillin, their base combat power increased by tens of thousands. For special races like Piccolo and Frieza, the rewards came in the form of bloodline purity. Moreover, everyone discovered a pattern: no matter how long they spent inside the dungeon, only 8 hours would pass in the outside world. Naruto had also experienced this firsthand. To exact revenge, he had tormented Obito for 49 days, subjecting him to the 8 major tortures of Konoha in rotation. Whenever Obito's spirit was on the verge of collapse, Naruto would use divine chi to keep him clinging to life. In the end, it seemed even the secret realm could no longer bear it and directly expelled him. However, this led Naruto to realize a very serious issue: the dungeons everyone else had experienced were all events that had occurred in the ninja world. This was far too strange. Beerus, noticing that neither Naruto nor Sasuke had spoken, couldn't help but ask, "Little Naruto and little Sasuke, why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you couldn't even clear the simple difficulty." Both of them had not only the resurrection ability that was had placed on them, but also a destructive force I gave them as a trump card. If they couldn't clear a simple level dungeon, I'd wring their heads off. Faced with Beerus's question, Naruto snapped out of it. He had indeed been too focused on listening to everyone else's stories. "Lord Beerus, my dungeon rating was SSS rank." Sasuke, "Same here." Everyone gasped. "What? Triple S rank? How is that possible?" Vegeta and Frieza, who had been smug about their double S ranks, were brimming with superiority. Upon hearing this news, their Dao hearts shattered instantly. 1 triple S rank was already surprising, but 2? Does that even make sense? Whis glanced at the two with a puzzled expression. Why was it specifically Naruto and the other one? Whis then looked at Trunks, pondering his earlier words. A person from the future who doesn't recognize people from the past, that's highly suspicious. Can you tell us about your rewards? Naruto answered without hesitation, I have 2 rewards: 1 year of physiological development cycle and 5 divine chi purity. Sasuke, same here, except my other reward instead of divine chi purity was a 5 increase in the aura limit of the android furnace. Whis murmured to himself, so triple S rank grants 2 rewards. Inside Sasuke's mental space, Naruto established a connection via the mind transfer technique. Sasuke, did you notice? Everyone's dungeons are stories from our past life in the ninja world. By the way, which scene did your first dungeon take place in? The night of the Uchiha clan massacre. I played the role of my father, Uchiha Fugaku. Ah, Sasuke, that's a bit of a coincidence. I experienced the Nine-Tails rampage and I also played the role of my father. The two continued to speculate. But they had too little information at the moment. It seemed that to fully uncover the secrets of this planet they would have to keep participating in the secret realm. Leaving the mental space, Naruto discussed the details of the dungeon with the others. Krillin suddenly spoke up, hey, I swear this dungeon can only be entered once every 3 days, and now we don't even have to touch it, we can communicate with the secret realm directly in our consciousness. Everyone tried it and found it to be true. Beerus said, in that case let's go back first. In 3 days we'll all participate in the dungeon again. Over the next 3 days, various forces passed through this planet. The Frieza Force, the Cooler Army, and even the Galactic Patrol. All the notable figures in the 7th universe came into contact with this secret realm. For a time, under the strategies of the top experts, the clearance rate for simple level dungeons soared, reaching 35. What everyone didn't know was that on this planet a black-purple demon egg was growing increasingly ominous. Beside it a hideous magician was laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, this method is so effective, much faster than my foolishly collecting energy across the universe. That Zamasu is truly a genius to have come up with such an idea. On Earth, Supreme Kai-Shin reported to Beerus the events that had transpired over the past 3 days. Lord Beerus, the number of people entering the secret realm has surged again over these days. Although the overall mid-to-high combat power index of our universe has increased by 0.02 in 3 days, the death toll has also grown further. I'm worried that something bad might happen. What's there to panic about? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Don't slack off recently, speed up the creation of planets. Also pick out some promising combat talents from the universe and have Whis arrange resurrection abilities for them. This time the 7th universe will rise. In the underworld, King Yama had been run off his feet lately. My goodness, when will this ever end? He cursed inwardly, I swear if I find out who the hell is behind this mess. And so 3 days passed quickly. Naruto entered the secret realm once again. Welcome back to the God game. Detected that you have cleared the easy difficulty, now unlocking normal difficulty. Difficulty automatically confirmed normal. Normal difficulty allows carrying 5 abilities. Normal difficulty allows 2 free abilities without affecting the score. Now extracting your free abilities. Ability extraction successful. Extracted abilities E-level Cabbage Throwing Gray, S-level Imperial Awakening Silver. E-level Cabbage Throwing Gray. You possess an extraordinary resilience. When others throw cabbage at you, you can smile and cook it into a dish. S-level Imperial Awakening Silver automatically activates when you become the shadow of a village. Upon activation, gain the following effects. First, all ninjas under your command receive the Silver Crown imprint with basic attributes increased. The increase rate gradually rises with the number of ninjas under your command up to a maximum of 200. Second, when the number of ninjas under your command reaches 10000 and the number of Kage-level ninjas reaches 20, the Golden Emperor path is unlocked. Effects unknown. Ming-Ren was dumbfounded. At this time, one of the free abilities was extremely extraordinary. S-level Silver Grade Imperial Awakening. I wonder what kind of dungeon this will be. The next moment a message prompt came from the secret realm. This dungeon game is Hokage Simulator. You will experience life as a Hokage. The simulation target is the first Hokage of my village, Chien Shou Jujian. Please quickly select the abilities to carry. Countdown 2 minutes 30 seconds. Life simulation. This time it's not a battle dungeon but letting me simulate the life of the first Hokage after becoming Hokage. This secret realm is not simple, it hides a hidden mystery. Since that's the case, I'll take this Imperial Awakening ability. Ming-Ren confirmed with his consciousness and immediately a prompt came from the secret realm. Ability selection complete. Carried abilities S-level Imperial Awakening Silver, SS Immortal 6 Paths Super Saiyan God Blazing Gold. The requirements for this life simulation are as follows. At the end of the simulation, the number of ninjas in my village must be at least 5000, among them Kage level 15. Elite Jonin 75. Jonin 270. Special Jonin 640. Chunin 1200. Genin 2800. If this number is not reached, the simulation is considered a failure. After reading the requirements, Ming-Ren couldn't help but swallow. It is not easy to achieve such a number of ninjas. In his past life he had been a Hokage for nearly 7 or 8 years. It is no easy task to train even a single genin. Ninja Academy training grounds and the kunai explosive tags etc. that are consumed daily. This requires a huge amount of manpower and resources. Moreover, Ming-Ren recalled that the first Hokage's reign seemed to last only about 10 years. Although the population of Mai was relatively prosperous during its founding, achieving this scale was still very difficult. Before Ming-Ren could think further, the life simulation game had already begun. In the first week of Mai's founding, under the support of the crowd, you don the Hokage's ceremonial robe unique to the Hokage. The first Hokage of my village, Chien Shou Jujian, officially steps onto the stage of history. Because of your title, God of Shinobi, and your ending of the Warring States era, a large number of refugees flood into my village. Faced with these refugees, your choice is 1. Drive them away. Only noble ninjas can join my village. 2. Welcome them warmly and proactively. Use would release 3 bedroom 1 living room to help them build dwellings. 3. Pretend to accept them but actually collude with Uchiha band to control these refugees and organize them to mine. Ming-Ren looked at the 3 choices and unhesitatingly chose the second. Honestly, any normal person would not choose 1 or 3. Choice successful. Faced with these refugees, you warmly and generously accepted them. This act spread by word of mouth among the refugees, attracting even more refugees to come. Village population 12480. My village public security -20. 1 month after Mai's founding, the sudden surge of villagers caused various problems in the village. Faced with these villagers, your choice is 1. Entrust the Uchiha clan to form the Mai police force to manage the villagers uniformly. 2. Entrust the Nara clan to establish and improve various village regulations to govern the villagers with rules. 3. Handle it personally. Ming-Ren looked at these 3 choices. The first one, forming a police force, was undoubtedly ruled out immediately. This is a lesson from the past. Of violent suppression would not only accumulate villagers' resentment but also cause the Uchiha to become estranged from the village, eventually leading to the annihilation of the entire clan. As for handling it personally, he had deep experience. Really, during those years as Hokage, he did nothing else but deal with all kinds of trivial matters every day, and his hair fell out. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Choose option 2. Choice successful. You waved your hand, personally visited the Nara clan leader and entrusted him with this matter. He was deeply moved, patiently visited various clans, actively listened to villagers' opinions, and finally took 2 weeks to perfect the village's regulations. Including but not limited to administration, policing, interrogation, medical care, and commerce. It is worth mentioning that the My Police Department was entrusted to the Akimichi clan, recruiting ninjas with a sense of justice from various major clans while also opening a poverty-stricken internship channel. As soon as the policies were announced, the villagers and clans applauded. Villager morale 30, each major clan sense of belonging 35, your leadership 502 months after Mai's founding, the Nara clan leader came to you and asked about the development plan for the next 3 years. Your choice is 1. More children, more blessings. 2. Strategic reserves. 3. Develop economy. 4. Establish a ninja academy. 5. Research technology. Multiple choices allowed, up to 3, 5, choose 3. Ming Ren looked at these 5 options. The plan for the next 3 years means that once a choice is missed, that option may not have priority in the following 3 years. This must be carefully decided. In the end, Ming Ren chose 1, 3, 4, population, economy, and education. These must be the most important things in the early days of the village's founding. After all, the simulation task required him to achieve a scale of 5000 ninjas. More children, more blessings was definitely a must. Once the population increased, economy and education must keep up. On the other hand, strategic reserves and research technology could be put on hold for now. The first Hokage already possessed absolute combat power, and he also had the immortal 6-path Super Saiyan God as a trump card. Although technological development was also important, it was weaker compared to the other 3. Choice successful, the Nara clan leader's views coincided with yours. You two had a heart-to-heart talk, discussing until late at night. Uzumaki Mito's resentment 20, Uchiha Ban's intimacy -20, Chien Shou Feijian's loyalty -5, his oh no, I almost forgot about this guy. Sensing the discontent of the 3, you make a decision. First, consider your wife's feelings and fulfill your marital duties for a month. Second, prioritize brotherly bond and discuss the future development of Mai with Chien Shou Feijian. Third, Ban, is the love of your life. For him you are willing to revise the 3-year plan and fully develop strategic reserves. Fourth, make your own choice. Ming Ren looked at these 4 choices. It was obvious that choosing any of the first 3 would ultimately cause the others to drift apart. Therefore Ming Ren decided to go all in. He wanted them all. Option 4, make your own choice. Selection successful. The next moment the scene shifted and Ming Ren took over the body of Qianshou Zhujian. The next morning you found Qianshou Feijian and earnestly instructed him, Feijian are my needs, an elite squad exclusively for the Hokage. I have decided to call it the Umbu, and I will entrust you with its formation and leadership. In the afternoon Ming Ren rushed to find Ban. Upon seeing Ban he could clearly sense the disappointment on his face. Ming Ren hurried over to console him. Ban, you have been wronged in the matter of the Hokage, but you must know that you will always be my most important person. The towering tree of my grows outward through me, and you are the root that silently supports this tree deep in the earth. I want you to bear the darkness of the village and cut through all obstacles on Mai's path. After Qianshou Zhujian said these words affectionately, the cold face of Yuzhibo Ban could not help but show emotion. Root ha. Haxalama, I have felt your will. After bidding farewell to Ban, evening arrived. You returned home and silently drank a nourishing tonic. You murmured in your heart, grandmother, I am sorry. After doing all this, Ming Ren lost control of Qianshou Zhujian's body and once again watched the simulation from a bystander's perspective. 3 months after the founding of Mai, everything was on track. Xuanhua Shuehu successfully conceived your child. The Umbu and the root were established separately. Feijian and Ban had minor friction over personnel selection, but you resolved it in time. 4 months after the founding of Mai, under your drastic reforms, Mai flourished. The first ninja school built with the village's full effort was officially established. You decide. First, elite education, only recruit outstanding youths from major clans. Second, open admission, admit all who meet the age requirement. Third, tailored education, arrange comprehensive entrance exams to select youths with special talents. Has the ninja school been built so quickly? Looking at these 3 choices, Ming Ren fell into deep thought. First, the first choice should be eliminated. Recruiting only youths from major clans would inevitably lead to various hidden dangers later. The second choice seemed correct at first. The task of passing the level required a large scale of ninjas. But combined with the third choice, the problem was obvious. A huge number of students would not only burden the village but also waste the time of talentless students at the ninja school. From this perspective, option 3 was the most correct choice. Selected option 3. Selection successful. You discussed enrollment matters with the clan leaders and village representatives, deciding to implement tailored education focusing on taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu and special skills and lifting age restrictions. Finally, the ninja school's first enrollment was completed. A total of 960 students were admitted. Among them taijutsu 4 classes 40 students per class. Ninjutsu 10 classes 45 students per class. Genjutsu 5 classes 40 students per class. Special skills 10 classes 15 students per class, covering education, forging, medicine, commerce, administration, interrogation and more. Mingren felt envious. 960 people, that was too many. If he had chosen the second option there would have been 2,000 or 3,000. But this result was still good. 5 months after the founding of Maya, heavy news came: you had no money. Mai was even poorer than a church mouse. Thus you reflected deeply and decided to build your own private treasury. Which aspect do you choose to start with? First, making money is not as fast as robbing, just take a bit from the clan leaders. Second, you have no hobbies except a little gambling, open a casino for fun. Third, you have the unique would release in the ninja world, it's time to let the 3-bedroom 1 living room technique flourish. Looking at the new simulation event, Mingren deeply understood that village construction was extremely costly. Robbery is unreliable and a casino is just a harmful thing. I'll just honestly build houses. Selected option 3. Selection successful. You began to build your commercial empire. On Feijian's advice, you first built a luxury villa for the daimyo of the Land of Fire. After obtaining seed funding, you purchased a prime location in the center of the Land of Fire and developed a 10-story commercial residential building. The novel architecture and your original loan system attracted the citizens of the Land of Fire to purchase in droves. First year simulation ended. During this year you implemented many beneficial policies. First, the village provided economic subsidies for childbirth and full medical care. Second, vigorously promote education and establish the ninja school. Third, open several commercial streets, establish a ninja agency and expand real estate projects. Ninja data is being compiled. Current totals: Kage level powerhouses 3, the elite jonin 20, others omitted. In the second year of Mai's founding, the border of the Land of Fire was attacked by mysterious beasts. The daimyo sent a request for aid. You went alone to investigate and found a 9-tailed demon fox wreaking havoc. You subdued it. Later you learned that there were 8 more such tailed beasts. So you traveled across the ninja world, spending months to capture them all. Facing these 9-tailed beasts you were at a loss. First, these tailed beasts plague the ninja world. Their crime is punishable by death, directly annihilate them. Second, seal them one by one and bring them back to Mai to enhance Mai's strength. Third, respect nature, give them a warning and let them develop freely. Fourth, distribute the tailed beasts equally among the nations of the ninja world to balance everyone's power. Here it comes. Mingren became fully alert. He had heard of this plotline in his previous life. At that time, Qianshou Zhujian's choice was to distribute the 9-tailed beasts equally among the major ninja villages. This choice maintained peace in the entire ninja world for a long time. But after the first Hokage's death, Mai's absolute dominance collapsed and these tailed beasts became weapons for launching wars. Various ninja villages scrambled for them, resulting in heavy casualties. So Mingren had already conceived how to choose. Choose the second option. Selected option 2. Selection successful. You sealed the 9-tailed beasts and handed them to Feijian. After a period of research, he combined the Xuanhua clan's sealing techniques to develop a mode of coexistence between humans and tailed beasts, the Jinchuriki. For a time, Mai's Kage-level powerhouses experienced an explosive growth. Number of Kage-level powerhouses increased by 7. The Jinchuriki candidates included Xuanhua, Shuehu, Qianshou, Feijian and Yuzhibo Ban. Almost all of them were your closest people. You called them the 7 souls of Mai. Together with you, the god of shinobi, and Ban, the Shura of the ninja world, Mai's Kage-level powerhouses reached 10 in number. Meanwhile, the other 4 great nations of the ninja world followed Konoha's example and established their own ninja villages. The Land of Water founded the village hidden in the mist. The Land of Wind founded the village hidden in the sand. The Land of Earth founded the village hidden in the stone. The Land of Lightning founded the village hidden in the cloud. Each of these 4 great ninja villages possessed at least one Kage-level powerhouse. Upon receiving the news, Tobarama Senju immediately sought you out. Faced with these 4 newly established ninja villages, you made a decision. First suppress through force, dispatch Kage-level ninjas to intimidate them and demand that all villages founded thereafter pay annual tribute to Konoha. Second, win them over with benevolence, establish diplomatic policies tailored to each village's strengths and weaknesses, exchanging resources while gathering intelligence. Third, launch a military campaign. There can only be one voice in the ninja world, and that is Konoha. Hiss. Gazing at these three options, Naruto fell into deep thought once again. Should he intimidate, attack directly, or proceed with a gradual strategy? Honestly, Naruto's instinct leaned toward the second option. He would use diplomacy to thoroughly investigate each village's structure, geography and resource output, then plan accordingly. But opportunity waits for no one, especially in this simulated world. In the history of the ninja world, the first Hokage chose to hold the 5 Kage summit at this time. Though his sincerity moved the other Kage, it was only out of respect for Hashirama Senju. Naruto considered that Konoha currently had many Kage-level ninjas which could be leveraged to expand its advantage. After all, Konoha had developed a full year ahead of the other villages. Let's do it. Choose option 3. Start the war. Option 3 selected. Selection successful. You gathered all key members of Konoha to discuss the matter. The Uchiha Hawks, the Shimura clan and the Hyuga clan all volunteered for battle upon hearing the news. The Nara, Kimichi, Yamanaka and Sarutobi clans, weary of conflict, proposed diplomatic measures. Uchiha Madara looked at you. His heart was also set on war, but he knew you would never agree. Suddenly you slammed your hand on the table and declared, "Fight." There can only be one voice in the ninja world, and that is Konoha. Uchiha Madara looked at you, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Hashirama, in this moment I hail you as the strongest. Having just ended the chaotic warring states period and finally achieved peace, how could you tolerate other villages acting as if they were above you? These words shocked everyone present. The Nara clan leader especially was deeply distressed and listed a series of practical issues to dissuade you. You spoke only one sentence to calm them all: "For matters of war I alone am enough." Over the following month you and Madara along with the 7 souls of Konoha traveled to all 4 great ninja villages. Faced with your invincible strength, the Kage of each village chose to submit to Konoha. Though there were minor incidents, everything crumbled before the absolute power of you and Madara. Congratulations! You have achieved the feat, conquest of the 5 great nations. In June of the 2nd year of Konoha's founding, under your iron-fisted rule, the 4 great ninja villages surrendered. However, the ensuing challenge was governance. You chose. First, laissez-faire. As long as you Hashirama Senju lived, the ninja world would not fall into chaos. Second, discuss a plan with the Konoha strategist, the Nara clan leader, tailoring solutions to each village's needs. Third, station troops to enforce absolute control through military might. Naruto looked at the latest simulation progress. Excellent. I bet on the right choice. Now all the ninjas of the 5 great villages can be at my disposal. The dungeon quest requirements will be easily met. In his past life, the allied shinobi forces during the 4th great ninja war numbered well over 5,000. But now this new choice. Judging by the description, it seems best to let the Nara clan leader handle it. Then option 2 it is. Option 2 selected. Selection successful. You conversed late into the night with the Nara clan leader once more, and together you devised a brilliant plan. The following month you convened the 5 Kage summit. All 5 Kage gathered and you proposed a shocking initiative, the Kage exchange plan. As the name suggests, the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages would swap territories every 3 years. For example, the Stone Kage would lead his subordinates to the Mist village to serve as the Mist Kage. The Mist Kage would lead his subordinates to the Sand village to serve as the Sand Kage, and so on. The benefits of this plan: first, each Kage could use their abilities to improve the village's environment. For instance, the Stone Kage could help build bridges and roads in the land of water, while the Mist Kage could create oases in the land of wind. Naturally, you, the god of shinobi, would assist in the process. Second, the Kage exchange plan greatly curbed the ambitions of each village. With a 3-year term and a new Kage from another village taking over, there was no opportunity for war. Konoha's exchange slot naturally fell to Tobarama Senju. When the plan was announced, the other 4 Kage showed reluctance, but under the weight of your fists they grudgingly agreed. In August of the 2nd year of Konoha's founding, the plan was fully implemented. First, you assisted the Stone Kage in building a sea route on the land of water's territory, benefiting its people. Next, you went to the Sand village. With the cooperation of Tobarama and the Mist Kage, you unleashed hundreds of wood-style deep forest emergence, revitalizing the entire land of wind. You repeated the same process, solving the remaining problems of the 2 other great ninja villages. The ninja world shone with new brilliance because of you alone. In September of the second year of Konoha's founding, when you returned to Konoha, you discovered that your son had already learned to walk. Looking at the gentle Mito Uzumaki and your obedient son, you decided to have another child. After a full month of diligent effort, Mito Uzumaki became pregnant again. You began to contemplate your eldest son's upbringing. Your choice. First, let nature take its course, a laissez-faire education hoping for a peaceful and smooth life. Second, as your eldest son he must inherit your will and be trained to become the next god of shinobi. Third, a balanced education, allow the child to take on responsibilities during growth with the path decided jointly by parents and child. Looking at the latest simulation progress, Naruto's head throbbed. He recalled his own unruly child. How to educate a child, that was a real challenge. Letting nature take its course is definitely not an option. In his past life he was too lenient with Boruto, neglecting discipline, which led to many mistakes. The second option is even more absurd. The first Hokage became the god of shinobi because he was Asura's reincarnation, not because just anyone could attain that title. I'll go with option 3. Option 3 selected. Selection successful. You discussed the child's upbringing with Mito Uzumaki, presenting your theory. She was astonished by your words. Family status 999. Second year simulation ends. Settling in progress, please wait. The second year of simulation has concluded. During this year you sealed the tailed beasts, conquered the 4 nations and cemented the title of God of Shinobi throughout the entire ninja world. Most importantly, you won over Uzumaki Mito with your ingenious child-rearing theories and captured her heart. Ninja data statistics in progress. Current cumulative totals: Kage class warriors 16. Elite Jonin 82. The rest omitted. Total ninja count 16388. Congratulations. You have met the requirements to complete the scenario. Would you like to end the simulation? First option: continue the simulation. Second option: end the simulation. Is this already a completion? We're just getting started. Without a doubt we continue the simulation. There is still much to explore in the ninja world, and ending now would likely result in a low rating. Naruto was quite looking forward to the grade A reward for normal difficulty. Select to continue the simulation. Simulation choice confirmed. The simulation continues. In the third year of the Leaf's founding in May, you consolidated resources from all major nations and with the support of your subordinates expanded outward from Konoha by 30,000 li, establishing a brand new empire at the continent's center. The nation's name, Senluo. Amidst the cheers of your subjects you ascended the throne as emperor. Your regnal title, Emperor Senluo. The people cried out your name and devoted followers composed a full honorific for you, great divine sovereign who pacifies the 4 seas, supreme lord of chakra, emperor of 1,000 ages. Your achievements even surpassed those of the originator of chakra, the sage of 6 paths. Subsequently, after deliberating with Narushikagen and other advisors, you read aloud the empire's new administrative framework in the imperial temple. You granted Uzumaki Mito the title of empress and appointed Uchiha Madara as chancellor. The 6 ministerial departments were led by the following officials: Ministry of Revenue, Narushikagen. Ministry of War, Sarutobi Sasuke. Ministry of Works, Chiyo. Ministry of Rights, Hyuga Tendo. Ministry of Justice, Hozuki Mangetsu. Ministry of Personnel, Uchiha Izuna revived. Imagine the method yourselves. Additionally, 3 tribunals and 5 prefectures were established. The 3 tribunals are the Divine Tree Tribunal, the Tailed Beast Tribunal, and the Astrology Tribunal. Divine Tree Tribunal Director Senju Tobarama. Its primary research focus encompasses forbidden ninjutsu and scientific technology. Tailed Beast Tribunal Director Bunpoku Monks. It specializes in utilizing the Tailed Beast electrical grids to supply power across the imperial capital and established a Jinchuriki Research Institute. Astrology Tribunal Director Uzumaki Ashina. Combining sealing techniques and genjutsu from all major nations, it constructs a sky-wide surveillance network covering the entire empire to suppress crime. The 5 prefectures are Donghai, Shimon, Nanlin, Beishue and Zhongyuan. Specific duties omitted. In the 3rd month of the first year of the Senluo Empire, as the nation flourished, a surge of power erupted from the northwest region of the continent. You and Madara immediately set out to investigate. Through your combined efforts with Madara, you unmasked the mastermind behind the disturbance, Black Zetsu. He had schemed to destabilize the entire dragon vein in order to break free Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's seal. Upon his plot being exposed, you made your choice. First option, let the astrology tribunal permanently seal Black Zetsu, ensuring Kagaya Ōtsutsuki remains cast into eternal darkness. Second option, actively lift the seal yourself. Kagaya Ōtsutsuki is nothing you fear, you are now the strongest in the ninja world. Third option, acknowledge Kagaya Ōtsutsuki as your mother and rescue her from endless darkness. What the hell? Honestly, the simulation had progressed far too rapidly, catching Naruto completely off guard. Before he could even process what was happening, Senju Hashirama had gone from first Hokage to the founding emperor of Senluo. This was absurd. Gazing at the latest simulation progress and the three choices, Naruto muttered to himself, is this the plot where Black Zetsu saves his mother? All three options left Naruto torn. First, eliminate option 1, sealing Black Zetsu was unnecessary. Kagaya Ōtsutsuki may be powerful, but that depends entirely on who faces her. Against the absolute power of Sage Six Paths Super Saiyan God, Naruto harbored zero fear. Now the question was simply what attitude to take toward Kagaya Ōtsutsuki. Would he be domineering or humble? After prolonged hesitation, Naruto ultimately chose the second option. Calling her mother. That was far too embarrassing. Select option 2. If we're going to be bold, let's be bold. Option 2 selected. Choice confirmed. After capturing Black Zetsu, you did not rush to seal him. Instead, you invited him to sit and talk. Seeing your fists the size of sandbags, Black Zetsu decisively chose to submit. You declared outright that times had changed and Kagaya Ōtsutsuki could live peacefully in your empire like any ordinary person. Your original intent in founding the Senluo Empire was to embrace all things. Black Zetsu was deeply moved by your words, but then an expression of difficulty crossed his face. Unsealing Kagaya Ōtsutsuki required extremely stringent conditions. Not only did one need Rinnegan eyes, but all 9-tailed beasts had to be gathered, the 10 tails summoned and absorbed by the divine tree, with the user's body serving as the vessel for the 10 tails Jinchuriki, supplemented by massive quantities of chakra. Beside you, Uchiha Madara fell into deep shock. The 10 tails, the divine tree, and Kagaya Ōtsutsuki, all of it filled him with a sense of unease. He was considering whether to advise you against it. But the very next moment you punched through the fabric of space itself, directly extracting Kagaya Ōtsutsuki from her seal on the moon. Everything happened so swiftly that even the Six Paths sage in the underworld failed to react in time. Witnessing Kagaya Ōtsutsuki suddenly appear before his eyes, Black Zetsu stood utterly stunned. Was this fair? After painstakingly scheming for over 1,000 years, it turned out to be nothing more than a casual punch by Senju Hashirama. If he had known this from the start, he could have simply clung to Hashirama's leg and been done with it. Moreover, Black Zetsu never expected you to actually follow through on your words and resurrect his mother. Overcome with emotion, he decided to hand over control of the entire dragon vein to you. Congratulations. You have acquired one dragon vein. Nearby, the revived Kagaya Ōtsutsuki looked thoroughly bewildered. You subjected her to a simple and friendly exchange using your fists. After receiving a thorough beating, Kagaya Ōtsutsuki instantly grew compliant and recounted the secrets of the Ōtsutsuki clan to you. Having learned the complete story, you assured her to live in peace and said you would handle the rest. Uchiha Madara, observing from the sidelines, gave you a profoundly meaningful look. He suddenly felt that the person before him was somewhat unfamiliar. Returning to the Senluo Empire, you informed your ministers about the dragon vein matter. 3 months later, Senju Tobarama presented you with a satisfactory report. Your ninja forces absorbed and digested the dragon vein's power. The number of Kage-class warriors increased by 20. Congratulations. The quantity and strength of your ninja forces have reached the threshold for talent advancement. S-rank Emperor Awakening Silver talent is undergoing evolution. Evolution complete. Talent has transformed into SS rank Emperor's Descent Gold. The Golden Emperor's path has officially begun. SS grade Imperial Descent Gold. When you become the sovereign of a nation, it activates automatically. Upon activation, the following effects are obtained. 1. Golden Emperor Path. If the number of shadow-level powerhouses under your command exceeds 100, then every 100 shadow-level powerhouses will provide 0.1 progress per day. When the progress bar reaches 100, the Golden Emperor form can be activated permanently, increasing normal combat power by 5-fold. Additionally, 10 slots for the Golden Crown Special Forces are added. If those granted the Golden Crown mark will receive 5 of your combat power. 2. Dark Gold Demon Emperor Path. If the number of 6 paths level combatants under your command exceeds 10, every 10 6 paths level combatants will provide 0.1 progress per day. When the progress bar reaches 100, the Dark Gold Demon Emperor form can be activated permanently, increasing normal combat power by 20 times, can be stacked with the Golden Emperor form with a multiplicative coefficient. The number of special forces slots expands to 100 and the combat power boost increases to 10. Naruto was stunned. This ability given for free by the Secret Realm could actually be upgraded, and if the Dark Gold Demon Emperor form were to be stacked, the combat power would become downright unreasonable. It seems that future choices must focus on cultivating high-end combat power. Continue simulation. In the second year of the Shinra Empire, after living together for a while, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki gave you her initial approval. Thus she came to you and recounted the hidden secrets of the past. It turned out that there was another Ōtsutsuki who came to the ninja world back then, named Ishiki Ōtsutsuki. In order to complete the task of planting the divine tree assigned by the main Ōtsutsuki clan, Ishiki demanded that Kaguya sacrifice the Ten-Tails. To save her own life at the critical moment of the sacrifice, Kaguya launched a sneak attack on Ishiki, successfully counterattacking. But none of that was the key point. The key point was that Ishiki Ōtsutsuki was still alive. After hearing this news, you made a decision. 1. Leave it be. It has been so many years and Ishiki hasn't shown up, so obviously he can't cause any trouble. 2. Use the Empire's resources to find and eliminate Ishiki Ōtsutsuki. 3. The Shinra Empire embraces all things, allow him to exist and help him be reborn. A new simulation process arrived and Naruto observed it carefully. Good heavens, it's that bastard Ishiki. In his past life, Ishiki had caused Kurama to burn his life force. Although helping him find a new body and be reborn could yield a new 6 paths level combatant, Naruto would absolutely not do that. Choose option 2, kill Ishiki ruthlessly. Selected option 2. Selection successful. You announced this news at the court and ordered a large-scale search for Ishiki's whereabouts. The ministers were indignant, denouncing this terrorist who threatened the empire. After spending several months, you destroyed countless caves suspected to be Ishiki's lairs. Finally your efforts paid off and you found his whereabouts in a cave. Having been discovered, Ishiki was forced to reincarnate, but facing you he was utterly powerless. Just as you were about to kill Ishiki, you stopped, and then you remembered the human experiments Tobirama Senju was conducting. So you placed him under heavy seals, packaged him up and handed him over to Tobirama. Months later, Tobirama's experiment succeeded. One Ōtsutsuki body brought the Empire 20 new shadow-level powerhouses and 2 6 paths level combatants. Tobirama Senju proposed increasing the experiment budget and studying Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's body. You decided 1. Agree to his request and bring Kaguya Ōtsutsuki to the brink of death. 2. Firmly refuse and give him a scolding. 3. Allocate the funds and ask Kaguya Ōtsutsuki for her own opinion. After reading the latest simulation process, Naruto said, this second Hokage is truly a damn genius. He is no less impressive than Orochimaru. He actually worked wonders with Ishiki's body. Directly adding 2 6 paths level combatants, that's amazing. How did he do it? Naruto looked at the new choices. This option 1 is too overbearing, pass. All things considered, option 3 is better. Selected option 3. Selection successful. You found Kaguya Ōtsutsuki and discussed the matter with her. She was silent for a long time, then finally agreed to your request, but she made a condition. When the time is right, we must counterattack the Ōtsutsuki homeworld to avenge her. You agreed. In the third year of the Empire, the experiment succeeded again. 3 6 paths level combatants were added. In the fourth year, with the full assistance of the 6 paths old man, the number of shadow level powerhouses increased by 20 again and 2 more 6 paths level combatants were added. In the fifth year, the number of shadow level powerhouses doubled again and 6 paths level combatants saw a leap in growth. In the sixth year, the first batch of spaceships was completed. Test flights went well, but the speed was lacking. In the seventh year, the Golden Emperor form was activated and you bound the 10 special forces slots. In the 8th year, spaceship technology achieved a qualitative leap with significant improvements in speed and quality. In the 10th year, the Dark Gold Demon Emperor form was activated and 106 paths level powerhouses sharing 10 of your combat power were ready. In the same year, you decided to counterattack the Ōtsutsuki homeworld. The spaceship sailed grandly into the cosmos. Following the interstellar coordinates provided by Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, you spent several months arriving at the Ōtsutsuki homeworld. The moment the spaceships landed on the Ōtsutsuki homeworld, they were immediately attacked. You decided to let your subordinates test the strength of the Ōtsutsuki clan first. You found that ordinary Ōtsutsuki were no match, being brutally beaten by your Dark Gold Special Ninja Force. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the three high-ranking elders of the Ōtsutsuki clan all entered the battle. For a moment the three actually reversed the tide of battle. Just then Madara Uchiha stepped in personally. Fighting 1 against 3, he took down the three elders one by one in a short time. All the Ōtsutsuki clansmen were shocked. They had always been the ones slaughtering planets and harvesting the masses, never expecting to be the ones treated as fish on the chopping block. At the critical moment the supreme being of the Ōtsutsuki homeworld, Ōtsutsuki Spirit King, intervened. In an instant Madara Uchiha's body was covered with several wounds. You immediately flew into a rage, activated your strongest form and threw a punch. To his horror the Ōtsutsuki Spirit King found that he could not dodge, and his normally proud Nine-Tomoe Rinnegan was utterly useless at this moment. The Ōtsutsuki Spirit King perished. In the winter of the 10th year you successfully annihilated the Ōtsutsuki clan. The simulation ended early. Congratulations on successfully clearing this dungeon. It has been detected that you have exceeded the dungeon tasks. The score and rewards are doubled. This dungeon evaluation is EX level has reached the dungeon limit. Rewards are being settled, please wait. Naruto, huh? The process of this simulation left Naruto baffled. In just a few short years Hashirama Senju had directly led his forces to conquer the Ōtsutsuki homeworld. A sharp gasp escaped him. That was simply incredible. To be honest, if Naruto had possessed his current power in his past life he would never have endured such humiliation. Now in this simulated world he had finally vented his fury. But one thing was extremely peculiar: this simulated world featured not the Ōtsutsuki god known as Shibai but rather the Ōtsutsuki Spirit King. Naruto found himself unable to comprehend it. He then turned his gaze to the instance evaluation only to find that the rating had shattered the SSS barrier and ascended to EX level. Naruto rubbed his hands together with excitement. The next moment a chime echoed from the secret realms signaling the completion of the instant settlement. Settlement complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a 3-year growth period without burden, a copy of the Ultra Instinct Insights, and a 20 increase in the purity of your divine energy. Ultra Instinct Insights. What is this? Before Naruto could ponder further, several streams of light surged into his body in the next instant. He immediately felt enveloped by a warm current. His body underwent accelerated development once more, his physiological age reaching 11. Meanwhile bizarre fragments flashed through his mind and his body involuntarily began to move in accordance with the images. A faint silver glow gradually emerged from his skin, then swiftly faded away. Is that it? Naruto felt as though he had grasped something extraordinary, yet something was still missing. On Earth Beerus was sipping his morning tea. It's about time. Vegeta and the others should be coming out. The next moment all the warriors jolted as their souls returned to their bodies. Among the group Krillin spoke first. Guys, I got a double S rating this time. Not bad, huh? Yamcha stepped forward and punched him in the chest. Not bad, kid. Same as me. Yamcha then turned to Piccolo. Piccolo, what about you? Piccolo gave a faint smile and raised 3 fingers. Triple S. Krillin and Yamcha instantly deflated. Ignoring them, Beerus addressed Goku and Vegeta. What about you two? Did you gain anything this time? Goku flashed a bright grin. Lord Beerus, I also got triple S. It increased my divine energy purity by 20 and gave me a bloodline concentration boost, though I'm not sure what that does. Vegeta said, Kakarot, I think I know. Try transforming into a Super Saiyan. Huh. Alright. Son Goku clenched his fists, burst his aura and transformed into Super Saiyan. His golden hair now standing on end revealed a few strands of green. Just as I thought, Kakarot. My reward is the same as yours. This bloodline concentration boost seems to purify the Saiyan energy within us. Beerus attacked them to test their strength. He discovered that their power had increased by 10% each. In just 3 short days. To achieve such a result from merely the normal difficulty, what superior rewards must lie in the harder modes above it? Beerus noticed that Naruto and Sasuke had grown significantly taller. Naruto, why are you always so quiet? Did you fail this time? If all you got was a bit of height, that would be terribly dull. Naruto responded, Lord Beerus, I was just about to ask you. I received a very strange reward this time. It's a set of insights. Beerus dismissed it casually. Insights? What use is that? Looks like your instance rating wasn't high, Naruto. Don't worry, tell us, we won't laugh. But he had already prepared to mock Naruto. Naruto, looking somewhat puzzled, said, "Let me see. It's called Ultra Instinct Insights." "Yes, that's it." "Oh, Ultra Instinct Insights." Suddenly Beerus snapped to attention. "Wait, what did you say?" "Ultra Instinct." Seeing Beerus's reaction, everyone was startled. "What's wrong with Lord Beerus? It's just a martial arts insight, isn't it? What's the big deal?" Krillin expressed confusion. "Back when I was Master Roshi's disciple, I'd seen all kinds of martial arts manuals. I never expected Lord Beerus, a god of destruction, to get so worked up." Whis narrowed his eyes, showing a hint of surprise. "This insight is not ordinary. This secret realm is no simple place." Even Beerus's voice trembled slightly. "Naruto, where is it? Show me." "Lord Beerus, sorry, but you can't see it. The moment I got the reward, the insights were imprinted directly into my mind. At that moment I felt like I had entered a very mysterious state." Naruto then tried to recall and attempted to re-enter that state. At that moment a faint silver glow shimmered around Naruto, but it was extremely weak. Seeing Naruto's state, Beerus let out a sigh of relief. "He hasn't even reached the initial stage of Ultra Instinct Sign. You scared me. Still, it's quite remarkable. This is a technique even gods struggle to master." Beerus then ordered, "Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, attack Naruto with your full power in your strongest forms." The three were bewildered. What's this about? But seeing the seriousness in Beerus's eyes, they knew it was no joke. Vegeta seemed to understand and tried to reassure Goku. "Kakarot, don't worry. Lord Beerus probably just wants to see Naruto's state." He looked at Goku, but before he finished. Good grief, Goku had already transformed into Super Saiyan God. Frieza let out a sneer. What a touching display of paternal affection. The three then attacked Naruto with all their might. At first Naruto was flustered and took many hits. But as the Ultra Instinct insights gradually merged in his mind, he began to dodge their attacks, instinctively relying purely on his body. Whis murmured in admiration, "Naruto has such talent. He's already on the verge of touching Ultra Instinct Sign." Beerus's expression grew solemn. This secret realm could even impart Ultra Instinct, a technique even he himself had not fully mastered. Although Naruto's current state suggested he had only obtained the most basic form of Ultra Instinct, this was merely the reward from normal difficulty. Above it lay hard Nightmare and Inferno difficulties. It seemed he too should give it a try. Perhaps he could elevate his own Ultra Instinct to a higher level. He turned to the Supreme Kai Shin. Supreme Kai, organize the data on this secret realm's instances thoroughly. I will enter and investigate personally. Everyone was stunned. What? Lord Beerus is warming up. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle was nearing its end. Naruto could no longer maintain the state of Ultra Instinct Sign, and his stamina was completely exhausted after just 20 seconds. Yet the battlefield suppression he had just displayed still astonished everyone. Standing alone against two Super Saiyan gods and a golden Frieza, he had managed to exchange blows evenly. Sasuke, who had been observing from the sidelines, approached after the fight ended and asked curiously, "Naruto, your dungeon rating can't be just triple S, can it?" "Huh, you noticed?" Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. He Sasuke, my rating is EX. According to the secret realm, that's already the maximum possible within the dungeon. And this time I got 3 rewards. Sasuke rubbed his chin. Just as I suspected. What? Sasuke, don't tell me you got EX too. Humph, Naruto, who do you think you're looking down on? Do you think only you can get an EX rating? Sasuke spoke calmly. Besides the 3-year growth period, my Rinnegan successfully evolved to 6-tomoe and my internal energy cap increased by 20. Naruto gasped. No wonder he felt some unusual movement in his right eye, it had evolved again. But he had simulated so intensely just to get an EX, and he was curious about Sasuke's dungeon experience. Vegeta and the others were stunned speechless by the conversation. X. There's such a rating. Their minds instantly became unbalanced. Frieza's expression turned ugly. You know, we were all having a good time laughing together. Now no one can laugh. What's going on? Are these two cheating? How come their ratings are always higher than ours? This time they even broke the dungeon's upper limit. Frieza couldn't help but ask them curiously, what exactly did you experience in there? Naruto gave an innocent smile. Just completed the dungeon normally, but I exceeded the mission objectives by a tiny bit. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Naruto is right. But one thing I can share, make sure to draw the random abilities granted by the secret realm. This time I drew an S-rank ability. Combined with my original double S-rank talent I managed to exceed the dungeon mission. Everyone recalled that detail. Kuririn smacked his forehead in frustration. No wonder. I never drew once. I thought it was for those without abilities. Yamcha chimed in, exactly Kuririn, we were thinking the same. Piccolo pulled a long face. Speaking of which, I'm furious. Both times I drew D-rank abilities worse than my own. Trunks muttered to himself, luck is part of strength too. Beerus praised, not bad not bad. Everyone should share good ideas promptly. Then he turned to the Supreme Kai Shin. Write it all down for me. I'll use it in a couple of days. Alright, everyone dismiss. Then came a long 3-day waiting period. Everyone rested. Only the Supreme Kai Shin was working overtime like crazy. He not only had to compile the dungeon data for the entire universe but also create planets frantically. He nearly collapsed from exhaustion. After finishing the work he took the data to Bulma's house in West City. Lord Beerus, I have compiled the dungeon guide. First, to get a high rating you shouldn't carry too many abilities, try to use the free slots provided by the dungeon. Second, choose abilities wisely, favoring powerful ones or those with growth properties. Lastly, after completing the dungeon mission don't end it early, explore it in depth. Beerus picked his teeth with a toothpick. Not bad, Supreme Kai. You've done well. Share this guide for free. Shin gave him a resentful look. Are you treating me like a Japanese worker? With the guide released, the 7th universe immediately experienced a dungeon frenzy. The clearance rate skyrocketed. Easy dungeons reached 62. Normal dungeons reached 26. When the 3 days were up everyone rushed into dungeons again. But they soon discovered something frustrating. To unlock the hard mode they needed to clear the normal difficulty 10 times. Everyone was dumbfounded. But since it was a requirement of the secret realm there was no choice. They had no choice but to grind. Meanwhile on Earth, Cell, who had arrived from the future via time machine, sensed a great terror the moment he landed. Strange, there are several unfamiliar auras on Earth. Was the past world always this dangerous? He was still in his larval stage and had to be cautious. After an afternoon of searching he found his first target, a human village. However, devouring just that small village nearly cost him his life. Some of the Earthlings possessed strange abilities. A series of golden chains almost killed him. But soon he learned the reason. That night he received an invitation to the God's Game. In his first dungeon, using his innate S-rank devouring ability, he directly achieved a triple S rating. And the dungeon clearance reward directly provided progress toward his perfect form. Thus Cell fell into a frenzy. He also obtained the guide published by the Supreme Kai from a human. After that it became unstoppable. His first normal difficulty run directly earned an EX rating. For the remaining 9 normal runs 6 of them reached EX. After 11 dungeons, though the rewards for later normal runs were lower, only 1/10 of the first, they still allowed him to evolve directly into his second form. Next, just a few hard mode runs might allow him to evolve into his perfect form. In the distant starry sky inside a strange planet, Babidi was checking the revival progress of the Majin egg. Strange, why is the energy of this egg decreasing instead of increasing? He recalled Zamasu's earlier instructions. If an extremely powerful person participated in the dungeon, he could use the administrative privileges left behind to assign particularly difficult dungeons. Then Babidi noticed Cell. While others were providing energy for Majin Buu, this kid was taking, draining everyone in every dungeon, even not letting a passing dog go. Just you wait, kid. If you dare to enter a hard mode secret realm, I'll make sure you suffer. A month passed quickly. After clearing the remaining 9 normal runs, Naruto's physical age grew to 18. The purity of his divine energy reached 65. He had a vague premonition that once the purity reached 100 he might directly unlock the next form of Super Saiyan God. Since the first normal run had a bonus, Naruto was far ahead among the Saiyans. Sasuke's physical age also reached 18. His Rinnegan evolved to Nine-Tomoe through accumulated dungeon rewards, and the cap of his artificial human furnace doubled. As for Trunks, Vegeta took him into the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Combined with dungeon clearances, he successfully mastered the Super Saiyan God mode. Beerus also tried the dungeon with the help of the guide. He sailed through smoothly, achieving EX ratings for 1 easy and 10 normal runs. Though the rewards were negligible for him and the insights into Ultra Instinct were minimal, it still gave him hope. For a time everyone was filled with anticipation for the hard mode dungeon. 5 minutes before the dungeon reset, all warriors gathered at Bulma's estate. Kuririn stretched lazily and said, running these 9 normal dungeons has really worn me out. One time the ability he drew was too weak and he barely cleared the dungeon. Among the crowd Yamcha looked slightly dejected. He had accidentally used his only resurrection armor. He had asked Whis, and to reset the cooldown of the resurrection armor he would have to wait at least a month. Without the resurrection armor during this period he dared not participate in the hard dungeon. If he failed to clear it and his soul was annihilated, there would be no recourse. For the next month he could only continue to grind normal difficulty cautiously. Alright, time's up. Everyone enter and start challenging the hard mode. Beerus waved his hand and commanded. Goku looked at Beerus, noticing that he was still eating and showed no intention of joining the dungeon. Lord Beerus, what about you? Me? I'll just go in after you all clear it. It's not like I'm short on those 8 hours. Everyone sighed. But then they expressed understanding. After all, he was the god of destruction of the universe. If he accidentally perished, the universe would be in chaos. Then Naruto was the first to connect to the secret realm and enter the dungeon. As soon as he entered, a new notification sounded from the secret realm. Congratulations on clearing the normal difficulty 10 times. Hard mode is now unlocked for you. In hard mode you can choose one person to team up with. Teaming methods: 1. Friend teaming. 2. Random matching. The friend function is now available to explore it yourself. Something new again. Teaming up was possible in hard mode. It seemed the dungeon difficulty here was quite high. Before Naruto could examine it closely, several friend requests came in. Vegeta has sent you a friend request. Son Goku has sent you a friend request. Sasuke Uchiha has sent you a friend request. Frieza has sent you a friend request. They're so quick. I haven't even started studying yet and even Frieza wants to team up with me. Let's accept all for now. But who should I team up with? Friend request accepted. Vegeta has invited you to join a group chat. Group chat name: Rebuilding the Saiyan Glory. It is our duty. Prince Vegeta, Naruto want to team up with me. Son Goku, hey Vegeta, I thought you would invite me. Prince Vegeta, beg me Kakarot. Naruto, Uncle Vegeta, I'll team up with Sasuke hehe. On the other side, seeing Naruto's reply, Vegeta's face darkened. He hadn't expected to be rejected. Fine, he might as well team up with that idiot Kakarot. Then Naruto received many more friend requests asking if he wanted to team up. But he politely declined them all. Naruto then sent a team invitation to Sasuke. Not long after, the secret realm indicated the team was formed. Congratulations. Your team voice chat has been unlocked. You can now communicate directly with your teammate. The next moment Sasuke's voice came through. Naruto, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Sorry, there were too many temptations outside. Alright, I won't hold it against you. Let's enter the dungeon quickly. Entering hard mode dungeon. Hard mode carries 7 abilities. Free abilities carry 3. Drawing free abilities for you. Abilities drawn successfully. Drawn abilities: S grade Living Furnace Silver, A grade Magic Throw Purple, SS grade Penetrating Lotus 2 Gold. S grade Living Furnace Silver, immediately obtain a Artifact Forger, and gain another after 15 rounds. Artifacts are equipment that provide special effects. A grade Magic Throw Purple, throw 3 dice and gain rewards based on the results. SS grade Penetrating Lotus 2 Gold, allied ninjas gain a 25 critical hit chance and their skills can crit. Critical hits inflict 25 magic armor shatter and physical armor shatter on the target, lasting 3 seconds. Note: abilities drawn by teammates can be shared but not duplicated. Naruto looked at the 3 abilities he had drawn. This batch is high quality. There's even an SS grade ability directly. Sasuke, what did you get? Mine are pretty good too. 3 S grades. But let's check the dungeon content first before deciding. After all, it said we can share. Right, let's do that. The next moment a message came from the secret realm. This dungeon game, Ninja Battlefield. Players will form their own ninja teams to defend against waves of enemies. Tip: there are no strongest ninjas or combinations, only reasonable lineups. Each hero has different counter attributes. Make good use of this. Please choose the abilities to carry as soon as possible. Countdown 1 coin minute. The dungeon content is out, form your own ninja team to defend against attacks. This is a brand new game. That's right. Naruto, I'll bring 2 S grades plus my own double S grade. You decide on your own. I must say your luck is indeed good. That SS grade ability gives a critical hit boost to the whole team, very powerful. Naruto's lips curled up slightly, a hint of smugness. Sasuke, just lie back, this time big bro will carry. Ability selected. Uzumaki Naruto carries S grade Living Furnace Silver, SS grade Penetrating Lotus Gold, SS Immortal 6 Paths Super Saiyan God Dazzling Gold. Uchiha Sasuke carries SS Eternal Furnace Dazzling Gold, S Blazing Soul Shining Silver, S Light Ninja Tool Shining Silver. This dungeon game tasks. Defeat the 50-wave boss Kaguya Ōtsutsuki to clear the dungeon. After clearing, Endless Mode is unlocked. The higher the wave, the better the final dungeon evaluation. Each person has a total of 100 HP. Failure to defend against normal ninjas, each ninja loses 2 HP. Elite ninjas appear every 5 waves. If failure to defend, each ninja loses 5 HP. A boss appears every 10 waves. Team members defend together. Failure to defend, each member loses 10 HP. Note: HP reaches 0, dungeon clear fails. If the final boss is not defeated, the dungeon also fails. Good luck, the dungeon is about to begin. The next moment the scene shifted. The two each arrived at a battlefield. Meanwhile, the secret realm issued another notification. Newbie guide activated. Please recruit your first ninja as instructed. Naruto followed the instance's guidance to the designated location. A miniature ninja academy stood before him. A prompt sound came from the instance. In the ninja warfare battlefield, ninjas are divided into 6 ranks. They are D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank and US rank. Recruiting a D rank ninja costs 1 gold coin. Recruiting a C rank ninja costs 2 gold coins. By analogy, the highest US rank ninja costs 6 gold coins. US rank ninjas are divine cards. After wave 25, there is a small chance to recruit them from the shop. When you collect 3 identical ninjas, you can upgrade their star level. After upgrading, all attributes and skills of the ninja are enhanced. A ninja can be upgraded to a maximum of 4 stars. There are bonds between ninjas. When a bond is activated, the ninjas within the bond gain additional skill effects. Next, please click the recruitment shop. As a newbie benefit, you can recruit a ninja for free. Naruto tried to digest the instance introduction. It's a bit complicated. What do you think, Sasuke? Not too bad, but from what the instance implies, it seems we can't directly fight, we can only arrange things from behind. It's a bit like playing Go. Naruto rubbed his chin and said, then we should let Shikamaru handle this. He's good at it. Naruto suddenly slapped his thigh. Sasuke, can you use the Impure World Reincarnation to summon Shikamaru? Let him give us advice. Sasuke gave Naruto a speechless glance. Stop dreaming. This is an instance and I didn't bring the Impure World Reincarnation ability. Ah, right. Scolded by Sasuke, Naruto became obedient and looked at the recruitment shop. 5 ninjas appeared in the shop. D rank Iron Country Samurai. D rank Uzumaki Naruto Ninja Academy. D rank Konohamaru Ninja Academy. D rank Kazahana Koyuki. D rank Inuzuka Kiba Ninja Academy. Hey, there's even a younger me. Looking at the artwork with his own name in the shop, Naruto's scalp tingled. In the picture he was holding a bucket of paint, looking very ridiculous. What a dark history. He would never buy this card. Moreover, his reputation as the dead last in the Ninja Academy was not for nothing. He was useless at everything, he would probably only be able to throw paint. Similarly, Konohamaru and Inuzuka Kiba during their academy days were not strong either. It seemed he had to choose between the Iron Country Samurai and Kazahana Koyuki. Naruto finally chose to buy Kazahana Koyuki. It was definitely not because she was beautiful. Ahem. Anyway, it was free, wasn't it? Ninja purchased successfully. Please place this ninja on the battlefield. Deploying a ninja requires 1 population unit. Initial population is 3. Spending gold coins grants experience to upgrade population. Please note that as the population level increases, the quality of ninjas in the recruitment shop will also improve. 5 gold coins have been issued initially. Countdown to first wave 1000. It is detected that one of your abilities is incompatible with the instance and has been automatically adjusted. The effect of SS Sage 6 Paths Super Saiyan God has been changed to Effect 1. Choose one from all 6 cost US Divine cards. Then every 10 waves give another one for a total of 3. Effect 2. After selecting a Divine card, that card gains the skill, Sage 6 Paths Super Saiyan God Mode. Activating this mode amplifies all attributes and skill effects by 10 times for 30 seconds. This mode can only be triggered once per round. Next, please choose one from the following Divine cards. US Divine Card 6 Paths Obito. US Divine Card 6 Paths Madara. US Divine Card 6 Paths Naruto. US Divine Card 6 Paths Sasuke. Ha! The sudden change made Naruto strain his back. How come he got to choose a 6-cost Divine card for free? How could he lose? And as for what to choose, was there any question? He decisively chose himself. In his 6-path state he was all about raw stats with no tricks. Divine card selected successfully. Divine card confirmed US 6 Paths Naruto. The next second a ninja shimmering with golden light appeared on the preparation bench. Naruto decisively placed him on the battlefield. At the same time a golden orb bounced into his sight. Hey, what's this? Naruto gently touched it. The next second the golden orb burst. A message prompt sound followed. S-rank living forge silver talent triggered successfully. Congratulations. You have obtained a divine artifact forge. You will receive another one after 15 rounds. It has been automatically opened for you. Please choose one from the 5 divine artifacts below. 1 Uchiha Fan. 2 Adamantine Staff. 3 Banana Palm Fan. 4 Heaven's Halberd. 5 Dragon Scale Thunder God Sword. Is another ability taking effect? Naruto looked at the 5 divine artifacts. He was quite familiar with the Uchiha Fan. It should be the weapon used by Madara. The Adamantine Staff was transformed from the summoning beast Enma of Grandpa Sarutobi. The Banana Palm Fan and Heaven's Halberd seemed to be belongings of Grandpa Sage of 6 Paths. As for the last one, the Dragon Scale Thunder God Sword, he had no idea about it. Finally, after much hesitation, Naruto chose the Adamantine Staff. No other reason, just for its simplicity and brutality. Selection successful. The divine artifact has been sent to the equipment inventory. Please note that each ninja can carry up to 3 pieces of equipment. Only 3 pieces. But it didn't matter. Naruto placed the Adamantine Staff into the equipment slot of 6 Paths Naruto. At this moment the countdown for the first wave of enemies had already passed most of the time. With the US Divine card, Naruto did not plan to recruit any more ninjas. Oh, let me check what skills Kazahana Koyuki and 6 Paths Naruto have here. D-rank Kazahana Koyuki. Has skill Snow Wind Fuji Painting. During skill activation increases the entire team's movement speed and attack speed by 5710. Bond Beloved Person. When any ninja card of Uzumaki Naruto appears on the battlefield, Koyuki's skill additionally increases that Naruto's movement speed and attack speed by 101,520. US 6 Paths Naruto. Has skill 6 Paths Yang Power. Allies within 900 yards recover 2,520 HP per second. 6 Paths Giant Rasenshuriken deals 6,001,000,9999 points of Sage attribute damage to enemies in the target area. Truth-Seeking Ball when attacking can suppress the enemy. Suppression duration is 125 seconds and deals an additional 200,350,4000 damage. Each unit has a built-in cooldown of 6 seconds. Ha! After reading Kazahana Koyuki's Bond introduction, Naruto was dumbfounded. Was this instance messing with him? Kazahana Koyuki actually liked him. On the other side, Sasuke arranged his own battle ninjas and moved the view to Naruto's battlefield. The next second he was stunned. Naruto, you cheated, didn't you? Tell me, where did you get this 6-cost divine card? Naruto isn't even pretending anymore. He dares to start right in front of him. Sasuke is still painstakingly recruiting D-rank ninjas. Good heavens, on Naruto's side top-tier US ninjas have already appeared. Is this right? Naruto gave an awkward laugh upon hearing this. Sasuke, I don't know either. The dungeon just told me my carried abilities were incompatible with the instance and then it switched them for me. No time to chat, the first wave of enemies has appeared. As the countdown hit 0. On the other side of the battlefield a purple portal lit up and a ninja squad walked out of it. Although Naruto and Sasuke couldn't directly attack them, but they could view their information through the dungeon. A rogue ninja squad leader Chunin, other 3 squad members Genin. Chunin leader HP 1500, other stats omitted. Genin members HP 650, other stats omitted. After seeing the detailed info of this rogue ninja squad, Naruto turned to look at Fonghua Xiaoshue's HP, 550. To be honest, the dungeon's recommendation was still conservative for this squad composition. Given the strength of these D-rank ninjas, even sending 3 of them would result in a brutal beating. The only advantage might be that D-rank ninjas have skills while the rogue ninja squad only has stats. This dungeon is really vicious. If some naive people easily believed the dungeon's words, they would probably get completely wrecked in the first wave, losing a full 8 HP. But now, Naruto looked at his own battlefield. As he saw, 6 paths, Naruto stylishly threw out a massive 6 paths Rasenshuriken. 3 genin instantly died. Then, 6 paths Naruto followed up with a plain unadorned basic attack, directly taking out the leading Chunin as well. Logically a 1-star, 6 paths Naruto skill damage is only 600, but for some reason he directly killed 3 genin. Naruto guessed it was because the Jingang Rui staff had attribute bonuses that amplified the skill. In this battle, 6 paths Naruto didn't even activate Sage 6 paths Super Saiyan God mode. But strangely, after the battle ended, the 2 ninjas on the battlefield didn't stop there, instead they headed straight for the purple portal. Naruto exclaimed in curiosity, what are they going to do? As the 2 ninjas entered the portal. On the other side they actually appeared directly on Sasuke's battlefield. On Sasuke's side the front line recruited was a three-tomoe samurai. But for some reason this three-tomoe samurai was exceptionally tanky. Facing the enemy rogue leader's relentless basic attacks, his own HP barely dropped. Naruto clicked to view his data panel. He discovered that the samurai was equipped with a radiant golden Hokage mask. Hokage mask light ninja tool, HP 2000, all stats 120, dual resistance 50, unique passive increase critical rate by 50, unique passive reduce ninjutsu cooldown by 30. Naruto realized that although Sasuke's squad was fighting slowly, given a little more time they could still take down the opposing rogue ninja squad. But now with 6 paths Naruto joining the battlefield, he instantly smashed them to death with a single staff strike. Curious, Naruto opened the data description of the Jingang Rui staff. Rui golden staff, attack 800, critical rate 45, critical damage 50, armor penetration 20, SSS. This equipment is so brutal. All offense, not a trace of defense. Sasuke watched Naruto's squad join his battlefield and the situation ended in an instant. His eyes slightly dulled, he was speechless for a moment. After a while he said to Naruto, no wonder this dungeon can be done in a team, it turns out this is how it works. Naruto looked at him proudly. Sasuke, how about it? I told you I'd carry you this round, just lie back and win. His gaze returned to his own battlefield. Naruto noticed 2 white loot orbs had dropped in the center of the battlefield. He picked them up. The 2 orbs shattered. 5 gold coins jumped out of them. His gold count immediately reached 10. The next second a prompt sound came from the dungeon again. Next we will explain the interest composition rules. Each round you will receive a fixed 5 gold. For every 10 gold you gain an additional 1 gold interest. Interest cap is 50 gold, meaning the maximum interest you can earn is 5. Note: rewards from orb drops are not counted in the fixed assets per round. After hearing the interest explanation, Naruto looked at his small money pouch. Initially given 5 gold orbs dropped 5 gold plus the interest just gave 6 gold. Now he directly had 16 gold. A huge fortune. In contrast, Sasuke had just bought 2 heroes costing 2 gold. Before the round ended he only had 8 gold. Now he directly lost 1 gold interest with only 13 gold in his pouch. The net result was a huge loss. Attention! Second wave countdown, 1 minute, please prepare as soon as possible. On Naruto's side he decided to just hoard interest and not do anything. The shop auto-refreshed, but it only had D-rank ninjas with no desire to buy at all. Among them Fonghua Xiaoshue didn't appear either. If she had, he could buy her to upgrade to 2 stars since she provides extra bonuses to him. On the other side Sasuke's luck was pretty good. The recruitment shop directly gave him 2 three-tomoe samurai. Sasuke spent 2 gold to take them. The next second a silver flash. The D-rank three-tomoe samurai upgraded to 2 star. Base HP increased from 600 to 950. All stats also slightly increased. But Sasuke couldn't be happy at all. He looked at the stats of 6 Paths Naruto. Just his base HP alone reached 5,000 and his other stats were over 10 times those of the current 2-star Ōtsutsuki Samurai. Can't play. How can you play against a cheater? As the countdown hit 0, the second wave of attacking ninjas arrived as scheduled. Sasuke carefully counted. The total number actually doubled compared to the first wave. 2 Chunin 6 Genin. Difficulty skyrocketed. With this intensity, no wonder it's hard mode. To be honest, if it weren't for that cheater Naruto, he might have actually failed. But now on Sasuke's side, the two ninja groups were still pulling each other's hair. Soon 6 Paths Naruto arrived swinging his Jingang Rui staff, 1 hit per kid. The second wave was also taken down without any pressure. The following third and fourth waves. Enemy strength increased to 3 Chunin and 9 Genin and then 4 Chunin and 12 Genin respectively. But this still posed no threat to 6 Paths Naruto. With one massive 6 Paths Rasenshuriken, the Genin were instantly cleared. Then with an extremely fast attack speed, 6 Paths Naruto struck each of the Chunin on the head once and the rogue ninja squad was eliminated. After these 4 waves, Naruto's little treasury had already reached 55 gold. In contrast, Sasuke had been upgrading population and buying ninjas, ending up with a pitiful 36 gold. Sasuke's face flushed red. Oh no. Now he had truly become a carried dog. As for Zhuozhu, the current quality of his field was as follows. 2-star C-rank ninja Li Luoka. 1-star C-rank ninja Tian Tian. 2-star D-rank ninja Taigwa Samurai. 2-star D-rank ninja Quan Zhongya Ninja Academy. He looked at the bonds each ninja possessed. Among them, Shaoli and Tian Tian only needed to draw one more B-rank ninja Ri Xiang Ning Ci to unlock it. Then their skills would be enhanced to varying degrees. At the same time, the instance prompted again. 5th wave countdown 2 minutes. Warm reminder: the 5th wave attack will feature elite ninjas. Please pay attention to improving your squad quality. Zhuozhu looked at Mingren with some worry and said, Mingren, do you want to buy more ninjas? With only 2 we might fail. I feel the next wave should spawn Jonin level strong ones. Mingren also saw the instance prompt. No need, Zhuozhu, don't panic. I think my Lu Dao Mingren can handle it casually. That said, Mingren still looked at the recruitment shop. This time the shop actually had 2 copies of Fenghua Xiaoxue. He decisively took them. The next second Fenghua Xiaoxue's star level increased successfully. Now she could provide 22 extra attack speed and movement speed to Lu Dao Mingren. On the other side, Zhuozhu also heard the star-up notification sound coming from Mingren's side. This Hajiming guy says he doesn't want it, but his body is honest. Then came a period of waiting. As the countdown reached 0, ninjas kept emerging from the portal. The two checked the data. Elite Rogue Ninja Squad. 1 Jonin. 5 Chunin. 15 Genin. Jonin Captain HP 2650, attack 236. As expected, it was just as Zhuozhu had predicted. The 5th wave truly had Jonin-level enemies. Although judging by their appearance they probably didn't have famous names in the ninja world, their stats were quite luxurious. They were much higher than 2-star C-rank ninjas. This time, even Lu Dao Mingren needed a full 3 normal attacks to take them down. Seeing this, Mingren let out a long sigh of relief. I thought these Jonin were something special, but that's all they are. It had made him nervous. As Lu Dao Mingren ended the battle, the two hurried towards the portal without stopping. By the time Mingren's squad arrived, the frontline Taigwa Samurai on Zhuozhu's side had already lost 1/3 of its HP. Then Lu Dao Mingren made up the damage. The 5th wave was easily crushed. Zhuozhu was so jealous he got red-eyed. Mingren, your ninja is too overpowered, a bit ridiculous. Alright. Back on the battlefield, Mingren found that this time a blue loot orb had dropped. A blue orb, let's see what good stuff is inside. He touched the orb and 3 items appeared in Mingren's vision. Zhenqian Ben provides 50 attack. Ninja Boots provides 50 movement speed. Warrior Gloves provides 25 attack speed. Equipment actually dropped, but these 3 pieces are too underwhelming. The next second the instant's voice sounded. Congratulations on successfully surviving to the 5th wave. Equipment function officially unlocked. 3 pieces of basic equipment can be combined into one advanced equipment. The specific synthesis formula requires self-exploration. That's it. Ming-Ren tried to combine the 3 pieces of equipment. The next second, a flash of light and a brand new piece of equipment appeared. Broken Sword Decapitation Blade. Attack 250. Unique passive 13 of normal attack damage converted to HP. This newly synthesized weapon was finally somewhat useful. Ming-Ren equipped it. The next second, the instance prompted again. Quest function has been unlocked. Please deploy at least 4 ninjas on the bench to form a squad. Ninja squads can accept quests and obtain rewards based on quest difficulty. If unsatisfied with the quest, you can use gold to refresh. You can accept up to 2 quests at a time and they are settled every 5 rounds. Quite a lot of fancy stuff. Ming-Ren looked at the quest terminal. After spending 5 gold, he successfully accepted 2 SSS rank quests. The rewards were indeed generous. After 5 waves he could get at least 2 blue loot orbs. The following waves 6, 7, 8, and 9 were also stress-free. Because the economy was particularly good, Ming-Ren directly upgraded to population 6 without losing any HP. His current lineup was: Team 7 assembled. A-rank ninja Chimu Kakashi. B-rank ninja Xian Wa Ming-Ren Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. B-rank ninja Yuji Bozwa Zhu Avenger. C-rank ninja Chun Yiying. Along with the original Feng Hua Xiaoxue and Lu Dao Ming-Ren. On Zhuo Zhu's side, he successfully recruited Ning Xiang Ning Ci and unlocked the bond Youthful Friendship. However, he didn't have much gold, so he only upgraded to population 5. As the countdown reached 0 again, the 10th wave officially arrived. Strange. Where's the promised boss? The two waited for a long time, but no enemies appeared from the portal. However, both ninja squads kept advancing. Until they stepped into the portal. Both ninja squads unexpectedly entered the same battlefield. The two's vision shifted accordingly. The 10th wave boss turned out to be Deshiwan from the Konoha Crush clan. Deshiwan Konoha Crush. HP 80,000. Attack 1,000. Skills: Hidden Snake Hands, Impure World Reincarnation. Hiss. Seeing this stat panel, both were startled. This wasn't the difficulty gap too huge? A full 80,000 HP and 1,000 attack. And this was only the boss of the 10th wave. A hard instance, terrifying indeed. Ming-Ren suddenly felt the pressure. With such terrifying attack power, a normal D-rank ninja would probably be finished off in 1 hit. Even a 2-star C-rank ninja without equipment could only take 2 hits. Before the two could think further, the battle began. Ming-Ren found that every ninja in his squad actually had a shield. Hey Zhuo Zhu, the instance glitched. Why do we all have a shield? Could it be because of the ability I'm carrying? Zhuo Zhu then shared the ability panel of Eternal Furnace over SS Eternal Furnace Blazing Gold. Before battle begins, the entire squad gains a shield equal to 35 of their own HP, which can absorb all attribute damage. The entire squad has infinite chakra and skill cooldowns reduced by 50. Wow Zhuo Zhu, your ability is amazing. The view shifted back to the battlefield. What made Ming-Ren feel strange was Lu Dao Ming-Ren did not activate Super Saiyan God mode immediately. Instead, he used Truth-Seeking Balls and Nioi Bow to harass from the edge of attack range. The frontline B-rank ninja Xian Wa Ming-Ren used 12 shadow clones to draw the boss's fire. For a moment, Deshiwan's HP plummeted. In just 10 seconds it lost 13000 HP. Meanwhile, in the boss damage ranking, Lu Dao Ming-Ren was far ahead, having dealt 6889. The second-ranked Ri Xiang Ning Ci had only 2396. And just as the damage output reached 15 seconds, Deshiwan moved. Hidden Snake Hands. Countless pythons surged toward the ninja squad. In an instant, all the shadow clones turned into smoke. The shields on everyone were also broken. However, Deshiwan had more tricks. He formed hand seals and slammed the ground. 2 coffins rose. Qian Shou Zhu Jian and Qian Shou Fei Jian, the 2 brothers, were summoned by Impure World Reincarnation. With the release of Wood Release Forest Emergence and Water Release Water Bullet, 2 large-scale attacks swept over everyone. In an instant, the HP of those ninjas without equipment dropped to below half. Even Blue Dao Ming Ren's HP plummeted by 1/5. At this moment, Dashawan's eyes were filled with excitement. Fight on, keep fighting. Weren't you just so arrogant? Now. Before him, the ninja squads of the two were almost all half dead. In an instant, Dashyuan went berserk. He targeted the weakened ones and frenziedly reaped them. The Iron Country samurai fell first. Then, in just a single second, 4 or 5 ninjas had already fallen on the field. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. Six Paths Mingren suddenly flickered with a crimson glow. Sage Six Paths Super Saiyan God Mode activated. All attributes instantly multiplied tenfold. Health reached 50,000. Attack power with equipment reached 3,200. The first basic attack directly triggered a critical hit. Immediately an extremely terrifying number leaped from the boss. -5,210. Skill cooldown completed. Under Dashawan's stunned gaze, Six Paths Mingren precisely landed a giant Rasenshuriken. -15,460. The skill crit instantly dealt over 10,000 damage. Ah! The damage directly stuns Sueju. Did your card take drugs? Why is it so fierce? Continuous attacks left Dashawan's health nearly depleted. The two Edo Tensei bodies were directly blasted to death. In the end, Dashyuan fell unwillingly before the Super Saiyan God Mode ended. Congratulations on successfully clearing the 10th wave. Warm reminder: the next enemies will be stronger. Please upgrade your population and squad quality in time. Calculating MVP for this round. Calculation successful. MVP goes to Mingren's squad. Six Paths Mingren. Mingren's squad receives additional rewards. This MVP judgment was spot on. Sueju was completely convinced. The two returned to their respective battlefields. Rewards were distributed accordingly. Mingren received 10 gold coins and 2 loose equipment pieces. Sueju got 5 gold coins and 1 loose equipment piece. Sueju glanced at his solitary piece. Mingren, I'll give you this piece directly so you can combine it into an equipment. Hey, teammates can give each other equipment. No, but my mission reward has been settled and there's an item inside that can do it. Hearing Sueju's words, Mingren also quickly claimed his mission reward. Congratulations. You received 20 gold coins and a ninja duplicator. Ninja duplicator: select any ninja to duplicate and you will receive a 1-star version of that ninja on your bench. Wait, ninja duplicator. Mingren remembered that he would receive one Six Paths Mingren every 10 waves. He quickly looked at the bench. Wow, it's already here. Then wouldn't that? Mingren directly used the ninja duplicator. Ding! A violent sound swept across the battlefield. The next second, Six Paths Mingren successfully upgraded to 2 stars. Base health increased to 8,000. Base attack power reached 350. This commotion also attracted Sueju's attention. He slowly typed a question mark in the public chat. Mingren, is this reasonable? Unreasonable? I think it's very reasonable. While the two interacted, the dungeon sent a prompt. Tailed Beast support function unlocked. Now you can choose any tailed beast from 1 tail to 9 tails to assist you in battle. Once selected, it cannot be changed and the two cannot choose the same tailed beast. Spending gold coins can increase the tailed beast's level and its effects improve with skill level. Another new feature. The two studied it carefully. 1 tail increases defense. 2 tail increases attack speed and movement speed. 3 tail increases attack power. 4 tail reflects damage. 5 tail provides a large amount of movement speed. 6 tail reduces attack speed and movement speed of enemies in range. 7 tail reduces cooldown. 8 tail increases resistance. 9 tail recovers health and chakra per second. After comprehensive consideration, in the end, Mingren chose 3 tail while Sueju chose 1 tail. The two quietly awaited the arrival of the 11th wave of enemies. The countdown reached 0. This time 3 Jonin and 10 Chunin emerged from the portal. Suddenly, Sueju's output was completely insufficient. However, Six Paths Mingren seemed like a war god. Once he activated cheat mode, it was like slicing through melons and vegetables. Moreover, in this state his movement speed became extremely fast and he instantly killed his way to Sueju's battlefield. The next 3 waves increased in intensity exponentially. Wave 12 spawned 5 Jonin and 15 Chunin. Wave 13 had 7 Jonin and 20 Chunin. Wave 14 went even further with 10 Jonin and 30 Chunin. Sueju instantly felt immense pressure. During wave 14 he almost couldn't hold on until Mingren arrived, risking total annihilation. Hiss, I can't take it anymore. Mingren, I'm going all in. At this moment Sueju's population had reached level 7. The recruitment shop showed that the probability of drawing an S-rank ninja at 7 population was 1. Sueju was going to gamble on that one. Mingren encouraged him from the side, go for it Sueju, I've got your back, don't be afraid. Go all in with confidence. Then Sueju pressed the button with force. The next second the shop refreshed successfully. 5 brand new ninjas appeared before his eyes. B rank Yuen Feisima. A rank Yuzibo Jishui. C rank Buzihuo Shenjian. A rank Gonshir Guejiao. S rank Yuzibo Yu. Oh my god. 2 A rank and 1 S rank. No way. Sueju rubbed his eyes carefully. When he saw the refreshed ninjas clearly, he was completely stunned. This sole S-rank ninja turned out to be his brother, Yuzibo Yu. Sueju looked up at the sky. And the corners of his eyes inexplicably became moist. You, no matter where you are you silently watching over me? He pocketed the 3 ninjas. Sueju adjusted his lineup. You and the other 2 could activate a bond. S-rank Yuzibo Yu. Skills Tsukimi Mangekyō Sharingan Great Fireball. Bond. Master and friend Ujishue increases critical rate by 10, critical damage by 25. Vermilion Bird South Gate Yuguejiao Tsukimi can affect 1 additional unit. Sueju took the bright ninja tool from Ningxi and gave it to Yuzibo Yu. Suddenly, he felt full of confidence. The dungeon also gave a timely prompt. Wave 15 is an elite stage. Countdown 1 minute. Elite stage, huh? I'll take on any elite stage. Hearing Sueju's bold words, Mingren curiously checked his battle lineup. His Sueju, did you use up all your gold coins? Pretty good luck you actually managed to draw it with a 1 chance. I don't even have an S-rank ninja. Sueju showed a faint smile upon hearing this. Who told you I used them all? I only spent 15 gold coins to draw these 3 ninjas. Now I still have 35 gold coins. Mingren frowned. Spending 15 gold coins is quite a lot. Wait a minute. He quickly engaged in mental arithmetic. 1 S-rank ninja costs 5 gold, 2 A-rank ninjas cost 8 gold. That's 13 gold coins, so doesn't that mean? Sueju, you only spent 2 gold coins on the draw. So what? Watching Naruto's exasperated expression, Sasuke felt an immense satisfaction. It's just spending 2 gold coins to draw an S-rank and 2 A-rank ninjas, isn't it? What's there to make a fuss about? I think it's perfectly reasonable. Naruto was momentarily speechless. He never expected to be hoisted by his own petard. Sasuke, even though you've gotten a huge boost this time, you still need to be careful. Given the nature of this dungeon, the next elite level will most likely feature a Jonin famous in the ninja world. Not most likely, definitely. But what's there to be afraid of? Sasuke clenched his fists and spoke indignantly. My Itachi might not match your 6 paths Naruto, but he's more than enough to handle a Jonin. In truth, his own SS ability was far from weak. It was just that the low-level ninja skills from earlier had pitiful stats. No matter how fast the cooldowns refreshed, they couldn't deal any real damage. But now with Itachi, Sasuke eagerly anticipated his performance. As the two conversed, the countdown for level 15 drew to a close. From the teleportation gate a dense swarm of ninjas emerged. Leading them was none other than Momochi Zabuza, followed by 12 Jonin. The other side's Chunin were led by Haku. A menacing black mass of full 40 of them. This 15th level boasted a total of 54 ninjas. Truly terrifying. For a moment Sasuke felt a pang of panic. He only had 7 ninjas on his side, and aside from Itachi, who wielded a single glorious ninja tool, the others were utterly unarmed. However, he had no choice but to trust. In the next instant Uchiha Itachi made his move. First 2 precise Tsukimi struck Zabuza and Haku. Under the influence of Tsukimi their skills were locked and their attack speed plummeted. Then Itachi released a massive fireball jutsu into the crowd. The health of the Jonin dropped by a third while the Chunin lost half their health. Shisui and Kisame also unleashed skills to apply crowd control. Before the ninjas could even close in, Itachi's great fireball cooldown was already up. Another fireball swept through. The 40 Chunin were instantly slain and the Jonin fell below half health. Sasuke's eyes could no longer conceal his excitement. Fierce, absolutely fierce. It was almost a pure solo performance by Itachi. But before Sasuke could revel for long 6 paths, Naruto had already arrived on the battlefield. The situation became clear in an instant. Naruto smirked slyly. Sasuke, your big brother's damage output is still not as brutal as my 6 paths Naruto. But he's definitely much stronger than before. Sasuke shot him a resentful look. How can I compare with someone who's cheating? As all ninjas fell, the dungeon issued a prompt. Congratulations on successfully clearing the 15th wave. The equipment shop is now open. Random parts 3 gold coins, random high-grade equipment 10 gold coins, random divine artifact 28 gold coins, random glorious ninja tool 25 gold coins. Whoa. This is highway robbery. The equipment was far too expensive. After settling all rewards, Naruto's gold coins now stood at 75, but buying even one piece would leave him unable to spend freely. By the way, doesn't wave 15 also grant a divine artifact? Naruto looked around and indeed spotted a divine artifact forge. Among the 5 newly appeared divine artifacts, Naruto ultimately chose a sword. Dragon Scale Thunder God Sword, attack 650, attack speed 35, all stats 50, unique passive 35 chance on attack to trigger lightning, dealing 800 lightning damage to up to 10 units. Now 6 paths Naruto was fully equipped. With Adamantine Staff, Decapitating Blade, and Dragon Scale Thunder God Sword, all 3 were offensive gear, pushing his base attack power to a terrifying 2050. In cheat mode his attack power could even soar to 5,200. On Sasuke's side, he purchased a glorious ninja tool for Itachi, and then he was broke, having to save some interest and not spend recklessly. The two accepted another mission and the enemies of Wave 16 arrived as expected. This time the difficulty escalated again, 15 Jonin and 50 Chunin, with 3 of the Jonin possessing skills. Wave 17 and 18 saw a steady increase in the number of ninjas. By Wave 19, the battlefield boasted 30 Jonin and 100 Chunin. Sasuke looked at Itachi, feeling as if he needed to face the entire world alone. Nevertheless, over these waves both players' economies had been supplemented. Finally, before the boss level of Wave 20, their battle formations were as follows. Naruto's squad, 2-star A-rank Kakuzu, 2-star A-rank Haiden, 2-star S-rank Tsunade, 2-star S-rank Orochimaru, 2-star S-rank Jiraiya equipped with Decapitating Blade, 2-star US rank 6 paths Naruto equipped with 3 divine artifacts, 3-star D-rank Fubuki Kazahana, 2-star B-rank Shizun, Kakuzu and Haiden formed the Bond, Immortal Duo. Aside from skills, Kakuzu provided Naruto with an extra 5 gold coins each round, which was incredibly handy. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and the other 2 formed the Bond, Legendary Sannin, summoning 3 powerful summon beasts at the start. Tsunade's passive skill piqued Naruto's interest, gambling each round gold coins fluctuate between 80 and 150. With Shizun in the squad, the 2 formed the Bond, Personal Guard, and the gambling skills range shifted from 80 to 150 to 95 to 135. Although the upper limit decreased, the gold income became much more stable. With this lineup, Naruto had 8 units on the field and still had 50 gold coins left. On Sasuke's side his lineup was as follows. 2-star S-rank Uchiha Itachi equipped with 3 glorious ninja tools, 2-star A-rank Uchiha Shisui, 2-star A-rank Hoshigaki Kisame, 1-star A-rank Konan, 1-star A-rank Deidara, 1-star A-rank Black Zetsu, 2-star B-rank Uchiha Sasuke Avenger. Sasuke had fully unlocked Itachi's bonds. However, assembling this lineup drained his gold coins to near zero. Apart from the previous 2 bonds, the newly recruited ninjas, Itachi, Deidara, Konan and Black Zetsu, could form the bond, Akatsuki's 4 symbols. Once this bond was activated, Itachi's fireball jutsu would generate Amaterasu at the point of impact, dealing burning damage per second. Additionally, Itachi and Sasuke formed the bond, Brotherly Love and Hate, granting Itachi 80 to all stats. Wave 20 is a boss battle. Countdown 30 seconds. Naruto looked at Sasuke's lineup, momentarily stunned. 7 units with a 2-star S rank. You said the probability was 1. Sasuke retorted scornfully, and you might want to explain how you have an 8-unit 2-star US rank at this stage. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Hehe, I guess that's fair. Sasuke, who do you think the boss will be? I'm guessing it's highly likely to be a member of the Ōtsutsuki. The Ōtsutsuki. As the countdown reached 0, their ninja squads entered the teleportation gate. Naruto voiced his confusion. Strange, why did the skies suddenly turn so dark? As the two wondered, a deep voice slowly echoed from the void. Pain, pain, pain. Feel the pain. Think of the pain. And know the pain. Shinra Tensei. A powerful shockwave swept across the battlefield. As the ninja teams faced the boss for the first time, the entire team's shields were instantly depleted. Only 6 paths Naruto and Itachi barely retained a thin layer of health thanks to their high base vitality and superior equipment. The two also discerned the basic information of the boss of stage 20. 6 paths pain. HP 400000. Attack 1500. Dual resistances 50. Skills. Super Shinra Tensei Chibaku Tensei summoning 6 paths of pain. Are you kidding me? 400000 HP. Naruto remembered that Orochimaru earlier had only 800000 HP. The attack power hadn't increased much, but it gained 50 dual resistances and an extra skill. This meant the boss was tankier and harder to kill. Sasuke's eyelid twitched, a very ominous feeling washing over him. Naruto, I heard Orochimaru mention this guy in the past life. He seems to be the leader of the Ōtsutsuki, calling himself a god. I remember you defeated him in the end, right? Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto recalled his battle with Nagato. To be honest, if Hinata hadn't risked her life to save him, allowing him to transform into a tailed beast and unleash his potential, that battle could have gone either way. Besides, Nagato had been drained by the Rinnegan at that time and hadn't been able to exert his full power. Ahem, Sasuke, don't panic. Watch me. The battle erupted instantly. Itachi activated Tsukimi. For a moment Pain was unable to use any skills. The other ninjas seized the opportunity to unleash a furious assault. Within just 5 seconds damage was maxed out. The two looked at the damage rankings. 6 paths Naruto 48000. Uchiha Itachi 12000. Uchiha Shisui 2000. Jiraiya 1500. Itachi's Tsukimi ended. The boss had lost nearly 7000 HP. And that was only after 5 seconds. But the next moment a sudden change occurred. Pain clasped his hands together to form seals. Summoning 6 paths of pain with a puff of smoke, the other 6 paths appeared on the battlefield. The Azura path summoned weapons for fire suppression. The human path engaged in close quarters combat, striking at the team's rear. The animal path excelled at summoning, and numerous summoned beasts appeared. The Preta path absorbed the ninjutsu released by the ninjas. Finally, the Naraka path hid behind the others and summoned the King of Hell, ready to revive any of the 6 paths that fell. In an instant the pressure on the ninjas skyrocketed. This isn't looking good. Watching one ninja after another fall, Sasuke's brow furrowed tightly. Just a moment ago this Pain was alone, and now the battlefield is swarming with enemies. And all these Pains have Kage-level strength. They're too troublesome. Naruto, how did you defeat him back then? Naruto gave an awkward smile. Of course it was thanks to his wife. But Hinata wasn't by his side now. He missed her. He would definitely pull out a swimsuit Hinata card later. Then Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, don't panic. 6 paths Naruto will handle it. As Naruto spoke, 6 paths Naruto once again glowed with crimson spiritual energy. Super Saiyan God mode activated instantly, granting a 10x attribute boost. 80000 HP 5600 attack. The next second a giant Rasenshuriken targeted the Naraka path. This path could continuously revive allies, so it had to be dealt with first. Then 6 paths Naruto together with Itachi destroyed the remaining paths one by one. Meanwhile the Deva path's HP dropped below 200000, falling under half. Suddenly he stopped moving and muttered something. True peace is a balance found after experiencing pain and understanding. I will bring the war-torn world to a halt with a ceasefire. That is the mission of a god. Chibaku Tensei. From now on let the world feel pain. Pain flew into the sky. The cooldown of Super Shinra Tensei had just finished. In an instant both ultimate techniques descended. A strange pulling force emerged, reducing everyone's attack speed by 50. And when Super Shinra Tensei fell again, Pain directly cleared the screen. Instantly only 3 figures remained on the battlefield: BOSS 6 paths, Pain 6 paths, Naruto and Uchiha Itachi. Hiss, everyone's dead. This boss is a bit too much. Sasuke couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. His Itachi only had half of his health left. Could this stage be a wipe? Just as Sasuke was worrying, the next second 6 paths Naruto began to exert his power. He hurled a giant Rasenshuriken into the sky, shattering the gravitational orb of Chibaku Tensei instantly. Then countless normal attacks rained down on Pain. Each normal attack dealt over 8000 damage. Meanwhile, Itachi's Tsukimi had come off cooldown again. This time Pain was simply a sitting duck. Congratulations on successfully clearing stage 20. MVP calculation in progress. This time's MVP is Naruto's team 6 paths. Naruto rewards distributed: Naruto's team 25 gold coins, random high-grade equipment; Sasuke's team 15 gold coins, 2 piecemeal equipment. After sorting out the rewards, Sasuke looked at Naruto with lingering fear. Phew. As expected of you, Naruto. We almost wiped just now. Sasuke, you're too timid. To be honest, I didn't even blink just now. Sasuke gave him an exasperated glance. Then why were you clenching your fists so tightly? Caught Naruto's face showed an awkward smile. Hee, Sasuke, don't expose me. Time ticked by. Stage 21 enemies approached. 5 elite Jonin led 40 Jonin and 250 Chunin through the portal. The two checked the stats of the elite Jonin. HP 3470, attack 280. These stats were not low. Even Itachi would need 3 fireball jutsus to kill one. In the next 3 waves the number and quality of ninjas escalated again. By the 24th wave the configuration had become 10 elite Jonin, 70 Jonin, 500 Chunin. They were so numerous they nearly filled the battlefield. In contrast, Naruto and Sasuke only had 8 units each. Fortunately, 6 paths Naruto once again took the lead and guided the team to victory. Friendly reminder: elite ninjas will appear in wave 25. Please upgrade your quality. Here it comes. Another mini-elite stage. Elite Jonin had already appeared before. So this elite stage was clearly going to feature Kage-level powerhouses. Just as the two expected. When the countdown ended, 2 Akatsuki members in black cloaks with red clouds appeared from the portal. Deidara HP 5800, attack 325, Sasori of the Red Sand HP 6400, attack 300. Behind them 15 elite Jonin and 100 Jonin followed closely. On Naruto's side it was still easy. 6 paths Naruto, transformed into Super Saiyan God right at the start, and 1 skill cleared the entire screen. On Sasuke's side however there was damage output, but only Itachi as a single core. The other ninjas died quickly as soon as they were touched. Fortunately, thanks to 6 paths Naruto's support, they barely managed to clear wave 25. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared wave 25. Next there will be a 0.01 chance to obtain a god card in the recruitment shop, and the probability will increase by 0.03 for each wave cleared. Good luck. The two looked at the latest announcement of the dungeon. The recruitment shop now offered the chance to draw god cards. But the probability 0.01. What difference was there from having none? It was equivalent to having only 1 chance in 10,000 draws. Mingren didn't even want to look. If he saved a few more waves of gold he could reach level 9. By then having an extra unit would be far more beneficial. Why bother with a god card when he wasn't lacking? On the other side, Suiju still clung to a glimmer of hope. His main issue was that his current damage output was severely lacking. He had to draw some quality units at 8 population. He wasn't even asking for a god card. At the very least he needed 2 more core damage dealers. He pressed the refresh button firmly. The next moment the shop refreshed. 5 worthless B-rank ninja appeared neatly in the shop. He refreshed once more and an A-rank ninja appeared, but still a dud. It was as if drawing that you earlier had used up all his luck. Yet Suiju thought it was normal. After all, a god card had only a 0.01 chance. If it were that easy to get, it wouldn't be called a god card. Even the chance to draw an S-rank ninja was only 5 at the moment. Suiju decided to try one more time. If he didn't get anything this time he couldn't waste any more gold. After all, as long as he could hold out until 6 paths Mingren arrived he could slack off for a few more waves. Suiju bought the A-rank ninja, Gaara 4th Great Ninja War, he had just seen. He pressed the refresh button again. Suddenly the recruitment shop burst forth with a blinding glare. Suozhu felt a surge of stirring music in his ears. A god card. It appeared. His eyes met it and the next moment the god card's basic information was revealed. US God Card Edo Tensei U Skills 8 Spiral Jade, Susanoo, Tatsuka Blade 8 Spiral Jade flies to a designated area dealing 9502000100000 damage. Susanoo when battle begins activates Susanoo state increasing all stats by 200 dual resistance by 50 attack range by 10 units and causes 8 Spiral Jade to be coated with Amaterasu Divine Fire during flight dealing continuous burn damage of 255 per second for 6 seconds. Tatsuka Blade each attack deals 400, 750, 3000 true damage to units within a 500-yard radius of the target. True damage ignores dual resistance. Suozhu's mouth hung slightly open, his eyes filled with disbelief. A god card of the same tier as 6 Paths Mingren, at level 8 with a 0.01 chance, he had actually drawn it. The most astonishing part was that this god card was you, it was like having the meal directly fed into his mouth. Could there really be some karmic rule? After all, this was the dungeon world, not some ninja realm. Never mind that, grab it first. Among the other 4 cards there was 1 S rank, 2 A rank and 1 C rank. Suozhu took all 3 expensive ones. Conveniently Xiaonan could be upgraded to 2 stars. He then swapped the equipment of the ordinary U with the God U. Currently the God U was equipped with 3 bright ninja tools while the ordinary U had 2 high grade and 1 bright. On the other side Mingren used his spare gold to buy population and took a peek at Suozhu's draw results. The next moment he was stunned. No way, Suozhu, you drew a god card. Wasn't it supposed to be a 0.01 chance? Suozhu's heart hadn't yet recovered from the excitement, but in front of Mingren he forced a calm expression. It's just a god card, is it really that hard to draw? Mingren was tempted. He opened the recruitment shop and started a frenzy of draws. However, after 5 full draws costing 10 gold. Let alone a god card, he didn't even see a trace of an S rank. However, his Jiaodu was still 1 copy away from 3 stars. According to the panel, after 3 stars Jiaodu would give 20 gold per wave. Mingren gritted his teeth and decided to draw 2 more times. After all, he had already drawn, so what was 1 or 2 more? He spent 4 gold. The next moment a Jiaodu lay quietly in the shop. Holy crap! He actually drew it. Mingren decisively grabbed it. A golden light flashed. Jiaodu successfully upgraded to 3 stars. Hearing the commotion, Suozhu was startled. What the? That kid Mingren couldn't have drawn a god card too, could he? He shifted his gaze to Mingren's battlefield. There stood a 3-star Jiaodu on the deployment bench. Cheating. Mingren however wasn't very happy. Suozhu, you liar. You can't even draw a god card. On the contrary, this small all-in had reduced his gold to just 30. After the 2's operations, the 26th wave of ninja had arrived. 3 ordinary Kage-level ninja led the wave with stats HP 5500, attack 290. Behind them followed 20 elite jonin and 120 ordinary jonin. To be honest, this lineup would have already been a super large clan in the Warring States period of ninja. If the strength were increased a bit more, it would probably surpass the 2 great families of Qianshou and Yuzhibo. Suozhu couldn't help but feel excited. This was the first battle since the God U emerged. With the boost of 3 bright ninja tools, his stats reached HP 9700, attack 1800. Among the equipment, 1 was a tank item, 1 a warrior item and 1 a damage item. The Edo Tensei U activated his blood red Susanoo armor and hurled the 8 spiral jade into the crowd. The 3 Kage level dropped to half health instantly. However, before the damage was fully dealt, countless Amaterasu divine flames continuously devoured their HP. During this time the God U unleashed uninterrupted area attacks. The ordinary U beside him also chipped in with damage. After just a single brief encounter, Suozhu's squad had directly killed them all. This was the first time he had cleared a stage on his own without Mingren's help. Mingren felt a bit relieved. Nice one, Suozhu. This god card of yours has amazing damage. I wonder when I'll be able to draw another one. You still want to draw? Are you even playing the game? The next 3 waves, though increasing in difficulty, were easily passed under the combined output of the 2 U's. Time quickly came to the eve of wave 30. Next was another boss stage. Suozhu was still a bit shaken. The previous Payan had decimated the 16 ninja on both sides, leaving only 2 alive. This Wave 30 boss should be no different. Both teams entered the portal and the boss's information was revealed. 6 paths die to HP 10000000 attack 2900 dual resistance 100 skills 6 red sun formation, god tree-tailed beast ball, truth-seeking orb, such stats. It looked extremely intimidating. Before the two could discuss further the boss had already moved. The 6 red sun formation covering the entire squad was activated. Mingren and Zuozhu were instantly startled. This move looks like it has a huge range. But after waiting a moment the squad didn't take any damage. Upon closer inspection they found that Daitu's dual resistance had increased by another 50 points. Good grief, it was only meant to make him tankier. At the same time a tailed beast ball condensed above the boss's head. For a moment both of their expressions turned serious again. Could it be that it would clear the entire screen like Payen did just now? However 5 seconds later the god tree-tailed beast ball landed. The entire squad only had their shields broken. Mingren and Zuozhu were dumbfounded. They thought Daitu had been holding a big move but he ended up flopping. So this was the strength of the Wave 30 boss, 6 paths Daitu. Naruto clicked his tongue in disbelief. Sasuke, do you think this thing could be a divine card as well? It's too weak. Sasuke said with a look of disdain, I think it's very possible. Just don't let me draw it. While on the battlefield as the divine tree-tailed beast ball descended the continuous effect of the 6 red sun array ended. The boss's dual resistances returned to 100. The two ninja teams began to brutally beat Obito. After the formation ended it took only 16 seconds. The 30th stage boss. Defeated. 6 paths Obito shed his immortal cloak kneeling on the ground with a forlorn expression muttering to himself, could it be that I truly lost? Then the instance echoed with a prompt sound. Stage 30 cleared successfully. Calculating MVP calculation complete. Rewards distributed. Naruto received 40 gold coins and a chance to choose one of 5 divine artifacts. Sasuke on the other hand got 30 gold coins and a chance to choose one of 5 radiant ninja tools. Congratulations, you are one step closer to victory. The probability of recruiting a divine card has increased by an additional 0.05. Current divine card probability 0.21. Both of them were overjoyed. This Obito is really a good guy. Not only is the difficulty low but the rewards are also great, it's like getting them for free. However, in another 2 minutes the 31st wave of enemies will arrive. Naruto instinctively glanced at the recruitment shop. The next second he doubted his own eyes. There a divine card 6 paths Obito lay quietly inside. Naruto slapped his forehead, his face bitter. Damn it, how did I draw this useless thing? Taking it felt like a waste of gold, but not taking it, after all it was still a divine card. Naruto's mind was in turmoil, but in the end he chose to give Obito a chance. Ding detected that both ninja teams are too strong. Accelerate enemy spawn. After accelerating spawn each wave will have only 2 seconds to adjust the lineup. Accelerated spawn will pause before the boss stage. A flicker of surprise flashed in Naruto's eyes. So we're that strong. Sasuke, what do you think? Should we accelerate? Naruto waited for a long time but there was no response from Sasuke. He looked over curiously. Suddenly a divine Itachi appeared in Sasuke's bench. The next second with a flash of red light the divine Itachi directly upgraded to 2 stars. Sasuke, what did you do? How did you get a 2-star divine Itachi? Naruto, don't make a fuss. I just randomly DA'd a few times and the quest just gave me a ninja duplicator. Alright, let's accelerate directly. Go go go. Accelerated spawn confirmed. Spawn countdown 2 seconds. Then enemies came wave after wave from the portal, an unending assault. The two kept collecting rewards, frantically improving their team quality. Naruto had some good luck on his bench. Besides a 6 paths Naruto from his talent he drew another one. There was also a duplicator in his backpack. That meant if he drew one more or got another duplicator he could directly upgrade to a 3-star 6 paths Naruto. His current lineup had already reached 10 units. 3-star Kakuzu, 3-star Haiden, 1-star 6 paths Obito plus 2-star 6 paths Naruto. The remaining 6 were all 2-star S-rank ninjas. Naruto also replaced Fonghua Xiaoxue. Because he had drawn the main wife. 2-star S-rank ninja swimsuit Hinata, whose bond bonus was 3 times higher than that of 3-star Fonghua Xiaoxue. Perhaps this was the difference between a main wife and a concubine. On Sasuke's side his population reached level 9. 2-star Divine Itachi, 2-star Regular Itachi. The rest were some 2-star A rank and S rank ninjas. Next they would face the 40th wave boss stage. There were still 10 minutes before the battle. The two speculated about the boss they were about to face. Naruto spoke first. Sasuke, I think this wave won't be that simple. The previous boss has already jumped from Pain to 6 Paths Obito and we know the final wave boss is Kagaya Ōtsutsuki. Then the candidate for the 40th wave boss is already obvious. Sasuke watched Naruto's analysis and couldn't help but want to tease him. Naruto, I know it. The boss of this stage must be Sage Kabuto, right? Naruto's eyes widened, a look of suspicion on his face. That kind of roadside trash can also pretend to be a boss. The answer is obvious, it must be 6 Paths Madara. As the two ninja teams gathered again, the boss's data panel then appeared. 6 Paths Madara, HP 3. 5 million attack, 3300 dual resistances, 150 skills, Rinne Sharingan Limbo, Infinite Tsukimi, Rinnegan, yo. Naruto, you really guessed it right. Sasuke, but I can't laugh. Judging from his stats and skills, this guy. Extremely troublesome. Sasuke also fell into silence. Not only does he have 3 times the HP of 6 Paths Obito, but his attack power is also abnormally high. And these 3 skills are clearly more powerful than Obito's. Sure enough, the next second 6 Paths Madara moved. Infinite Tsukimi activated. The entire battlefield was silenced except for him. Not only that, but both ninja teams' attack speed, movement speed and dual resistances all decreased. Although it lasted only 3 seconds, each side had already lost 1 ninja. This 6 Paths Madara was terrifying. He gave a warning right off the bat. Naruto rubbed his fingers, feeling uneasy. This 6 Paths Madara can actually debuff the entire team. Strong. Sasuke inwardly considered. I must draw a 6 Paths Madara later. So tempting. Once the Infinite Tsukimi duration ended, both ninja teams began to counterattack. Regular Itachi activated Tsukimi, but it only controlled Madara for 1 second before being nullified by his Rinnegan. And Madara unleashed his second skill. Limbo Border Jail, for shadows identical to him roamed the battlefield. These shadows had extremely high combat intelligence, specifically targeting the backline. Although 6 Paths Naruto could sense the shadows' positions, these shadows were like ghosts, they struck and retreated. Very troublesome. How can this be? They're both bosses, but the difference is so huge. Although the two were putting in effort with their divine cards, 6 Paths Madara's HP was too thick. Now the Super Saiyan God mode was more than half over, but Madara hadn't even lost half his health. Naruto was vaguely worried. Sasuke, how much health do we lose if we fail this boss stage? Sasuke recalled the initial dungeon details. I think it's 10 points, but that's not really important. I'm afraid that if we fail the boss stage we'll miss a very crucial reward. The upcoming Kagaya will probably be even harder to fight. Naruto also realized the seriousness of the matter. The rewards from stage 30 were extremely generous. How could stage 40 be any worse? Suddenly Naruto slapped his thigh. Sasuke, I have an idea. I almost forgot I deployed that man. Sasuke scanned the battlefield and noticed a ninja wearing green tight pants. He asked Naruto curiously, you mean him? Naruto nodded heavily, yes. Sasuke was somewhat puzzled. Naruto, this ninja should be called Might Guy, right? I recall from my past life that when I came to the village he was always in a wheelchair. And he's just an S-rank ninja, can he really carry? Even the output of the God card was somewhat insufficient. Memories surged within Sasuke's mind. He had heard of Might Guy a few times through Orochimaru. He was apparently one of the few taijutsu masters in Konoha, and it was said that he once gravely wounded 6 Paths Madara. But this was still a dungeon, numbers dictated everything, and he was merely an S-rank ninja. If even a God card couldn't achieve it, could he really do it? Naruto glanced again at Might Guy's data panel. Sasuke, you've heard of the 8 gates, right? The final gate, the Gate of Death, allows the body to unleash its ultimate potential. Don't let this card's ordinary appearance fool you, it has an incredibly broken aspect. With that, Naruto shared Might Guy's data panel with Sasuke. S-rank ninja Might Guy skills, 8 gates, Leaf Strong, Whirlwind, Bonds, Eternal Rival, Power of Youth, Bond components Kakashi and Rock Lee. When both bonds are activated, the 8 gates can open to the 8th gate, the Gate of Death. After opening the Gate of Death, this ninja enters a state of annihilation, cannot be sold, cannot be deployed, and permanently occupies one slot on the preparation bench. Gate of Death. Sounds intimidating and the cost isn't too heavy. Let's give it a try and maybe it'll work. Sasuke didn't hold much hope. If all else failed, they could just concede the boss reward. This Six Paths Madara was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Naruto's eyes held a hint of determination. He spent 50 gold coins to purchase 2 radiant ninja tools for Might Guy. Combined with the one remaining in the inventory, in an instant Might Guy's divine equipment was complete. Naruto guided him to open the Gate of Death. On the battlefield, Might Guy, who had been outputting, paused and exchanged a distant glance with Naruto. Then he retreated behind the crowd, clenching his fists tightly. So it's time for Konoha's blue beast to save the day. Now is the moment to protect what matters most, even at the cost of my life. 8 Gates Formation. The 8th Gate, Gate of Death. Open. My youth will never fade. Might Guy unleashed his full power. Crimson vapor swirled around his body. The next moment he charged furiously toward Madara. Evening Elephant. First stance. Second stance. Successive punches tore through the air and the resulting pressure crushed Madara. Each evening elephant strike inflicted a brief stun. Instantly Six Paths Madara's attack rhythm was disrupted, and even the shadows generated by Sharingan Limbo momentarily lost control. Seizing this opportunity, all the ninjas unleashed their full power. The might of Evening Elephant lasted a full 5 seconds. In those 5 seconds the number of punches Might Guy threw was uncountable. The next moment he let out an earth-shattering roar. Roar! Night Guy! The crimson dragon formed of steam transformed into a streak of light, crashing fiercely toward Six Paths Madara. Their eyes locked onto the damage leaderboard. At that moment Six Paths Naruto still topped the chart with a staggering 1.6 million damage. Second place went to Edo Itachi with an impressive 720,000 damage. And to their astonishment, third place was none other than Might Guy, who had dealt a total of 660,000 damage. The damage output of an S-rank ninja rivaled that of a 2-star 6-cost god card. It was simply unbelievable. The reason Six Paths Naruto dealt high damage was due to his Super Saiyan God mode. The stats were just there. And God Itachi came with a percentage-based burn effect, as a god card his output was very stable. But Might Guy was simply exaggerated. As an S-rank ninja he actually managed to deal 660,000 damage. Keep in mind that his attack stat on the data panel was less than 2000. Fellow S-rank ninjas like Tsunade and Jiraiya had only dealt about 2000 to 3000 so far. That was a 20-fold difference. Regrettably, after the dance of Night Guy, Guy's output was forever frozen. It remained at 660,000 forever. At that moment he knelt on the ground, cracked all over like a flickering candle about to dissipate. Sasuke's face was filled with shock. This card is insanely powerful. It's more than 10 times stronger than Six Paths Obito. Naruto was also surprised. He hadn't noticed this when he drew the card, he only used it because he had gotten many copies of it. He never expected such a miraculous effect. After Might Guy's forced burnout, the boss's health was now less than 1/10. And the Super Saiyan God mode had only 5 seconds left. As the giant Rasenshuriken and Yasaka Magatama landed simultaneously, Six Paths Madara fell in defeat, his health completely depleted. He cast a profound gaze at the man lying in the ashes. Might Guy, I'll remember you. In the art of taijutsu, I, Madara, acknowledge you as the strongest. Then his figure slowly faded. Naruto and Sasuke received another dungeon notification. Wave 40 boss successfully cleared. MVP selected successfully. Rewards distributed. Naruto received the lion's share, 100 gold coins, 2 self-select god cards and 1 designated radiant equipment. Sasuke got 80 gold coins and 1 self-select god card. With the rewards in hand, both were exhilarated. The rewards for the 40th wave boss were incredibly generous. A self-select god card. That meant Naruto was now only 1 Six Paths Naruto away from a 3-star upgrade. Unfortunately, the mission reward didn't include a duplicator this time, or he could have gone straight to 3 stars. Sasuke spent his gold to raise his population to level 10. Looking at the ninja duplicator in his inventory, he shook his head regretfully. Too bad he couldn't give his duplicator to Naruto. But there would be another mission reward after wave 45. Naruto still had a chance. Both chose to speed up the monster spawns. Using the gold from these few waves they upgraded their tailed beast levels to max. Naruto's team gained a 45 attack increase while Sasuke's gained a 40 defense increase. Once these bonuses entered the boss stage they could be shared. The next period was spent frantically drawing cards. After reaching max population of 10, the probability of drawing S-rank ninjas increased to 25. Now almost every refresh yielded an S-rank ninja. Not a single Six Paths Naruto appeared though Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were one card away from 3 stars. Under accelerated spawns the 45th wave elite stage was quickly cleared. The mission reward produced a legendary item and a pile of gold coins but no duplicator. Naruto was furious. He was carrying a fortune of 200 gold coins. He estimated he could have another 400 gold by the final boss stage. He refused to believe he couldn't draw it. Time passed. The final boss stage was approaching. Friendly reminder: the final boss battle will begin in 10 minutes. Please complete your purchases soon. Hearing this prompt, Naruto decisively went all in. Refresh. Refresh. 150 gold down. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha successfully reached 3 stars. Six Paths Madara 2 stars. Six Paths Obito 2 stars. Swimsuit Hinata 3 stars. After a massive spending spree he was left with only 50 gold coins. Naruto was hooked. I refuse to believe I can't roll out one more. Give me a refresh. The next moment the recruitment shop erupted with a dazzling rainbow light. The final Six Paths Naruto had appeared. Finally. Naruto had exhausted his resources to draw this card. Fortunately it didn't disappoint him. He opened the rewards from defeating the 40-wave boss. He chose 2 self-selected divine cards again, both to Six Paths Naruto. The next moment endless starlight pierced the sky. A 3-star US divine card Six Paths Naruto descended. Naruto's expression was excited. I did it, I did it. He looked at the attribute panel of the 3-star divine card. HP reached 28000, base attack 1300. With equipment and various bonuses attack power directly reached 4100. And in the Super Saiyan God mode attack power could skyrocket to 20k. A single critical hit would deal over 50k damage. How could the boss withstand this? And after that all in Naruto's current lineup had become extremely luxurious. 3-star US Ninja Six Paths Naruto. 3-star S Ninja Hashirama Senju founding of Konoha. 3-star S Ninja Madara Uchiha founding of Konoha. 3-star S Ninja Swimsuit Hinata. 2-star US Ninja Six Paths Madara. 2-star US Ninja Six Paths Obito. The remaining 4 were 2-star S Ninjas. Among them the core 4 3-star S Ninjas were all fully equipped with divine artifacts. The remaining ninjas made do with scraps. Naruto looked at his lineup with satisfaction. But he felt something was strange. With all the commotion he was making, Sasuke on the opposite side showed no reaction at all. Could he be preparing some big move too? Shifting perspective. Sasuke's current lineup was 2-star US Ninja Rinnegan Sasuke, 2-star US Ninja Edo Tensei Itachi, 2-star US Ninja Sage of Six Paths, 3-star S Ninja Normal Itachi, 3-star S Ninja Kakashi Susanoo, 3-star S Ninja A 4th Great Ninja War. All 6 ninjas were equipped with top-tier bright ninja tools. Seeing Naruto approach, Sasuke stopped drawing cards and said with some pride, "Naruto, are you done over there? So what's the quality now? With this setup he could probably solo Kaguya." He thought Naruto would be very surprised. However, after waiting for a moment, Sasuke didn't see any surprise on Naruto's face. He had 3 3-star S ninjas and 3 2-star divine cards on the field. Could Naruto's quality be even more exaggerated? No, absolutely impossible. Shifting perspective. The next second Sasuke was dumbfounded. "Naruto, you already have a 3-star divine card. Poet hold." No wonder Naruto wasn't surprised at all by his lineup. Good grief, so he was waiting for this. Sasuke had thought about drawing a 3-star divine card too, but the key was he didn't have enough gold coins. The divine cards came very scattered. He had drawn 2 divine Itachi cards on the bench, but he was still 4 whole cards away from 3-star. Even with self-selected divine cards and duplicators he still needed 2 more. After all this drawing he had hardly any gold coins left. He had originally thought he could carry Naruto in the last wave. Well, it seemed he would have to lie down again. As the countdown reached 0, both teams officially entered the battlefield. The final stage, the 50th wave boss appeared. Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. HP 10 million. Attack 6800. Skills, Amanaka, all-killing ash bones, Yamatsu Hirasaka, Ama no Kyumo. With tens of millions of HP and nearly 7,000 attack plus 4 skills. Truly the final boss. If a normal person challenged it even with a 3-star S ninja, they might not win. The battle erupted instantly. Kaguya released Amanaka. The entire battlefield space alternated between the following 5 scenes. Lava deals 3 max HP damage per second. Ice continuous freezing. Super gravity reduces attack speed and movement speed. Sand affects attack frequency. Acid reduces both defenses. Just the lava map shattered the entire team's shields. When entering the acid map, Kaguya activated her second skill. Yamatsu Hirasaka. She teleported to the backline, dealing massive area damage. However, Sasuke's team began to exert their strength. The Sage of Six Paths struck his staff and the truth-seeking balls beside him flew to his teammates, successfully cancelling most of Kaguya's damage. Then he released the Chibaku Tensei, restraining Kaguya while one by one figures were summoned from the Pure Land. The successive 5 Kages emerged one after another. A total of 19 Kage-level powerhouses gathered. This scene instantly stunned Naruto. Sasuke, this Six Paths old man has such a strong mechanism. How did you draw him? He had spent 500 or 600 gold coins and never even seen him. Sasuke didn't want to talk now. To be honest, his card didn't matter at all. He looked at Kaguya's HP. The 10 million HP seemed to be made of paper. In just over 10 seconds half of her HP was already gone. Clearly Six Paths Naruto was exerting his power again. And as Kaguya's HP plummeted, her other deadly move appeared. All-killing ash bones. Countless grey bone spikes burst from her body. On the field even the 3-star 5 cost couldn't withstand this and instantly dropped to a sliver of HP. Fortunately both teams had brought Byakugan Tsunade and Byakugan Sakura. The two frantically healed the team. In the end, after 28 seconds, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki fell within her own lava space. The two looked at the damage ranking. Six Paths Naruto 6. 24 million. A fourth great ninja wore 530k. Edo Tensei Itachi 510k. Hashirama Senju 460k. Good grief. Six Paths Naruto dominated the entire field, dealing over 6 million damage alone. Truly terrifying. At the same time as the final boss fell, the mysterious realm gave another prompt. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Rewards will now be distributed. The rewards for this clear were very straightforward. Naruto received 1,000 gold coins. Sasuke received 750 gold coins. After the rewards were distributed, the dungeon voice sounded again. The equipment synthesis function is now available. 3 high-level equipment can be synthesized into a bright equipment. 3 bright ninja tools, 50 gold coins can be synthesized into a random, true bright ninja tool, adding another 25 gold coins allows targeted synthesis. 3 divine artifacts, 100 gold coins can be synthesized into a 1 of 5 exclusive weapon, adding another 100 gold coins allows targeted synthesis. Exclusive weapons can only be equipped by specific ninjas and grant additional effects to skills. Please note that the endless challenge will now begin. Stage rewards will be significantly reduced. The hard dungeon endless stage has a cap of 9,999 floors. Please improve your team quality as soon as possible before the endless challenge. Naruto and Sasuke let out a long sigh. This dungeon is finally cleared. The whole process was somewhat nerve-wracking. The two looked at the new equipment synthesis function. Good grief, Sasuke, how do you plan to spend it? I have 1,000 gold coins, my wallet is almost bursting. Hearing Naruto's somewhat cheeky tone, Sasuke's lips twitched. He was deeply annoyed. Why was it that despite both having SS abilities, Naruto's was so much more convenient to use? It seemed that after this dungeon run he would have to have Orochimaru thoroughly study his body. The potential of this artificial human still had much to be explored. Gazing at the substantial fortune before him, Sasuke fell into contemplation. Should he use this money to draw cards or directly forge an exclusive weapon? Drawing a divine card could be a gamble. If luck was not in his favor he might end up with nothing. Yet it was a high-risk high-reward endeavor. With a single 3-star divine card, the endless mode that followed would become a breeze. I'll bet it all. With that, Sasuke began to go all in. A torrent of gold coins rapidly drained away. On the other side, Naruto, who now possessed a 3-star 6-cost divine card, was in a state of pure delight. He decided to use all 1,000 gold coins to upgrade his equipment. Naruto first spent 200 gold coins to craft the exclusive weapon of 6 Paths Naruto. With the exclusive weapon in hand, the skill, Massive Rasenshuriken, gained an additional passive killing enemies refund skill cooldown. This meant that as long as the skill's damage was high enough, it could theoretically be used indefinitely. Next, he spent 150 gold coins to specifically synthesize 2 offensive, true martial items. After equipping them, 6 Paths Naruto's attack power surged from the original 4100 to 8900. Upon activating the Super Saiyan God mode, it could even surpass 30000. While Naruto was busy forging equipment, Sasuke had also completed his card drawing session. After spending a full 600 gold coins, he finally upgraded Divine Itachi to 3 stars. With the remaining coins, he crafted an exclusive item for him. Then Sasuke was completely broke. He had not a single coin left. After both of them finished their preparations, the endless challenge began. The first wave commenced. A purple portal disgorged a large number of fire attribute white Zetsu. According to the dungeon's information, 1,000 white Zetsu now stood on the battlefield. Each of these 1,000 white Zetsu had base attributes surpassing those of elite Jonin. However, for the 2 of them who now possessed 3-star divine cards, this was merely an appetizer. Not to mention 6 Paths Naruto, Divine Itachi alone could wipe them all out with a single skill. The dungeon then prompted them with an option to accelerate. Both chose to speed through. Immediately, white Zetsu poured forth from the portal in an endless stream. Now, as the dungeon had stated, after each wave in the endless mode only 1 gold coin was awarded and the interest had been removed. This left Sasuke with no choice but to wait idly, spending only after an average of 100 waves, otherwise he simply wouldn't have enough to spend. At this moment, the importance of a 3-star Jiao Do became evident. Although gold coins were still limited, he still received 5 per wave. Adding the 1 coin given per round plus Tsunade's gambling skill, Naruto's income per wave ranged from 5 to 9 coins. By the time the endless mode reached wave 6,000, Naruto had achieved all 3-star units. Among them there were 6 divine cards. Sasuke, on the other hand, had a much worse fate, only 2 divine cards at 3 stars, but his damage output was still excessive. At wave 9,000 the white Zetsu army had reached 900,000. The purple light from the portal never ceased. With the supplement of several thousand gold coins, both of them had achieved all 3-star divine cards on their field. Their equipment was also top tier with exclusive weapons and 2 bright ninja tools. The final wave of the endless challenge. An army of 1 million white Zetsu marched out of the portal in an overwhelming tide. In this battle, the 20 ninjas on both sides fought until their hands were smoking. One batch after another was defeated. In the end, after another 2.5 hours, the dungeon was successfully cleared. The secret realm then sent a notification. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon as a team. The evaluation for this dungeon is EX level. Reach the dungeon's maximum rating as the first clear of the hard mode. The rewards are greatly increased. The scene shifted and the 2-person team disconnected. Each returned to their own secret realm scenario. Naruto felt that this dungeon run had been exceptionally long. But now came the exciting part, the reward phase. An EX level evaluation guaranteed at least 3 rewards. He wondered what good things he would receive. After a brief wait, Naruto received a notification from the secret realm. Reward calculation complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a complete manual of Mastered Ultra Instinct, Divine Chi Purity increased by 35, Saiyan Bloodline Concentration increased by 35. A familiar sensation surged through Naruto's body once more. A miniature figure demonstrated various body movements in his mind. By making subtle adjustments, the figure could evade the enemy's attacks with ease. This seemed to transcend the limits of the human body. By allowing the body to instinctively sense danger bypassing the 5 senses and the brain, it achieved a state of natural unity. Naruto understood only vaguely. This manual was more complete and detailed than any he had received before. He urgently needed a great battle. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to fully master Ultra Instinct, Sign. As for the perfect Ultra Instinct described in the manual, he was still far from it. The second and third rewards arrived simultaneously. The concentration of divine chi in Naruto's body increased to 100. The abundant divine chi made him feel intensely hot as if he could erupt at any moment. After the reward phase, everyone gradually withdrew from the secret realm. At Bulma's estate, Beerus was lounging comfortably on a rocking chair. He had been waiting for 8 hours and his patience was wearing thin. He glanced at Yu Jie, who was busy grilling meat, and commanded in a low voice, "Hey Xiao Yu, bring me 2 more boxes of egg tarts." "Coming right up, Lord Beerus." Nearby Whis watched Beerus's gradually deteriorating figure, his eyes revealing deep concern. Lord Beerus had been indulging himself far too much lately. If he kept eating like this, he would become as fat as his brother Kompa. Although he also loved gourmet food, he always controlled his appetite. He only tasted each dish in small amounts. After all, even a god could have body image anxiety. He did not want to become fat and ugly. Beerus saw Whis's hesitant expression and waved his hand dismissively. "Whis, it's fine. Keep the music and dancing going. Everyone get pumped." After finishing the dungeon, everyone looked somewhat weary. Several Saiyans were faint from hunger. Now, smelling the aroma of food, they couldn't help but drool. They didn't care about anything else and started eating immediately. Goku and Vegeta also began competing fiercely. Naruto meanwhile ate while observing everyone. He noticed that his brother Gohan had physically developed to the age of 18. He was now tall and handsome. This dungeon was truly amazing. However, his aura appeared extremely mysterious. His strength had become unfathomable. When Beerus saw that everyone had eaten their fill, his expression turned serious. "Hey, how did your trip go?" Naruto was about to reply when the energy within him suddenly surged outward uncontrollably. Whis's keen eyes caught the anomaly. "Naruto, the divine chi within you has already become so abundant. It seems you are not far from the next form on the divine path." At this moment, within the distant starry sky, inside a strange planet, Babiti's facial muscles twitched as he stared intently at the energy continuously falling from the magic egg before him, his eyes filled with rage. Who would have thought that using the secret realm rules he still couldn't exterminate this guy named Sha Lu? Because he possessed a devouring ability similar to Demon Buoyu. Others participating in the instance were frantically fighting to provide resurrection energy for Buoyu. Only this guy devoured from beginning to end. Not only did he secretly modify his instance data, but he also forcibly assigned him a very weak teammate randomly. But under such a disastrous start, Sha Lu was able to solo the instance boss while taking on 2 opponents and still obtained an EX level evaluation. It's simply unbelievable. The most outrageous part is that he only used 1 Jiao Du from beginning to end. A 4-star A-rank ninja actually cleared the hard difficulty instance all by himself. His devouring ability combined with Jiao Du's unique Earth Grudge after continuous stacking his attributes even surpassed 3-star God cards. Moreover, Earth Grudge had infinite resurrection and eventually he wore down Hui to death. And because of Sha Lu alone, all the energy harvested from this hard difficulty instance was absorbed by him. Babidi couldn't help but feel somewhat desperate. At this rate, when will he gather enough energy to resurrect Demon Buoyu? He carefully reviewed the rules again. In the last remaining management permissions, Babidi found a glimmer of hope. Secret realm managers can use the blacklist function. Blacklisted individuals cannot participate in the instance game. Babidi's eyes lit up when he saw this. "You little brat, if I can't provoke you, can't I avoid you?" He decisively blacklisted Sha Lu. All this humiliation and forbearance was for the sake of resurrecting Demon Buoyu. When the time comes and Demon Buoyu is resurrected, he will definitely command Buoyu to kill this bastard first. Earth. Northern Wasteland. Sha Lu withdrew from the secret realm. This hard difficulty instance yielded abundant rewards. The energy inside was more than 1,000 times higher than normal difficulty. In addition to the rewards from the instance, his innate devouring ability also significantly increased his soul strength. Reward distribution complete. Countless pure energies surged into his body. The outer shell cracked inch by inch and golden light burst around him. Sha Lu's final form. The perfect tyrant was born. The continuously rising energy formed a shockwave striking the horizon. At this moment, Sha Lu seemed to have an illusion. Now he was invincible under heaven. If before Sha Lu still feared the few unknown auras on Earth, now he completely disregarded them. Conquering Earth was only his first step, next he would conquer the universe. And killing Sun Wukong was now a trivial matter for him. At Bu Er Ma's manor, After simple guidance from Wei Si, the surging divine energy within Ming Ren's body seemed to awaken, gradually merging and fusing with his body. Under the repeated washing of red spiritual energy, Ming Ren's body surface emitted a golden blue light. When it reached a critical point, the golden blue aura gradually solidified. A brand new Super Saiyan God form. Super Saiyan Blue has appeared. Wukong's eyes were full of envy. I never expected Ming Ren to be the first to complete the new form. Bai Lu Si's eyes were full of approval. Not bad, you have a future. Using pure divine energy on top of Super Saiyan God to transform into Super Saiyan. What an interesting race. Wei Si simply said a few words but immediately pointed out the key to Ming Ren's form. Bai Ji Ta instantly felt a strong sense of crisis. He was the one who first transformed into a Super Saiyan. Why should a latecomer surpass him? Also possessing divine energy, Bai Ji Ta could feel the power contained in Ming Ren's current form. The golden blue aura stabilized and Ming Ren also restrained his aura. At this moment, everyone also sensed the aura erupting from the northern part of Earth. Ko Lin carefully felt this energy. Strange, there is such a powerful being on our Earth. By Ko, this combat power is much higher than that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Bai Lu Si became interested. Collecting warriors was now his second hobby besides food. Could another super warrior be born? Earth really gave him many surprises. Let's go, Wei Si, go check it out. Immediately a streak of light appeared. Wei Si teleported everyone over. In the northern wasteland. Seeing the crowd suddenly appearing before him, Sha Lu was a bit surprised. But he soon understood. Hey, you're quite sensible knowing to come and flatter me in advance. Right, I can understand too. Before my perfect form it's normal for you to be unable to resist submitting. Hearing Sha Lu's words, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Hilarious, where did this fool come from? Ha ha ha, he actually wants us to submit to him. Talon Kusi suddenly realized. This guy just called himself Sha Lu. Isn't that the ultimate android mentioned by Dr. Gu Luo? In Zhua Zhu's mental space, De Shiwan narrowed his eyes slightly. Regarding the research on Sha Lu, he and Gu Luo were still perfecting it. So this Sha Lu must not be the one in his laboratory. Zhua Zhu, this Sha Lu is probably like Talon Kusi coming from the future. Zhua Zhu was somewhat disdainful, so what? This level of strength doesn't even deserve him to make a move. Sha Lu heard the crowd's mockery. He instantly became furious. What do you mean? If you want to submit to me, why don't you kneel? Hearing Sha Lu's foolish words, Bai Lu Si was greatly disappointed. He thought it was a promising talent. It turned out to be just a patchwork warrior assembled from various genes. Its potential had already been almost fully developed. No matter how you train it, it's still a waste. This kind of idiot, even if cured, would still be drooling. After sensing the strength of Sha Lu before them, everyone lost interest in him. Bai Ji Ta snorted coldly and flew away directly. Wukong followed immediately. The other warriors, seeing the two leave, also couldn't be bothered to deal with Sha Lu and dispersed. They still needed to study the next instant's strategy. Who had time to care about this fool? This time, Sha Lu was completely enraged. What did they mean? Didn't they take him seriously? He was the ultimate android, the strongest killing weapon. Zhua Zhu also wanted to leave at this moment. But he was stopped by De Shiwan. Zhua Zhukoan, how can we easily let go of such a good experimental subject? I really want to dissect it carefully and see. Why not let that lord come out and test its strength? Zhua Zhu really couldn't understand De Shiwan's morbid pleasure. But he still went along with his wish. No choice. After all, he spoiled him. Then, Zhua Zhu clapped his hands and activated the Impure World Reincarnation. From the coffin a ninja emerged known as the Shura of the ninja world. Legend had it that he could stop children from crying at night. Impure World Reincarnation. The ninja inside the coffin murmured to himself. Ever since he was ambushed by Heiju, he had fallen into slumber in the netherworld. Now who had summoned him again? Ban casually flung the coffin aside. His vertical pupils surveyed the surroundings. A surviving brat from the Yuzhibo clan. And the reincarnation of Axioluo. Why these two again? From his last awakening his memory still lingered at the moment Heiju pierced his heart and Huey was revived. Was he being summoned now to help deal with Hui? However, who was this green-armored beetle before him? Where was Detongmu Hui? Ban felt perplexed. Then a voice resounded in his mind. Lord Ban, allow me to introduce myself. I am -1. Through the Impure World Reincarnation -1 engaged in a brief mental communication with Ban. Oh, so this is another world. Ban clenched his 5 fingers and a rare smile appeared on his cold face. How intriguing. So what do you want me to do? Ban noticed that this ninja named -1 had placed no restrictions on his reincarnated body. Although he could break free anytime, it at least showed a certain sincerity. Lord Ban, I would trouble you to test the capacity of the person before you. In return, I will have Zhuozhu use the reincarnation of the heavenly cycle to revive you. You mean that brat? A flicker of suspicion crossed Ban's eyes. He then burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. -1, do you take me for a fool? Would he be willing to trade his life for mine and revive me with the reincarnation of the heavenly cycle? Back then, when he left Konoha, not a single person chose to follow him. Now Ban did not believe that a member of the Yuzhibo clan would go this far for him. However, since you a junior are so earnest, I'll warm up a bit. Tell me, have you ever seen me at my peak? No, Lord Ban. How about letting me witness it today? -1 found that this Ban quite enjoyed chatting with others. Perhaps he had been lonely after spending too long in the netherworld. Should he also summon Jujin-sama to keep him company? Meanwhile, Xiaolu looked perplexed at the armored man, who kept muttering to himself. What's this? Where did this lunatic come from? Since you haven't come to submit to me, then become my nourishment. He closed in at high speed, intending to absorb Ban directly. But just as his tail stinger was about to touch Ban, a blue Susanoo armor rose from Ban's body, sealing Xiaolu outside. Then the Susanoo armor grew flesh and evolved, continuously displaying the full form of the warrior god. In just 1 second the complete Susanoo was fully formed. Having the courage to strike at me first deserves praise. But from now on you shall bear the power of the god, the power of Yuzhibo Madara. Ban manipulated his dojutsu and swung his sword with force, a flash of cold light. The complete Susanoo followed suit, swinging its twin blades. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiaolu's face. This guy had been hiding a trump card. Very well then, I'll show you the gap between us. To dare challenge a perfect being like myself, I must say your courage is commendable. Ban gave a cold smile, his expression frozen. This green beetle was even more arrogant than him. Unacceptable. He pressed his palms together and his dojutsu surged once more. He roared, Heavenly Obstruction Star. Instantly countless meteorites rained down from the sky. Xiaolu had just caught the Susanoo's twin blades. The next second massive meteorites hurtled toward him from above. With such power, no wonder you dared to challenge me. Xiaolu gathered energy at his waist. A blue beam of light was then released. This was Sun Wukong's signature technique, the Turtle School Energy Wave. As the energy surged, the blue beam pierced the sky, shattering the meteorites one by one. Ban stood on the Susanoo armor with his hands behind his back, watching it all. This opponent is somewhat interesting. Meanwhile, Ming Ren and Zhuozhu silently observed the battle. Zhuozhu, who do you think is stronger, the real Ban or the one from the ninja war battlefield just now? That's a question. I think it's the real one. Because Zhuozhu decided to test the latest ability of his Rinnegan. After harvesting the rewards from the dungeon, his Rinnegan had evolved to Nine-Tomoe. Then Zhuozhu silently activated his dojutsu, the Nine-Tomoe, spinning rapidly. The next second the reincarnation of the heavenly cycle was activated. Instantly a massive amount of energy was drained from Zhuozhu's body. However, thanks to the infinite energy source of the android, the drained energy was quickly replenished. In the battlefield, Ban looked at his body in disbelief. That brat had actually used the reincarnation of the heavenly cycle to revive him. But why? He was completely unharmed. There was no time to ponder. Ban engaged Xiaolu in close combat, once more exchanging swift blows. Ban's physical combat experience was so refined that he momentarily suppressed Xiaolu. Although Xiaolu possessed various fighting techniques, in his mind he had too little practical experience. He had all the power but could not unleash it. Ban delivered a powerful flying kick, sending Xiaolu crashing deep into the ground. Haha, you think you can dance? You're still too green before me, Yuzhibo Ban. Amid the rubble, Xiaolu clenched his fists, his face filled with rage. How can this be? I am perfect Cell, the most flawless android. I cannot fail. He adjusted his stance and charged at Ban again for another bout. This time he continuously learned Ban's combat techniques. After a fierce 2-minute battle, Sha Lu turned the tables and began suppressing Ban. The situation reversed instantly. Ban was also shocked by his astonishing learning ability. Green Beetle, in terms of learning ability I must acknowledge you as the strongest. But congratulations, you've forced me into my second form. The next second a powerful aura erupted from Ban's body, a white Haori materialized and he held the Six Paths staff in his left hand. Ban had officially entered Six Paths mode. The situation reversed again. Ban activated his Rinnegan and the 4 shadows from the limbo border generated by the outer path attacked Sha Lu alongside him. The onslaught from all directions overwhelmed Sha Lu. How can this be? He was now completely powerless to fight back. Why? Hadn't Dr. Gero said that once he became perfect Cell he would be the strongest being in the world? Why was he being beaten up by just anyone now? Watching Ming Ren and Sua Zhu in the distance, who were casually eating sunflower seeds and commenting, Sha Lu felt a tinge of despair. Even those two haven't made a move. No, I refuse to accept this. Since that was the case they would all die with him. With his face swollen like a pig's head, Sha Lu hardened his heart. He was going to detonate his body and take everyone down with him. His body began to swell. A wild frenzy filled Sha Lu's eyes. Ha 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 ha, die. All of you die. Ban was startled. Was this guy insane? How could he be so mentally fragile? At the slightest disagreement he would drag him into a self-destruction. He had just been resurrected. But there seemed to be no countermeasure. At that moment Cell's body began to expand, a blinding white light bursting from within him just as he was about to explode. A silver energy ring firmly enveloped him. Sasuke extended one hand, energy surging within him. You think you can show off such petty tricks in front of me? With a sharp crackling sound, Cell's body disintegrated into ashes in the blast. Yet all the explosive energy was absorbed by the silver ring, not a trace escaping. Off to the side, Ban glanced at Sasuke in surprise. First resurrecting him without injury, then perfectly neutralizing the self-destruction. Just how much more was this brat hiding? Seeing Sasuke take action, Naruto felt bored. He had hoped Cell would bring some surprise, but it turned out to be so fragile. He thought he might go find Lord Beerus for a spar later. Just then an unexpected change occurred on the battlefield. Cell, reduced to mere cells by the explosion, began to regenerate. Countless fragments of his body duplicated and reassembled. After a few breaths, Cell stood before them once again completely intact. Electric sparks flickered around him. The self-destruction had pushed his power to a new level. Now he was called Super Perfect Cell. Even he hadn't anticipated that the regeneration ability inherited from the Namekians and the Saiyans' power boost after near-death would combine so synergistically. All these abilities merged into a chemical reaction. Ha ha ha, how will you fight me now? The surging energy within him restored his confidence. Meanwhile, in Sasuke's mental space, he sighed. This power increase is too low. Orochimaru, is this thing really worth researching? Orochimaru spread his hands. After all, it's an imperfect product, its ceiling is limited. We've tested its abilities enough, Sasuke-kun. Time to send it back to the drawing board. On the battlefield, seeing everyone silent, Cell smirked. Ha ha ha, has my new form left you speechless? I will reclaim every humiliation I suffered just now. Shut up. Sasuke locked eyes with Cell. The Rinnegan with Nine-Tomoe glowed. In the next instant, Cell's pupils dilated as he fell under a genjutsu. Ban studied Sasuke's eyes intently. That technique just now, was it infinite Tsukimi? This brat. On the other side, after subduing Cell, Sasuke turned to Naruto. Naruto, I'm heading to the lab. I'll catch up with you later. Yeah. Naruto had wanted to spar with Sasuke, but it seemed not to be. Sasuke then brought Ban back to the lab while Naruto returned alone to the Boma family's mansion. Just then 3 figures teleported in. The surrounding warriors murmured. The Supreme Kai is here. Why has he brought 2 strangers to Earth? Hey, don't you think they look like Saiyans? Impossible, aren't the Saiyans all extinct? Vegeta frowned, glaring at Yamcha. That guy really had a way with words, wasn't he standing right here? But Yamcha was right about one thing, aside from them Frieza had killed all the other Saiyans. Where did these 2 come from? Beerus spoke first. Hey Supreme Kai, why aren't you doing your job and coming here? Shin was speechless, a vein bulging on his forehead. Could Beerus take a look at himself before saying that? Holding a pastry in one hand and an ice cream cone in the other, living so comfortably, yet he had the nerve to criticize him. He was the one running all over the universe every day, toiling away. Suppressing his anger, Shin spoke calmly. Lord Beerus, these two are promising individuals I recently discovered. They are Paragus and his son Broly. This warrior named Broly is incredibly strong, perhaps even stronger than Mr. Goku and the others. He achieved SSS ratings in the secret realm and even got EX level scores several times. What? Stronger than Goku? No way. If what Shin said was true, then Universe 7 might gain another god-level fighter. Supreme Kai, I hope you're not lying to me, or else you'll pay. Beerus had just been disappointed earlier. After hearing the introduction, everyone gathered around to greet the newcomers. They had all cleared the difficult dungeon once and knew the importance of good teammates. A Saiyan who could achieve EX level scores in that dungeon, they had to stick close to him. Given the nature of the secret realm, they would likely have to run the difficult dungeon many more times. In the crowd, as everyone flocked to Broly, Paragus watched with satisfaction. His child had finally been recognized. No more would they have to live in hiding, starving. This Supreme Kai was truly a great benefactor. He looked at the Z-fighters with newfound warmth. But the next second Vegeta's face came into view. His heart jolted. Impossible, King Vegeta, you're alive. No, wait, you're his son Vegeta. Oh, you know me. Vegeta found it reasonable. He was once the prince of the Saiyans, so it made sense for a lower-class warrior to recognize him. But Paragus's next words caught him off guard. Of course I know you, I'd recognize that face even if I were reduced to ashes. It's all your father's fault that we were stuck on that godforsaken planet Vampa for 14 years. I'll never rest until I avenge this. Broly, teach him a lesson. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Vegeta's father had caused them to wander for decades. That's quite a story. Off to the side, Frieza revealed a sinister smile. King Vegeta. He never expected that tyrant to have done such a despicable thing. Ha ha ha, Paragus, let me guess, your son's birth power was too high and it made King Vegeta wary. Paragus stepped back, a hint of fear in his eyes. You are Frieza. But how do you know? I know all about the filthy and foolish Saiyan race. Frieza deliberately provoked, hoping to enrage Paragus and Broly and ideally get them to kill Vegeta. However, Frieza kept one thought to himself: Paragus should actually thank King Vegeta, otherwise he would have been blown up with Planet Vegeta. Oh ho ho. Vegeta looked at the seething Paragus and made a decision. Debts incurred by his father must be repaid by the son. Since that's the case, it's come to this. I'll give you a chance to kill me. Come on, fight. King Kaishin felt a slight headache. No. Just a moment ago everything was fine, why did the fighting suddenly start? Can't he give him some face? Then he said to the group. Hey, I didn't bring you here to fight. These were all the fighting forces against Buke, losing even one would make him heartbroken. Besides, the dungeon difficulty is increasing day by day. Shouldn't they put aside their grudges and focus on studying the dungeon? But the moment he said this, Beerus was extremely displeased. Are you giving orders now? Unless they fight, how would he know if this Saiyan is worth training? Beerus gestured to Shin with a wave of his hand. Shin, come here, you've worked hard these past days. Shall you come take him down for a spa? Remember, use maximum force. Sister, you rubbed her large hands, looking honest. Lord Beerus, leave it to your younger sister. I guarantee it'll be arranged properly. Then she raised her large hands and pulled the King of Gods toward the villa. Shin felt as if he were controlled by an invisible magic force. Dare not move, simply dare not move. Once the King of Gods left, Beerus signaled the two to begin fighting. The assembled warriors also pulled out sunflower seeds and started munching. Paragus looked at the direction where the King of Gods had left with a slightly apologetic expression. Then he turned to Broly and ordered, son, go get him. Broly remained silent. Compared to Vegeta mentioned by his father, he disliked the afro-headed man in the martial arts uniform beside him even more. This dislike seemed innate. Deep within his heart he could faintly recall a name, Kakarot. But since it was his father's command, he chose to obey. On the other side, Vegeta narrowed his eyes. To deal with a Saiyan exiled like this, his base form should suffice, right? Even if his father feared this man's strength, how much combat power could he truly have? A few 100,000 should be the maximum. He threw a punch with only half his strength. As their fists collided, immense force surged from his hand. Vegeta was slightly surprised. I underestimated you, didn't I? The two exchanged punches and kicks. Compared to Vegeta's refined combat skills, Broly's untrained instinctive fighting style was no match. For a moment, Broly took several hits. Vegeta relaxed his guard. Is this your only strength? You're far from being able to kill me. Seeing this, Paragus grew anxious. He instantly removed the limiter in Broly's body. Today I must have you kill this Vegeta. Broly, don't hold back. Use your full power. As the limiter was removed, Broly's body felt lighter. He roared loudly, his height and muscles surging. In that moment, Broly entered his unique giant ape base form. After a brief exchange, Vegeta was startled internally. The power Broly was unleashing now was the giant ape strength. But how is that possible? He hadn't transformed into a giant ape. Feeling the pressure, Vegeta was forced to activate Super Saiyan. But in his base giant ape form, Broly's attacks became increasingly frantic. For a time Vegeta was suppressed. In the distance, Paragus stroked his beard deep in thought. This Vegeta can actually transform into a golden-haired form. It seems he's been through a lot these years. But before my son Broly, all of that is in vain. In the midst of battle, Vegeta felt a surge of astonishment. Even in his Super Saiyan form he couldn't defeat Broly. What exactly was this man? He suddenly remembered a legend passed down among his people. Every 1,000 years a legendary Super Saiyan is born. Could it be that Broly's bloodline is of such nature? If so, his bloodline might be even more precious than his own. It seems the recent dungeon rewards for bloodline concentration are leading in this direction. However, reaching that level was still far from enough. At this moment, facing Broly's onslaught, Vegeta had to use the Super Saiyan God mode. Crimson spiritual energy surrounded his entire body. Upon activating the Super Saiyan God mode, Vegeta's pressure instantly vanished. This unexpected turn also stunned Paragus for a moment. What transformation form is this? Frieza watched the astonished Paragus, a hint of contempt flashing across his lips. Not even familiar with Saiyan transformations, yet seeking revenge on Vegeta. Perhaps it would be better if he stirred the pot. Purple energy condensed. Frieza's fingertip aimed at Paragus's chest. The next instant the beam pierced through. Paragus couldn't believe it, clutching his chest, and fell to his knees on the ground. Frieza then shouted to Broly. Hey, that Saiyan over there. Your father is dead. Broly immediately stopped fighting and looked over. Seeing his father collapsed on the ground, alive or dead unknown, an overwhelming fury erupted from his heart. Unforgivable. With a thunderous roar, Broly's pupils vanished and the last trace of his sanity completely faded. His muscles further enhanced, his hair turned golden, and his body was engulfed in dark green flames. In that moment Broly actually transformed into Super Saiyan. Vegeta attempted to engage him in close combat but was effortlessly kicked away. Holding his aching lower abdomen, Vegeta looked bewildered. Such power. Does it really exist? However, Broly didn't continue fighting Vegeta. Instead he charged straight at Frieza at full speed. During the earlier giant ape mode he had still retained a shred of sanity. He could sense it was this Frieza who had killed his father. Now it was Frieza's turn to be dumbfounded. Why aren't you fighting Vegeta but coming after me instead? Yet Broly didn't give Frieza any chance to speak. In an instant, Frieza was beaten to the point of excrement. Goku approached Vegeta and gave him a Senzu bean. Vegeta's condition immediately improved. Now he finally understood why his father had exiled Broly. This was nothing short of a monster. Goku leaned close and whispered to Vegeta, "This opponent is too strong, Vegeta. How about we use that technique?" Looking at Goku's slightly sly expression, Vegeta instantly understood. Previously, when Goku had come to practice a special technique with him, he had thought it was something good. Turns out it was about dancing in some bizarre pose together. Thinking of those humiliating dance steps made Vegeta furious inside. Kakarot, forget it. There's no way I'd agree to your request. As a Saiyan prince I would never fuse with you. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Oh really? Then why can't you even defeat an exiled Saiyan like Broly? You don't want this shameful matter to be known across the universe, do you? Kakarot. You. Vegeta stared at Goku in disbelief. He never thought Kakarot would say such a thing. The next second, Beerus teleported beside them. What were you two whispering about? After Goku explained a bit, he was greatly shocked. What? Fusion. Such a technique exists. Then why haven't you used it yet? Beerus surveyed the battlefield with an appreciative gaze. Broly was actually overpowering Golden Frieza. Clearly his potential had not yet been fully unleashed. Indeed, he needed to be given more intensity. You two hurry up. Frieza seems on the verge of collapse. After Beerus's words, Vegeta felt considerably better. He was already feeling a bit restless. Now that Beerus had said it, he had a perfect excuse to step down. Look, it was the god of destruction who wanted them to fuse. Forced by the overwhelming pressure, he had no choice. Kakarot, hurry up. Watching Vegeta's bashful expression, Goku couldn't help but suppress a laugh. Nevertheless, after professional training, he managed to hold back his laughter. The two assumed their positions on either side, beginning their dance as their fingers touched. A brilliant white light erupted from their bodies, merging together as the two actually fused into one. Beerus was utterly astonished. Amazing. Is this the fusion technique? Quite remarkable. In the white light, after they fused, their power increased by at least 50%. The fusion did have its merits, but was it strong enough to defeat Broly? However, as the white light dissipated, Beerus was completely stunned. What the hell was this fat lump? Naruto laughed uncontrollably from the sidelines. Ha ha ha, Dad, you and Uncle Vegeta are here to provide comedy, right? He had actually been seriously studying this technique just now, planning to learn it secretly to use later with Sasuke. But now it seemed completely unnecessary. Whis smiled and explained to Beerus, Lord Beerus, it seems Vegeta was too impatient, causing a mistake in the fusion. I see. Beerus was somewhat skeptical. But Whiz's words carried considerable weight. He looked at the large fused figure before him. Hey, what's your name, you big fat lump? Sangita. Bibukan. The fat figure wobbled unsteadily, struggling to maintain his balance. Lord Beerus, we are Gogeta. Immediately voices echoed from within Gogeta's body. Goku, Vegeta, this is all your fault. You can't even perform such a simple gesture correctly. Vegeta, what do you know? I did it on purpose, got it. Anyway, this fusion only lasts half an hour. Let Frieza take a bit more punishment first. Hearing their exchange, Beerus sighed and pressed his hand to his forehead in exasperation. Then let Frieza hold out a bit longer. I hope he can still withstand it. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, Paragus, lying on the ground, was not dead at all. Frieza had only struck his right chest. He was barely clinging to life, and without someone to tend to him, death would come soon. Paragus despaired inwardly, who will speak for me? Frieza, currently being beaten in the battlefield, shared the same desperation. No matter how much he tried to reason with Broly, the Saiyan refused to listen. Damn it. Saiyans are truly uncivilized apes. Half an hour later, Gogeta's fusion timer ran out. The two separated. Vegeta, don't mess this up next time. Do I need you to tell me? With such an embarrassing pose, I refuse to perform it a third time. They took their positions and attempted to fuse once more. This time their movements were perfectly synchronized. The true Gogeta made his appearance. The onlookers were stunned, their jaws dropping. They had assumed Goku was merely jesting, never expecting an actual fusion to succeed. The fused being possessed Goku's bangs, but Vegeta's expression and hairstyle. Most crucially, he radiated an aura of terrifying power. Beerus examined Gogeta with keen interest. Come then. Show me the true strength of your fusion. Gogeta's hair flowed in the wind, his expression cold and resolute. Lord Beerus, the name Gogeta signifies invincibility. Oh. We shall see. Despite the fusion, both showed remarkable confidence. Naruto studied Gogeta carefully. Indeed, there was something remarkable about this fusion. The fusion seemed genuinely powerful. He would need to attempt it with Sasuke next time. The fusion dance steps, however, were rather awkward. Wonder if Sasuke could handle that. Meanwhile, Gogeta charged toward the battlefield. Enraged Broly was mercilessly striking Frieza. Gogeta seized Broly's arm with one hand and kicked Frieza away with tremendous force. Hey, your opponent is me now. Frieza mid-flight could only think of one thing. Finally, no more beating. How could this Saiyan be so overwhelmingly powerful? His full-power golden form couldn't even withstand it. Wait, who was that unfamiliar Saiyan just now? Lying on the ground, Frieza watched the battle unfold. This newly emerged Saiyan maintained absolute dominance even in his base form. How is this possible? Just then Naruto kindly offered him a senzu bean. This is the fusion of my father and Uncle Vegeta. Gogeta. What? Vegeta's brat confused with someone else. Could he do the same with King Cold? Touched by Naruto's kindness, Frieza felt a warmth in his heart. Naruto, that Saiyan over there isn't dead yet. You might still have time to save him. Naruto followed Frieza's gesture and carefully sensed the area. He detected Paragas's faint presence, barely alive but still breathing. He instantly appeared beside Paragas and fed him the senzu bean. Paragas felt life surge back into him and glanced gratefully at Naruto. As for the rampaging Broly in the battlefield, there was nothing he could do. After all, Broly had willingly removed his power limiter himself. In the battlefield, as Gogeta pressed the attack, Broly's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline awakened once more. Boundless power surged from within him. Ah! Ah! With each frenzied roar, Broly's form continued to transform. His golden hair shifted to a yellow-green hue. His muscles burst through his clothes as his energy expanded once more. The true legendary Super Saiyan form had appeared. Gogeta's expression grew serious. Does this guy have no limits? Even so, he would need to fight at full power. Gogeta clenched his fists as his energy swelled within him. Divine spiritual energy overflowed continuously, a crimson aura enveloping his entire body. Super Saiyan God Gogeta appeared. As they clashed again, sonic booms echoed across the skies above Earth. The shockwaves from their battle stirred fierce winds throughout the surrounding space. Bulma scowled in annoyance, shouting up at them, "Hey! Goku, Vegeta, are you trying to demolish my house? Beerus, do something quick. If they destroy the kitchen, don't come crying to me." Beerus immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. He hastily erected a protective barrier, only to discover Whis had already taken action beforehand. Naruto watched the ongoing battle with growing excitement. Gogeta after fusion was surprisingly powerful. With this strength they should be able to defeat that Broly fellow. While the two were locked in combat high above Earth, two figures hovered silently. "Lord Kampa, we cannot draw any closer, we risk exposure." Kampa casually picked at his nose and flicked the result away with his little finger, utterly unconcerned. "Humph, Vados, what exactly are you so afraid of? We have already gathered nearly all the Super Dragon Balls anyway." It was truly puzzling. He had been to Universe 7 for 2 full weeks now, causing quite a stir, yet Beerus had not shown the slightest interest. Instead, he had simply lingered on this blue planet. Curiosity got the better of him. What secret did this planet hide? "Vados, project their footage, I want to see what Beerus is up to." Vados gently waved her staff and a view of Beerus on Earth appeared surrounding Kampa. "Oh. Beerus is living quite comfortably, isn't he? And what exactly is that round thing? It looks delicious. Wait, why has he gotten so fat? Vados, are you sure you haven't set the wrong projection?" "Lord Kampa, that is undoubtedly Lord Beerus. Look, Whis is still standing right beside him." Kampa pinched his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Good heavens, is that really my brother? Then what are they doing?" "Obviously watching the battle." Vados split another viewing area displaying the fight between Gogeta and Broly. "TCH. Does Beerus have such powerful warriors under his command?" On Earth, Whis blinked in surprise. "Has elder sister come?" But since she had chosen not to reveal herself, Whis pretended not to notice. Meanwhile, the onlookers began growing animated. "Gogeta is so strong. Absolutely, Broly can't hold a candle to him. Hey Piccolo, didn't you already know Goku could do this move?" "Of course. Goku learned it during his interstellar travels. Let me tell you, even Vegeta's dance moves were guided by me." 10 minutes passed. Throughout, Gogeta maintained complete dominance. Frieza watched with mounting displeasure. No matter which side won, he would not be pleased. Paragus stared at Frieza with pure venom in his eyes. Everyone harbored their own thoughts. 20 minutes passed. "I can't believe Broly is this strong, to withstand Gogeta for so long. Yeah, he was just brutalizing. Krillin began but suddenly felt a terrifying glare from Frieza behind him. He immediately clammed up. 25 minutes passed. Something was off. What was happening? Why was Broly growing stronger with every passing moment? The situation had completely reversed. Broly was now subtly pressuring Gogeta. That couldn't be right. If memory served, Gogeta's fusion time lasted only 30 minutes. Whis remarked, this Saiyan grows stronger the more he fights. He has already absorbed every combat technique Gogeta possesses. Just then the Kaioshin emerged from his spa session looking thoroughly refreshed. With pride he declared, moreover his bloodline has been refined even further through the dungeon rewards. How about it, Lord Beerus? Was my choice suitable? Beerus shot him a cold glance. Seeking credit already. Kaioshin, would you like another spa treatment as a reward? Shin vividly recalled elder sister's sweaty feet from earlier and decided he never wanted to experience that again. He firmly refused. Lord Beerus, no thank you. As the 30-minute mark passed, Gogeta instantly separated. Both Goku and Vegeta were knocked unconscious by Broly's punches. Everyone was stunned. What? Broly had actually lasted the entire fusion duration. And he had grown even stronger. Who among them could possibly defeat him now? Far away Kampa sweated profusely as he compared the fighters. If a sixth universe warrior had faced this green-haired fighter instead, who would stand a chance? Perhaps only Hit could attempt it. TCH. This guy Beerus secretly cultivated such a powerhouse. Is he trying to show off before Lord Granola? On the battlefield, after knocking down Goku and Vegeta, Broly continued searching for a new target. His eyes landed on the Z warriors. Everyone instinctively stepped back half a pace. Among the crowd only Naruto stepped forward, eager for a fight. Finally, he had found an opponent worthy of him. Since mastering Super Saiyan Blue, he had yet to encounter a proper rival. He instantly teleported beside Goku and Vegeta, administering Senzu beans to both, then unleashed a massive burst of ki charging toward Broly. Senrera Renga Sailing Form Super Saiyan Blue activated. The moment he clashed with Broly, Naruto understood the sheer pressure his father and the others had faced. Broly's sole response to Naruto was brute force. Boom. Boom. Every collision landed solidly. But Broly's overwhelming power only served to excite Naruto further. He gradually adapted to the Super Saiyan Blue form. As their clash intensified, everyone watching was utterly dumbfounded. No way, is Naruto this strong now? Is that blue form really that different from his red one? The recovered Goku and Vegeta observed closely. The next stage after God Ki. Super Saiyan Blue. Too bad they hadn't held out a little longer earlier, or they might have broken through on the spot through combat. Now all they could do was watch Naruto perform. In the distance, Kampa, who had been secretly watching, could no longer remain calm. What was going on? Another powerhouse. Hadn't Universe 7 only changed hands a few decades ago? Why had everything changed so dramatically overnight? He looked at Vados with utter confusion, hoping she could provide answers. However, Vados simply shrugged, indicating she was equally clueless. On the battlefield, Naruto suddenly dispelled his Super Saiyan Blue form. While this mode greatly amplified his combat power, the stamina cost was immense. If he continued fighting Broly in this state, he would be the first to fall. Seeing Naruto suddenly revert to his base form, everyone was puzzled. Only Beerus, Whis and a select few among them guessed Naruto's intentions. Beerus thought, this is indeed a very good opportunity. Vegeta murmured, so it's coming, the Ultra Instinct. Goku wondered, when will I finally comprehend the essence of Ultra Instinct? I feel like I'm just one step away. And then, a silver radiance surrounded Naruto's body. He slowly closed his eyes. Opening them again, his entire pupils had turned silver. At that moment, every movement Broly made appeared extremely slow in Naruto's vision. Or perhaps his body had already learned to sense Broly's attacks autonomously. From the spectator's perspective, Broly threw his full-powered punches yet could not so much as touch Naruto's clothing. Whis commented, this child Naruto has completely mastered the sign of Ultra Instinct. Beerus pondered, should I take Naruto on as my direct disciple? Meanwhile, Kampa, watching from afar, was completely frozen in disbelief. Are you kidding me? What was he seeing? Had some human actually mastered Ultra Instinct? Had Beerus been secretly giving special training to outsiders? That voice. Is that fat pig Kampa coming over? Beerus squinted, extending his perception outward, and indeed caught sight of the two figures. What does that fat pig want in my 7th universe? In the distance. Vados shook her head helplessly. Lord Kampa, you're too agitated. We've been discovered. Kampa's eyes were wide open, still in shock. Vados, shouldn't I be excited? This is Ultra Instinct. Even if it's just the initial stage of Ultra Instinct, it took me over 100 years to reach this level back then. But look at that kid, how old is he? If he keeps growing, won't our 6th universe always be overshadowed by Beerus? No, this child must not be allowed to live. The next second, the two teleported beside Beerus. Whis smiled and greeted them. Lord Kampa, Sister Vados. Vados nodded with a smile and greeted Beerus. Kampa struck first. Beerus, you shameless bastard. Is Ultra Instinct something you can just teach freely? This is a taboo among gods. Are you insane, or am I? Beerus, objected to a sudden scolding, instantly flared up. Fat pig, I have no idea what you're talking about. I never taught Ultra Instinct. That kid figured it out on his own. Besides, isn't it perfectly normal for a warrior of our 7th universe to comprehend Ultra Instinct? As a god of destruction, you're always making a fuss over nothing. You're embarrassing our family. Looks like today this older brother of yours needs to teach you a lesson. Kampa's face turned red with anger. You. This Beerus had such thick skin. As twin brothers, they were born at almost the same time. How could Beerus have the nerve to call himself the older brother? And now he wasn't even pretending anymore. Ultra Instinct figured out on his own. Did he think he was fooling a 3-year-old? At that moment Kampa ran through dozens of retorts in his mind, but none of them could escape his lips. However, he noticed Beerus's current physique, and a gleam of cunning flashed in his eyes. Humph, Beerus, setting everything else aside, do you even have the right to call me fat anymore? Look at the state you're in. How much have you been eating? Beerus was unperturbed. 3 light dismissive words floated past Kampa's ears. So what? Suddenly, Kampa felt completely thrown off. So what? Those 3 words completely disarmed him. Wait. Was this still the Beerus he knew? It had only been a few decades since they last met. How had he become so impenetrable, leaving Kampa utterly helpless? Seeing Kampa frozen in place, Beerus was secretly delighted. In the past, when he bickered with Kampa, he often ended up on the losing side. But after spending so much time with these earthlings, he had picked up some of their speech patterns. Among them, the 3 words, so what, could handle almost any situation. You call me fat. So what? You call me lazy. So what? You call me greedy for sleep. So what? You call me gluttonous. So what? And Beerus had also learned a counter to so what. When the other person keeps saying, so what? You just hit them with, what's the big deal, and they'll be completely dumbfounded. Beerus looked at Kampa with a sympathetic expression. Look at how fat he's gotten, probably eating nothing but slop. Come to think of it, that 6th universe is a godforsaken place. What good food could it possibly have? Ah, it's kind of pitiful. Hey Kampa, did you come to my 7th universe to steal some delicacies? But since your older brother is in a good mood today, I'll treat you to some good food. He turned to the woman beside him. Shall you make Kampa one of your signature premium grilled cold noodles? Yes, Lord Beerus. With scallions and cilantro. No cilantro. Load it up with everything else, especially extra cheese. Make 2 servings, I'm craving some too. Whis silently raised his hand. I'll have one too. Instantly all the Z fighters raised their hands. After getting tired of cracking sunflower seeds, a serving of grilled cold noodles sounded perfect. Nappa immediately protested. Hey, everyone wants one, are you trying to exhaust my wife? He looked at his wife worriedly, then quickly tied on an apron and started making grilled cold noodles himself. During this time Nappa hadn't learned much else, but he and his wife had maxed out their cooking skills. Now he couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan god anymore. But the good news was he had gotten on great terms with the god of destruction. He and his wife were now Beerus's personal chefs, indispensable. On the sidelines, Kampa watched everyone's reactions with utter disdain. Grilled cold noodles. Never heard of it. How good could that stuff be? Not even worth a single roasted dong bird egg. Beerus, I'm telling you, I'd rather swallow 3 pounds of shit raw than touch your so-called grilled cold noodles. A moment later, Kampa was licking the iron plate that held the grilled cold noodles, going at it like a madman. He didn't even leave a single sesame seed, the entire plate was licked spotless. Oh my god, that's amazing. Hey, the one called "Shall you give me another serving?" No, make it two. Now he finally understood why Beerus had gotten so fat. Eating this kind of delicious food every day. How could he not get fat? And Kampa's extreme reversal amused everyone. Krillin, this god of destruction, is actually kind of cute. Piccolo, cute. I'd rather see him swallow 3 pounds of shit. Bulma, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Vegeta, this guy must be an idiot. Meanwhile, Goku said nothing, just buried his head in eating. For a moment, the scene was oddly harmonious. At that moment, no one paid attention to the battlefield. 2 people were still engaged in fierce combat. After fully mastering the sign of Ultra Instinct, Broly's attacks no longer posed a threat to Naruto. A powerful chop to the neck knocked Broly out. Naruto brought him back to the ground. No other reason. It was just that the grilled cold noodles smelled too good. If he smelled it any longer, Naruto was afraid he wouldn't be able to maintain the sign of Ultra Instinct. So he joined the food battlefield. After a full 20 minutes the group finished their feast. Kampa patted his belly contentedly. Beerus, since you've treated me to such good food, I won't hide it from you. I came to your 7th universe mainly to collect the Super Dragon Balls. Simply put, these Super Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Beerus hadn't expected Kampa to have such an ulterior motive. He had thought Kampa was just here to steal food. So what wish do you want to make? Kampa's expression suddenly turned serious. In our 6th universe there's a mysterious planet that lures people's souls inside and invites them to participate in a game claiming to be from the gods. But most of those who join the game die inexplicably. So I want to use the power of the Super Dragon Balls to completely destroy that planet. After hearing Kampa's words, Beerus was stunned. Huh? What? The 6th universe also has a divine game. But didn't Kampa know that if used properly this game could actually boost the universe's combat power? Kampa using the Super Dragon Balls for that is just stupid. Zeno grew furious. What do you mean? You ate too many red beans and now you're lovesick, isn't that right? I'm trying to have a reasonable conversation with you and you call me stupid. Beerus did not tolerate such behavior. Come now, Kaioshin loudly tell Zeno what the comprehensive combat power level of our universe currently stands at. The Kaioshin picked up a tablet and began searching for the latest data. Lord Beerus, Lord Zeno, according to statistics the comprehensive combat power index of our 7th universe has reached 436. An increase of 1. 4 from the previous 296. And this figure continues to climb. It was Zeno's turn to be bewildered. How is this possible, Beerus? What did you do? After all, their universe's combat power index was only 3. Hadn't they been apart for merely decades, yet the 7th universe had developed so rapidly? Could it be that those 2 warriors just raised the ceiling for the entire universe? But that was impossible. One individual's strength was still too insignificant compared to an entire universe. Zeno was on the verge of madness. Who could possibly explain this to him? Watching Zeno's unhinged demeanor, Xian could no longer bear to stay silent and spoke up. Lord Zeno, the reason our universe's combat power has grown so rapidly is precisely because of the divine game you mentioned. It is not unique to your universe, we also have it in ours. Although this game boasts an extremely high mortality rate, as long as the strategies are applied properly, even ordinary people can gradually grow stronger. Beerus gave Zeno a glance. Do you understand now why I called you foolish? You actually wanted to destroy something this wonderful. Hearing this, Whis glanced at Beerus with surprise. Who exactly had first suggested destroying it after all? This made Beerus somewhat embarrassed. Ahem, Zeno, I am not a petty man. You may take a copy of this strategy guide. As for the Super Wish Orb, I will let you have it. Wish, show him out. Zeno had just begun to express his gratitude when Beerus immediately told him to leave, leaving him speechless. Humph, then I shall depart. Birth then. I'll have the Wish Orb create an identical one for me in a moment. Zeno unconsciously licked his lips. The lingering aroma of grilled cold noodles still lingered on his tongue. Bathyscase looked at Zeno helplessly and bid farewell to everyone. In the time that followed, everyone diving headfirst into the secret realm. Entering once more as expected, a prompt sounded from within the secret realm. To challenge nightmare difficulty you must first complete 20 hard mode dungeons. After their first successful clear of hard difficulty, the group also discovered a pattern. The rewards given by the dungeons decreased, but correspondingly the difficulty dropped significantly. Even Krillin and the others could clear dungeons solo. The comprehensive combat power index of the entire universe rose by another 0.43 in just 2 months, reaching 4.79. This made Beerus overjoyed. Following this trend, next time at the Destruction God Assembly he could properly show off. Who would dare mock Beerus for being lazy then? Within the span of 2 months both Goku and Vegeta's divine energy had filled to 100. After Whis provided guidance, the two smoothly mastered the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Naruto and Broly meanwhile had been the busiest, having to lead groups through hard mode secret realms almost every 3 days. After completing the 19th hard dungeon, Naruto felt his strength had grown considerably again. Divine energy purity had increased by another 30. He wondered what new form transformation awaited upon reaching 100 this time. Having met the completion conditions 3 days later, Naruto re-entered the secret realm. Detected: you have completed hard difficulty 20 times. Unlocking nightmare difficulty dungeons for you now. Entering. You may carry up to 9 abilities for nightmare difficulty. 4 are free to carry. Drawing free abilities for you. Ability drawing complete. The abilities drawn this time are S-Class Silver Defense Tower Enhancement, B-Class Blue Crazy Thursday, SS-Class Gold King of Poetry Duel, SS-Class Orange Lucky Random. S-Class Defense Tower Enhancement Silver. All friendly attack type buildings gain a 55 increase to all attributes. B-Class Crazy Thursday Blue. When you purchase equipment at the dungeon timed at Thursday, the purchase price is reduced by 25. SS-Class King of Poetry Duel Gold. You may choose to engage in a poetry duel with the enemy's defending general. Upon success, the general's Tao heart shatters and their HP drops by 75. SSS-Class Lucky Random Orange. All events based on randomness will develop in your favor. Upon seeing these 4 talents, Naruto had a faint sense of something. Each time the drawn abilities had a high probability of relating to the upcoming dungeons. The first was a defense tower, the second involved purchasing equipment, and the third mentioned a defending general. This clearly indicated the upcoming game most likely involved combat. This time was very likely a battle between ninja villages. As Naruto thought about this, the secret realm issued a prompt. This dungeon's game is Ninja Village Great War. You will form a 3-person squad with 2 randomly assigned teammates to conduct a 3v3v3 ninja village battle. The participating ninja villages are Konoha Hidden Village, Mangekyō Hidden Village, and Mangekyō Hidden Village. Please choose one ninja village to join from the 3 below. Note: choosing different ninja villages will result in randomly drawing corresponding ninja and skills from that village. Seeing this dungeon information, Naruto knew his guess had been correct. Indeed, a ninja village war, but with random teammates this time. This meant the uncertainty was extremely high. Among the 3 selectable ninja villages, Konoha was undoubtedly the one Naruto knew very well. Mangekyō, honestly there weren't any particularly strong ninja there, so that was directly ruled out. As for Mangekyō, there were quite a few skilled fighters. There was the Toad Sage Jiraiya, the legendary Pain, along with Yahiko and Konan. He wondered whether he could draw members of the Ōtsutsuki organization. After much hesitation, Naruto ultimately chose Konoha. After all, in Konoha even Genin could overpower Kuga-level opponents. Selection confirmed. You have joined the Konoha Hidden Village. Please select your abilities promptly. Countdown 1 Kun minute. Coming to the ability selection phase. Of the 4 drawn abilities aside from Crazy Thursday, Naruto chose to bring all the others. As for the final ability, it would naturally be the already successfully advanced SSS Class Sage 6 Path Super Saiyan Blue Orange ability selection complete. The victory conditions for this dungeon are as follows. First, when only one of the 3 ninja villages remains, that village wins and all 3 squad members achieve completion conditions. Second, when 1 ninja village's kill count reaches 121st, that village wins directly. After reading the victory conditions, Naruto felt dumbfounded. This secret realm finally showed its true clause then. Meaning 6 people would definitely be knocked out during this run. What was this supposed to be? Entering the copy game, Naruto saw that the current round included 9 players including himself. Hidden Leaf Village Naruto Sasuke Gohan. Hidden Sand Village Frieza Cooler Broly. Hidden Rain Village Goku Vegeta Trunks. All channel. Goku, this is bad. Does this copy mean only 3 of us can survive? Vegeta, you idiot, isn't it obvious? Trunks, father, our opponents actually include Big Brother Gohan, Naruto and them. Even Frieza and them are here. Naruto, this secret realm seems determined to take us all down. Frieza, haha, Vegeta, later I'll only kill you. The rest of you don't interfere. Cooler, my foolish little brother. Frieza, why can't I kill my teammates? Broly, I want to ask that too. Vegeta, come on, who's afraid? Gohan, stop arguing, arguing won't kill anyone. Sasuke. The game had not yet officially started. Everyone was already filled with hostility. Soon after, the copy issued a prompt. This round is in full random mode. Heroes random, skills random. Good luck everyone. A question mark slowly appeared above everyone's heads. Within the question mark, countless ninja figures flashed by. The final ninjas for the 9 players were determined. Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto drew Nara Shikamaru Intelligence. Sasuke drew Tenten Agility. Gohan drew Sai Agility. Hidden Sand Village. Frieza drew Gaara Intelligence. Cooler drew Sasori of the Red Sand Strength. Broly drew Temari Agility. Hidden Rain Village. Goku drew Nagato Agility. Vegeta drew Pain Agility. Trunks drew Hanzo of the Salamander Strength. All channel. After the heroes were drawn, everyone became active again. Vegeta, hahaha, my hero is invincible. Frieza, just wait to die. Frieza, don't forget the skills are also random. Vegeta, don't be too happy too early. Naruto, Sasuke, I feel like the 3 ninjas we drew are all weak. Sasuke, Naruto, your feeling is correct. Let's develop first. Gohan, you guys hurry up and draw the first skill, it's already open. Goku, let me see. My first skill is 8 trigrams air palm, which can launch a shockwave in a straight line ahead. This skill is good. Gohan, what did you draw? Gohan, Dad, my skill is spider web mucosa, which can summon some small spiders to help fight. Goku, that's also pretty good. The game time reached 130. Everyone found that the ninjas they controlled could move normally. Naruto controlled Shikamaru and walked out. Ninja Village Battle. There are 3 routes. Top, middle and bottom. The opposing village connected to the top route of Leaf Village is the Sand Village. The middle route is a 3-way free-for-all. The bottom route is against the Rain Village. Naruto looked at his first skill. Shadow Strangulation Technique controls the enemy's shadow, generating a hand-like object from it to strangle the opponent. Deals true damage equal to intelligence x 10 to multiple target units and slows the target by 3570 for 48 seconds. It was actually Shikamaru's exclusive skill. Could it be that talent luck was at work? However, currently Naruto's stats, a level 1 ninja's intelligence is only 23 points. The damage of this skill was also terrifyingly low. 230 points. Meanwhile, their initial melee soldier had 850 HP. The back row soldier had 600 HP. This meant it took 3 uses of the skill to kill a soldier. As for the Super Saiyan Blue mode, it was currently sealed with a prompt that it would unlock after 15 minutes of game time. Naruto, Sasuke and Gohan each chose a route and began to slowly develop. Arriving at the top lane, his opponent was Cooler. Naruto's first skill had a very long range. After a few casts he successfully drove him back home. Strange, why isn't Cooler using his skill? What he didn't know was that Cooler had bad luck. His first skill was a passive skill. Killing enemies permanently increases HP and agility. Not only did it not match his attributes, but it also provided no offensive means. After clearing 3 waves of creeps, Naruto smoothly reached level 3. The remaining 2 skills were as expected very good. 2 growth-type attack skills with attributes. Cooler on the other hand couldn't lane at all and was sent back home by Naruto again. A large wave of accumulated creeps entered the defensive tower and the enemy defending general immediately came out to intercept. Hidden Sand Village Jonin. HP 4000. Attack 275. Meanwhile, Naruto's controlled Nara Shikamaru had only 875 HP and 69 attack. Intelligence 29 points. With his current stats he absolutely could not push this defensive tower. Naruto looked at the ability he carried. SS level Poetry King Gold. This ability allows him to choose to engage in a poetry duel with the enemy defending general. If the duel is successful, the enemy's HP will be reduced by 75. That way there was still a chance to try to kill the 1000 HP. Naruto attempted to activate the ability. Ability activation successful. Next you will engage in a poetry duel with the enemy defending general. During the poetry duel both ninjas are invincible and the time flow becomes 601, meaning 1 minute of poetry dueling equals 1 second of game time. The poetry duel begins. The duel consists of 3 rounds. Winning at least 2 rounds is required for success. The opponent is providing the first couplet. Completed the opponent's first couplet is. Recall the first Hokage Hashirama. Abandoning strife for the sake of the people. Devotedly founding the Leaf Village. Only for peace in the ninja world. Please provide the second couplet within 1 minute. Naruto looked at the series of prompts and was stunned. Wow, it really works. Let me think, then my second couplet is. Who would have thought Madara would dance? Rekindling war out of obsession. Summoning meteors alone. Finally falling into the infinite Tsukuyomi. As soon as this couplet came out the defending Jonin immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Good kid, you have some skill. Then how will you handle this next couplet? My first couplet is. The first has gone like a yellow crane. West of Yang past no Tobarama. The third died before victory. The fourth never returned. Tsunade can only be remembered. Kakashi meeting is hard, parting is hard. But as long as the seventh of Leaf exists. Jigen shall not cross the Een Mountains. This couplet corresponds to the 7 Hokage of the Leaf Village. Young man, let's see how you handle this. Naruto was a bit shocked. The level of this couplet was quite high. To be honest with his brain he couldn't think of it at all. But why do you think this ability was rated as SS? The next second a second couplet naturally emerged in Naruto's mind. Listen up. My second couplet is. A line of text immediately appeared before him. Ming-Ren loudly recited to the defending Jonin. Banyi dances with Suzhou. Dai Tu Shinwei shatters Jing Tan. Chang Men's Luan Hui sweeps Lu He. Shishu's Zhuanxing 3 heavy coffins. Yushin's tears bid farewell to Tianshin's fall. Suozhu's Tian Shou reverses the raging waves. Even if you have Hui Ye's bloodline net. Cannot cross the final barrier of Ming and Zhuo. After this couplet the defending general stumbled back repeatedly spitting out a mouthful of blood. You. Could you be the legendary poetry king? This couplet was perfectly matched, directly shattering his Tao heart. The next second a prompt appeared from the instance. Congratulations. Poetry matching successful. The instance automatically closed the poetry channel. The two exited their invincible states. And at this moment only 5 seconds of game time had passed. Under the influence of the Poetry King's rule the defending Jonin's HP plummeted to 1000. Ming-Ren revealed a cruel smile. Kaguya. A smooth combo directly took him out. And at this moment Ming-Ren's level directly reached level 4. Killing the defending general also rewarded 250 gold coins. For reference, a single minion only gave 18. This instantly became a huge sum of money. Meanwhile Gula, who had just walked out of the base, looked utterly confused. Where the hell is my Jonin? He couldn't help but curse in the public chat. Are you a Saiyan cheating? With these stats at level 3, you one-shot our 4000 HP defending general. What's the point of playing? The crowd was also somewhat astonished. The ultimate forms of all 9 players were currently locked. They were still struggling to kill minions, yet Ming-Ren had solo killed a Jonin. Is this even playable? Suozhu sneered at the public chat. He was already used to it. Luckily Ming-Ren was on his team this time or they'd be screwed. After clearing another wave of minions Ming-Ren now had 1000 gold in hand. After purchasing equipment all of Ming-Ren's attributes increased by 20 points. In contrast the opposing Gula had a pitiful last hit count of only 10. He couldn't even afford a single piece of equipment. Finally at 350 in the game. Ming-Ren completed a solo kill. First blood. Congratulations to Konoha Hidden Village for achieving the first blood. The whole team received 500 gold coins. As the achievement achiever Ming-Ren took 300 gold alone. Suozhu and Wu Fan each got 100 gold. After another 2.5 minutes of farming Ming-Ren repeated the trick and killed the defending general of the bottom lane of Mangekyō. His attribute boosts had now reached. Nai Liang Lu Wan level 6. Strength 4250. Agility 4450. Intelligence 5950. With 3 skills he could directly one-shot everyone present. Upon reaching level 6, Mingren successfully learned his 4th skill. Summon Ninja Dog Frenzy, summons endless ninja dogs to bite the target, dealing massive true damage. Suozhu was swapped to the top lane. Mingren came to the mid lane. At this moment the mid laner of Mangekyō was Buluo Li and the mid laner of Mangekyō was Wukong. Mingren first took out Buluo Li with a QWE combo, then activated his R skill to release dogs and kill Wukong. The instance immediately gave a kill prompt. Double kill. Public chat. Buluo Li, I was actually one shot. Wukong, Buluo Li, you at least took 3 skills but I died from just 1 skill. Fu Li Sa, truly a father-son bonding moment. Wukong, Mingren, why are all your skills damaging skills? Are you really cheating? Mingren, no, I Xuanhua Mingren never cheat. Suozhu. The next 5 minutes. Mingren activated his crazy torment mode. As soon as his skills were ready he would one-shot anyone he saw. In a short time his record directly reached 100. Niliang Luwan is on a killing spree. Niliang Luwan is dominating the battlefield. Niliang Luwan is almost godlike. With kills reaching 10, Mingren obtained the title of Genin. All attributes increased by another 10 points. At this moment everyone else had barely reached level 6. After learning the 4th skill, battles immediately became more frequent. After another 2.5 minutes of game time, Konoha's kill count had reached 15. Suozhu and Wu Fan each got 1 kill. The rest were all taken by Mingren. Mangekyō's kill count was 4. Beiji Ta had 2, Wukong and Talon Kusi each had 1. Mangekyō was worse off. They were still 0. Public chat. Beiji Ta couldn't help taunting. Yo Fu Li Sa, why aren't you talking now? Weren't you arrogant just now? Come on, if you have the guts, don't swap lanes with Buluo Li. See if I kill you or not. Fu Li Sa remained silent. Who can understand? All 4 skills in a row are trash. How can this be played? How can the gap between people be so huge? Gula wasn't much better either. Among his 4 skills only the R skill had some damage. It summoned a giant toad named Wen Tai. The other skills were no different from crap. Among them his E skill was the funniest. It actually blew the enemy into the air, lifted them high, and then that was it. He couldn't believe which useless ninja could have such a skill. The sky was falling. The game progressed to 14 minutes. While everyone else was still struggling at levels 10 or 11, Mingren had already reached level 15 ahead of them. At level 15 one could learn an ultimate skill. He was still a bit expectant. Under the influence of his lucky random ability, every skill he had was very powerful. This ultimate skill should be decent too. Mingren clicked to learn it. The next second the ultimate skill showed as successfully learned. Super Shen Luo Tianzheng flies into the sky, unleashing a devastating shockwave toward the ground with an effect range of 5,800 yards, dealing 12 total attributes damage to all enemy units within range including buildings. 5,800 range. That's equivalent to Mingren standing in the center of the map and directly hitting the second tower range of both enemy villages. A bit exaggerated, isn't it? He emptied his savings again and came to the center of the map. He pressed the ultimate skill. Instantly the entire map darkened. A majestic voice came from the sky. Let the world feel pain. Spicy heaven sigh. Instantly a terrifying shockwave swept across the battlefield. Whether minions, defense towers or ninjas all took damage from this skill. Instantly instance prompts kept sounding. Niliang Luwan completed a kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Quadra kill. Pentakill. Enemy defense tower destroyed. Congratulations to Niliang Luwan for reaching 25 kills, successfully promoted to Chunin. All attributes increased by an additional 25. Public chat. Everyone slowly typed a question mark. No. Is this right? Even Naruto himself was utterly bewildered. Can you believe it? After unleashing his ultimate skill he suddenly had 4000 gold pieces added to his inventory. Absolutely outrageous. So that's how satisfying it must have been for Pain to demolish Konoha back in the day. The only downside is this skill's cooldown is quite lengthy, a full 3 minutes. 3 minutes later everyone's ultimate abilities would be unlocked, making it far more difficult to eliminate them then. During this final minute, the others all kept their distance from Naruto. Konoha's kill count had already reached 52, a commanding lead. If he kept slaughtering like this, he was quickly approaching the mission requirement of 120 kills. Meanwhile the Rain Village's kill count stood at merely 29 and the Sand Village had only 13. Frieza, Vegeta, I'll spare you for now. We must unite immediately or we'll simply wait for certain death. Gura, bro, can you watch your tone? Vegeta, Frieza, your brother has a point. Though I'm too lazy to argue with you. Here's the plan: we each send one person to scout Naruto's movements. Wherever he appears the other side won't be able to worry about it. We just need to frantically destroy towers and demolish Konoha village and they'll be eliminated first. That way no matter how powerful Naruto's skills are they'll be useless. Then our two ninja villages can fight a decisive battle. Goku, wow, as expected of you Vegeta. What a brilliant idea. If our two factions stop fighting each other we can leave one path undefended and focus all our strength on attacking Konoha. Trunks, wouldn't this be unfair to Naruto and the others? Frieza, you naive brat. In a dungeon game like this what fairness are you talking about? Broly, humph. You think everyone is as despicable as you. I can't bring myself to do something so disgusting. I'll just focus on destroying bases. Frieza. He was speechless. He had thought Broly would simply abandon the alliance, never expecting him to just say he'd handle base destruction. Indeed, he still wanted to win badly. Vegeta, very well, let's move out. The game reached the 15-minute mark and everyone unlocked their abilities. Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan God Golden form and Legendary Super Saiyan form. Each transformation could be maintained for 1 minute. The skill cooldown was also 1 minute. Frieza and Trunks were responsible for observing Naruto's movements. When he appeared on the Sand Village's upper lane everyone gathered and launched a fierce assault on Konoha's lower lane. Gohan and Sasuke naturally couldn't withstand the attack and the next tower fell instantly. By the time Naruto arrived everyone had already swiftly retreated, leaving only Trunks at a distance to observe. For a moment the rhythm of the game was completely disrupted. Naruto's kill count hadn't increased at all. Golden Frieza was renowned for his defense. Once activated he was incredibly tanky. Naruto's combo could only deal half his health. Naruto, this is bad. It seems they've reached a consensus to take us out first. Sasuke, yes, it's mainly because you draw too much aggro. That ultimate skill just now stunned everyone completely. Gohan, Naruto, what should we do now? Under the combined force of the other two great ninja villages the three from Konoha were instantly thrust into a desperate situation. The Sand and Rain villages coordinated their efforts. Frieza and Gura focused entirely on building tankiness, buying not a single damage item. In contrast Vegeta, Goku and Broly took the opposite approach. They maxed out their damage output solely to destroy towers. Meanwhile Trunks had maximized all his movement speed equipment. They couldn't be caught, simply couldn't be caught. Although there hadn't been many kills across the entire battlefield. But Konoha's outer towers on both lanes had fallen. The inner towers on both sides were critically damaged with the lower lane's inner tower nearly destroyed. At this rate the situation was dire. Once the lower inner tower fell Naruto's side would face even greater vision pressure, becoming even more passive. Naruto, we can't keep doing nothing. We need to take action. How about this? You two defend the base with everything you've got and I'll push through one lane alone. If they don't come back to defend we'll destroy their base directly. Sasuke, then that's our only option. Fortunately our defensive towers have decent attack power. Naruto, did you bring some kind of buffing talent? Naruto, hee Sasuke, you figured it out. But didn't either of you draw any better abilities? Gohan, oh right, there are also abilities. I seem to have a tower revival ability that can resurrect destroyed towers for a certain period. Naruto, that's great Gohan. If we can't hold the line later just let them destroy the towers then revive them to buy me some time. Gohan, yeah Naruto brother, just focus on destroying and leave the base to us. After agreeing on a strategy Naruto headed straight for the upper lane. He now had 4 pieces of equipment plus a pair of shoes. His gear was already ahead of everyone else's. He pushed all the way to the second tower without encountering anyone along the way. Just as Naruto was about to attack the Sand Village's second tower a teleportation signal lit up. Golden Frieza immediately came to defend. Frieza, take it down quickly, take it down. Naruto is attacking our second tower. Everyone, copy that. Naruto's skill combo dealt another half of Frieza's health. But that was all, he had no follow-up. His ultimate skill was a large area AoE, not a single target ability. It was useful for farming, but in a one-on-one fight it dealt negligible damage. Frieza's drawn skill, though pathetic, was more than sufficient for clearing minion waves. Without minions, pushing towers became exponentially more difficult. But Naruto didn't retreat at all. Instead he faded from vision, waiting for the next wave of minions. Frieza waited for a long time, saw no movement from Naruto, and reported the information through the private chat channel. Frieza, Naruto has disappeared. He may have gone your way, be careful. Goku and the others couldn't withstand Naruto's full combo, so upon hearing he was gone they immediately retreated. Sasuke and Gohan's side felt the pressure ease considerably. Frieza also safely returned to base to replenish. However, the moment he left, Naruto marched back to the tower with the minion wave. He didn't expect that, did you? I'm back. Frieza wasn't defending. The second tower was naturally destroyed without any pressure. Frieza, you little bastard, pulling a surprise counterattack, that's too despicable. Naruto, you have the nerve to call me despicable. Little did Naruto know a killing trap targeting him was quietly being set. Frieza, surround him. All of you surround Naruto. We must crush his momentum. Naruto was deep in a solo split push at this point, and there was still a long way to go to return home safely. Just moments ago everyone had chosen not to continue destroying towers due to incorrect information. Now, receiving Frieza's signal, they raced without stopping to ambush along Naruto's only path home. Naruto. In danger. Frieza deliberately stepped forward to bait with his own body. Meanwhile he typed taunts in the public chat. Finished destroying our base and want to leave? If you've got the guts, let's duel. Naruto was a bit puzzled. Is Frieza this bold? Bring it on, who's afraid? Just then his own skills had all their cooldowns refreshed. Frieza, showing no fear, charged straight at Naruto. The two exchanged a full set of skills. Naruto only lost 800 HP. Frieza was left with less than half his health bar. However, just at that moment the other 5 had already surrounded him. Public chat: Frieza, hahaha, Naruto, you fell for it. 6 of us surrounding you alone, let's see how you escape now. Cooler, kid, you've killed me so many times just now. Finally got you cornered, didn't I? Brothers, get him. Trunks, sorry Naruto, we didn't want to do this either. Vegeta, womanish sentimentality. Goku, hehe, Naruto, let daddy give you some love. Sasuke, damn, Naruto's been tricked. Gohan, let's hurry and steal towers to relieve some pressure for him. Gohan, roger little brother. Naruto, you need to hold on. Naruto, huh? All coming to kill me? Are you kidding me? At the upper second tower of Sand Village. After Naruto finished his skill combo, 5 big guys emerged from around him. In an instant dozens of skills locked onto him. Holy shit, they really came. At the critical moment Naruto activated his ultimate skill. Super almighty push, he soared into the sky, becoming invincible. Suddenly everyone's skills all missed. When Naruto's skill damage landed, Frieza was instantly blasted to death. Goku, Vegeta, Broly and Trunks, for squishy targets, all lost half their health. Cooler, because he built full tank, only lost a third of his health. For a moment the situation reversed instantly. And the next second Naruto unleashed his R skill. Countless ninja hounds charged towards the group. Trunks, with high movement speed, quickly backed away to create distance. The others were not so lucky. Under the hounds' bites everyone's health dropped further. But the situation was still dangerous because Naruto's skills were on cooldown. Now he could do nothing but basic attacks. And he was about to face the concentrated fire of 5 people. Public chat: Frieza, you actually got me killed instantly. Don't you guys embarrass me, I already sacrificed myself to stall Naruto. Auto attack him. Auto attack. Cooler, you idiot, use your skills. Oh, they're all passive skills. Never mind then. Frieza turned into a fountain commander, spamming in the public chat. Sasuke and Gohan, while destroying towers, watched Naruto's perspective. Under the full focus fire of the 5, Naruto's health plummeted. From 5890 down to 2300. Next, even just basic attacks could finish him off. Public chat: Frieza, good job, that's it. Hit him hard. I'll revive soon. Once Naruto is dead you go directly to destroy towers and I'll help defend the base. Cooler, Frieza, your commanding skills have earned my recognition as your big brother. Not bad, not bad. Frieza, get lost. Sasuke, wait, what form has Naruto activated? Why are everyone's basic attacks dealing no damage at all? Hearing Sasuke's words, Frieza immediately panicked. No way, 5 against 1 and Naruto even has no skills, still can't kill him. He pulled the camera over to see. Naruto's body was shimmering with a faint silver light. It was unmistakably the Ultra Instinct sign state. Everyone's basic attacks all became misses. Even Naruto himself hadn't expected that. I was wondering why I didn't see the Ultra Instinct sign option when choosing abilities earlier. Turns out it became a passive. In Ultra Instinct sign state all attacks missed. But every one of Naruto's basic attacks was a critical hit. -762, -698, -733. After a few basic attacks several squishy targets were instantly killed by the massive damage. And within seconds Naruto's basic skills had come off cooldown. Using his QWE3 small skills plus the recent kill of Frieza, instantly the quadruple kill sound effect rang out. And Cooler, completely useless, was slowly killed by Naruto's basic attacks. Only Trunks, seeing the situation was bad, immediately fled. Among his skills, one small skill and his R skill both provided movement speed bonuses. Naruto couldn't catch him at all. And with Trunks' escape, this assassination attempt on Naruto came to a complete end. 6 against 1, yet 5 were killed instead. Told to others, everyone would think it's bragging, even in novels such an absurd thing might not happen. But this event truly occurred. Pentakill, as the pentakill sound effect played, the battle came to an end. Public chat: Frieza, no way, do you guys even know how to play? 5 against 1 and you got killed instead. Vegeta, humph, why don't you count yourself? It was clearly 6 against 1. Goku, son, how many abilities did you bring this time? Did you bring extra? It feels so ridiculous. Super Saiyan Blue Ultra Instinct, and I saw your team's towers are enhanced. You just killed the defending general without taking damage and your skills are so good. Cooler, hey, you really stop at nothing to win, huh? Using reverse thinking, deliberately bringing extra abilities. Aren't you afraid it'll affect your rating? But Cooler knew it himself as he said that. He was being a bit stubborn. Given the current situation, it was likely that Leaf Village would win. Even if Naruto's extra abilities affected his rating, at least he could clear the instance. As for them, they would have to use up 1 layer of resurrection armor. Probably they wouldn't be able to touch this nightmare difficulty for the next month. Leaf Squad channel: Sasuke, cheater. Gohan, 1, both were stunned. 6 people surrounded Naruto, yet in the end he killed 5 of them. If it were them, they would have already considered surrendering. And while Naruto was fighting 1 against 6, Sasuke and Gohan successfully destroyed the middle second tower of Sand Village, the middle second tower of Rain Village, and the lower second tower. Now Leaf Village's kill count also reached 57. In the following time they again tried to surround Naruto, but all attempts ended in failure. Every time they brought him to low health he would activate Ultra Instinct sign. Not only did it have high damage reduction but also absurdly high evasion and critical rates. After several rounds of skirmishing they successfully managed to lose their own base. Instance, and the ninja village that ultimately won this instance is Leaf Hidden Village. Evaluating instance performance. Please wait. After claiming the rewards from the Nightmare Dungeon, Naruto transformed into a golden great ape. After going berserk, everyone joined forces to subdue him. Naruto also transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. In the time that followed he grew more accustomed to Super Saiyan 4 while continuing to cultivate Ultra Instinct. During this period everyone caught up in their dungeon clearing progress. Death tolls across the universe surged. Bibidi revived and evolved into Bibidi Max. Even the Super Blue Vegito was no match for him. In the end Naruto and Sasuke performed a fusion using the Kai Ken earrings. Fueled by infinite energy, Naruto's fully realized Ultra Instinct successfully defeated him. From this battle Naruto even grasped the embryonic form of perpetual Ultra Instinct. As a result of that battle the 7th universe was left severely weakened. Beerus ordered everyone to refrain from participating in dungeons above hard difficulty. But this time the dungeon forcibly dragged the entirety of the 7th universe into a purgatory level raid. The dungeon was a ninja battle royale. 2,000 participants entered each round. Only one could emerge victorious in the end. These competitors had to battle not only one another but also terrifying beastly entities that lurked ready to ambush at any moment. When the Purgatory Dungeon concluded, no rewards were granted this time. The entire universe was left decimated. Yet what came next was even more despairing. Majin Buu had resurrected. Having devoured the energy of all universes, Majin Buu's base combat power already surpassed that of Super Blue Vegito. Most terrifying of all was his immortality. Having devoured destruction energy multiple times within the dungeon, he had now become completely immune to Beerus's destruction abilities. And because Whis was an angel, he could not intervene personally. For a time the seventh universe found itself in dire straits. And the mastermind orchestrating all of this finally emerged from the shadows. Zamasu and the god of destruction of the 14th universe. Homura Uchiwa. It was only then that Naruto and Sasuke realized, Homura was actually the god of destruction of the 14th universe. By resurrecting Majin Buu, he not only depleted the 7th universe's strength. He also took the souls of those who perished in the 7th universe and fashioned them into divine tree fruits, using them to cultivate elite combatants for his own universe. However, the commotion here was too great and attracted the attention of the Omni King. The Omni King intervened to organize a contest between the two factions. The losing universe would be completely annihilated. Homura was left with no choice. He could only summon the strongest warriors from his universe to face them. And so one by one members of the Ōtsutsuki clan descended. Among them were Kagaya Momoshiki Ishiki and many others. On the 7th universe's side, their elite combatants prepared for battle. Goku, Vegeta, Naruto, Sasuke, Gohan, Ultimate Android 17 and 18, Cell Max controlled by Orochimaru, Bibidi Max commanded by Bibidi, and Majin Buu, whose will have been forcibly altered by the Koto Amatsukami technique. After a grueling battle, Naruto broke through once again. In his Super Saiyan 5 form, he achieved perpetual Ultra Instinct and emerged victorious against his opponents. Homura could not accept this outcome. He released the two true monsters sealed away in the 7th universe, the Saiyan ancestor Yamoshi. The dragon god Sulama. It turned out that sealed within the secret realm were not only Majin Buu. The Ultra Instinct that Naruto had learned also originated from Yamoshi. And these rewards were realized through the dragon god Sulama. Homura then revealed the true secret of the universe to everyone. It seemed that ever since the Omni King destroyed 18 universes down to 13. The combat power ceiling for anyone in the universe aside from angels could only reach the 13th dimension. Homura was actually born from the shinobi world of the 7th universe. He utilized the principles of the divine tree and the power of the super dragon balls to create the 14th universe. Years of effort had also brought his strength to the 14th dimension. He and the dragon god Sulama had reached an agreement. And at this time it was not only the 7th universe affected. Aside from the 4 universes with comparatively high comprehensive combat indices, all other universes had been opened to dungeons by Homura. In a short span of time he drained the power of each universe to resurrect the 2. After his resurrection, the dragon god Sulama reopened the universes back to 18 in an instant. And his own power leapt to the 18th dimension. Yamoshi was the same. It turned out that in his elderly state, after reabsorbing the primordial power, his combat ability had reached the 17th dimension. Zamasu sat at the 16th dimension. Homura 17th dimension. As for the Omni King, his power was at the 18th dimension. The Grand Minister stood at the peak of the 17th dimension. Everyone else remaining was merely on par with a C-class warrior. The resurrected figures clashed in battle. All they needed to do was kill the Omni King and they could reshape the universe itself. But at their level even the Omni King could not be killed. In years past he had chosen sealing as his only option. Angels from all 13 universes gathered and merged into one. The gods of destruction from all 13 universes also fused together. Soon enough the Omni King's side had bolstered their elite combatants as well. Yamoshi invited Naruto to join them. If they sealed the Omni King away completely, there would be no more limits to the universe, they could create as many universes as they wished. Naruto naturally refused. The Time Patrol officers from parallel timelines also came to assist. The fusion of the patrols Goku and Vegeta became Super Saiyan 4 Vegito. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta from this universe became Super Blue Vegito. Super Saiyan 4 Vegito and Super Blue Vegito fused once again. Naruto and Sasuke also underwent fusion. Finally the two performed another earring fusion. The Ultimate Warrior appeared. The entire universe transferred its power of heart to this supreme fighter. A true deity emerged. A great war erupted. In the end the Super Warrior subdued both Sulama and the Omni King. The universe was reborn. Everything returned to zero. When Naruto opened his eyes once more, he found himself in the moment of his birth. But his past memories remained intact. He could no longer tell whether this was illusion or reality. At the very least this time he would change everything. The moment Kurama's claws were about to pierce through his parents' bodies, Ultra Instinct manifested upon him. Naruto reached out, first touching Kurama with his fist. The gruesome scene of flesh and blood did not unfold. The two established a spiritual connection and all their past experiences surfaced clearly before them. The Nine-Tails rampage was brought to a close. Naruto also had a complete childhood. And the same was true for Sasuke. At 1 year old he awakened the three-tomoe Sharingan, at 2 the Mangekyō Sharingan, at 3 the eternal Mangekyō, and at 4 the Rinnegan. Because Minato Namikaze did not perish during the Nine-Tails rampage, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konohagakure also improved. Everything seemed to be heading in the best possible direction. The end.